Imagine standing at 3,850 meters above sea level. In air this is crisp, before a gateway that was never finished. It is early morning. The cold up here does not soften even after sunrise. Not really. It settles into stone and stays there, and the stone remembers it, the way stone remembers most things that are asked of it. Around you, spread across a platform of packed earth and cut rock, lie the remains of a place called Puma Punku. Some of the blocks around your feet are almost too perfect to look at directly in this light. Their edges so exact, their surfaces so flat, that your eye keeps sliding off them, hunting for the tool marks it expects to find and not finding them. And then, a few steps further on, you come to a block that was never finished at all. A groove cut halfway through and abandoned. A surface roughed out and left rough. As if whoever was working it simply stood up, one afternoon 1400 years ago, and walked away. Nobody knows why. That is the strange, quiet fact sitting at the center of this place. And it is the one I want to sit inside with you tonight, rather than rush past. Not the fact that Puma Punku is old. It is old, but not impossibly old. Not in the way some documentaries would have you believe. Not the fact that its stones are precise. They are precise. And there is a real answer for how that precision was achieved. One that will come later in this story. The fact I want to hold on to, the one that has genuinely never been resolved by anyone who has spent a career studying this site, is simpler and somehow more unsettling than either of those. A city, mid-construction, simply stopped. I think there is something about an unfinished thing that unsettles us more than a ruined one. A ruin has an ending. Something happened to it. An earthquake, an invasion, the slow erosion of centuries. And the ending, however sad, gives the mind somewhere to rest. But an unfinished thing has no ending. It has only an interruption. Somewhere in that interruption is a decision, a moment, a reason, and the reason is gone. It walked out of the archaeological record entirely and left only its absence behind, shaped like a half-cut stone. So let's walk through this place slowly tonight, the way you might walk through anywhere you're trying to understand, rather than simply see. Let your shoulders drop. There's no need to hold on to any of this tightly. I'll bring you back through everything that matters, more than once, and by the end none of it will need to be remembered at all, only felt, the way a place feels once you've been walked through it by someone who loves it. My name is Arthur. If you are new here, welcome. Arthur's Sleepy History is a place for the small hours, for questions from the deep past examined slowly and carefully, the kind of questions that don't resolve easily. If you want more videos like this, please click subscribe to show your support. It costs nothing and genuinely makes a difference in keeping this channel going. And leave a comment if you feel moved to. Tell me where you are and what time it is. Some of you are just starting your evening. Some of you are already deep into the small hours. Either way, I am glad to have you here. Now, back to the stones. Puma Punku sits within a much larger complex called Tiwanaku on the Bolivian Altiplano, near the southern shore of Lake Titicaca. The highest large lake in the world, a vast cold mirror of sky stretched across the roof of the Andes. If you have never stood at this altitude, it is difficult to describe what it does to the ordinary business of being a body. Every exertion costs more than it should. The light is somehow both thinner and sharper, the horizon impossibly far, the stars at night close enough to touch. It is the kind of place that makes you feel almost immediately that you have arrived somewhere at the edge of what is ordinarily livable. And yet people did not just live here. They built one of the great civilizations of the ancient Americas here, an empire whose reach stretched far beyond what this thin, cold air would ever suggest, was possible. The platform of Puma Punku itself is not enormous by the standards of ancient monuments elsewhere in the world. Nothing like the scale of Giza, say, or the ceremonial cities of Mesoamerica. But size was never really the source of its strangeness. It is what was done to the stone that has drawn people back to this place again and again, across centuries long after the empire that built it had folded quietly back into the landscape. Scattered across the platform are enormous blocks of red sandstone and blue-grey andesite, some weighing well over 100 tons. Among them are stones cut into a shape archaeologists simply call the H-block, a form that recurs across the site with an almost unnerving consistency, each one carrying the same deep, uniform channels along its surface, as though carved from a single template, rather than shaped individually by human hands over years of labour. There are also the remains of at least 5 monumental gateways that once stood upright here, carved from single slabs of andesite, along with a scattering of smaller replica gates. Miniatures of the real thing, purpose unknown, tucked among the ruins like doors built for no one to walk through. There is a particular quality to the silence up here, too, that I think matters as much as anything visible. At this altitude, sound behaves differently. Thinner air carries it less generously. So even the wind, which never really stops moving across this plateau, arrives muffled, as if heard through a wall in another room. Birds are rare. Insects rarer still. What you are left with mostly is the sound of your own breathing, laboured in a way it wouldn't be at sea level, and beneath that, nothing. A held quiet that has apparently been sitting over these stones for something like 14 centuries. Undisturbed except by the occasional traveller wandering through exactly as you are now. I want you to picture the gateways specifically for a moment, because I think they are where the atmosphere of this place lives most clearly. A gate, by its nature, promises passage. It says, something is on one side of me and something else is on the other, and I am the place where you cross from one to the other. But the gateways of Puma Punku, most of them, no longer connect anything. They stand or lie, toppled in pieces, disconnected from any wall, any room, any structure that would tell you what they once divided. Doorways with nothing on either side. It is one of those details that sits with you long after you've stopped consciously thinking about it, the way an image from a half-remembered dream will surface again days later, for no clear reason. The site was first properly described for a European audience by the Spanish chronicler Pedro Chiesa de Leon in the 16th century, who passed through the region and recorded with evident astonishment stonework unlike anything else he had encountered in his travels through the New World. He could offer no explanation for how it had been achieved, and in the centuries that followed, that absence of explanation would draw explorers, adventurers, and eventually archaeologists back to this quiet plateau again and again, each one hoping to be the person who finally closed the gap between the visible stone and its vanished builders. A brief note before we continue. Many of you voted on the design for our first Dozer sleep mask, created especially for listeners of Arthur's sleepy history. Only 100 were made for this first drop, and you can find it through the link in the description or beneath this video. Every purchase directly supports the channel and, hopefully, helps make nights like this a little more relaxing for you. Now, let us return. Chiesa de Leon was not a man given to easy astonishment. He had crossed a continent that was, to European eyes, filled with the unfamiliar, cities of the Inca, roads carved directly into mountainsides, agricultural terracing that reshaped entire valleys. And yet something about this particular ruin, already ancient and already half forgotten even by the Inca themselves by the time he arrived, seemed to trouble him in a way the rest of his journey hadn't. He wrote of stones so large he could barely imagine what force had moved them, of craftsmanship that seemed to belong to no builders anyone living could name. The Inca he spoke with had their own stories about the place, stories in which it predated their own empire by so long that its origins had slipped entirely out of memory, attributed instead to giants or to the gods themselves, working in the grey light before the first sunrise. For a long time, closing that gap seemed almost impossible. The site had been damaged by earthquakes, by the slow, patient work of Andean weather, and also, more painfully, by human hands. Stones were removed over the centuries to build churches and railways in nearby towns. A colonial-era cathedral in Tiwanaku itself is said to include blocks quarried, quite literally, from Puma Punku's own platform. Piece by piece, the evidence that might have explained the place was carried away to become the walls of something else entirely. And yet, enough remained. Enough stone, enough soil, enough buried organic material for archaeology to eventually begin answering some of the oldest questions people had been asking about this place. Not all of them, not even most of them if I'm honest with you, but some. The dating of the site is one of the genuine successes of that patient work, and I think it's worth pausing on, because it will matter later in ways that might surprise you. Radiocarbon analysis of organic material recovered from construction layers, charcoal, plant fibre, the small burnt traces of human activity that get sealed into a site as it's built, has placed the main construction of Puma Punku in a window centred on the 6th to 8th centuries of the Common Era. Not 15,000 years ago, whatever you may have heard elsewhere. Not the remnant of some vanished global civilization predating recorded history. A little over 1,000 years old, built by a real, documented, deeply accomplished Andean culture at the height of its power. I want to be honest with you about that up front, because I think the honest version of this story is, if anything, more moving than the exaggerated one. A group of people at extraordinary altitude with the tools and knowledge available to them in the 6th century built something that still, a millennium and a half later, makes trained stonemasons stop and stare. But knowing when something was built is not the same as knowing how, and it is very far from knowing why it stopped. Let's start with the how, because it is the doorway into everything else. The precision of the stonework at Puma Punku has, for a very long time, been treated as something close to inexplicable. Surfaces so flat they could sit under a straight edge with barely a gap of light showing through. Corners so exact they seem measured rather than carved. Repeated shapes so consistent across dozens of separate blocks that it is genuinely difficult, standing among them, to believe they were each shaped one at a time by an individual pair of hands. It is the kind of precision that, understandably, has led people for over a century to wonder whether something beyond ordinary human effort was involved. Advanced lost technology, outside intervention, a civilization more capable than the one the history books describe. I don't think we need any of that to find this place remarkable. And later, not tonight, but in the parts still ahead of us, I want to walk you through exactly what modern experimental archaeology has shown about how this precision was actually achieved by human hands, using tools that were genuinely available in the 6th century Andes. It is, if anything, a more astonishing story than the alternative, because it asks nothing miraculous of the past. It only asks that we take seriously how much a person, or 1,000 people working patiently across years, can accomplish with nothing but stone, water, sand, and time. But that is a story for later in the night. Right now, I want to stay with the mystery that hasn't been resolved, because I think it deserves to sit unexplained for a while before we go looking for its edges. The unfinished stones, scattered among the completed blocks, the flawless ones, the ones that could pass for machine cut to an untrained eye, are others that were simply left. A channel cut a third of the way through and abandoned. A surface partially dressed, the rest still rough with the marks of the quarry. Tools in some excavated contexts found apparently set down mid-task, rather than cleared away at the end of a working day. It is the kind of detail that, in isolation, might mean almost nothing. Perhaps a worker was reassigned, perhaps a season ended, and the stone was simply left for the following year's crews, who never returned to it. Sites are abandoned for all sorts of mundane, forgettable reasons throughout history, and there is no requirement that every incomplete thing carry a dramatic explanation. And yet, there is something about the scale and pattern of the incompleteness at Puma Punku that has resisted every attempt to explain it away entirely. It isn't one stone left rough at the edge of the site, easily written off as an oversight. It is a pattern that recurs across the platform, as though construction across multiple areas slowed, faltered, and then simply ceased. Not with the violence of destruction, not with the visible signature of conquest or fire, but with something closer to a held breath that was never released. We know, from the broader archaeological record of Tiwanaku, that the wider civilization eventually did decline, that its population dispersed, its great administrative center emptied, somewhere around the turn of the second millennium of the Common Era. There is real evidence connecting that decline to a shifting climate on the Altiplano, a punishing multi-decade drought that would have devastated the raised field agriculture the empire's food supply depended on. That is a real, evidence-supported thread, and we will follow it later tonight, all the way to its end. But the unfinished stones at Puma Punku raise a slightly different, narrower question, one that the drought explanation doesn't fully answer on its own. Because construction at Puma Punku appears, by some readings of the evidence, to have slowed centuries before the broader Tiwanaku collapse that the drought explains. Which means that somewhere in between the site's founding and its final abandonment, something else happened first. Some earlier interruption, smaller and less catastrophic than an empire's fall, that nonetheless left tools resting mid-stone and gateways standing with nothing on either side of them. Nobody has fully explained what that earlier interruption was. I want to be honest with you about that, the way I try to be honest about everything in these stories. There is a real, documented, unresolved gap here, not a manufactured one. It sits quietly in the archaeological literature, acknowledged and unsolved, the kind of loose thread that serious researchers mention almost in passing before returning to the parts of the story they can actually explain. I find I like it there, if I'm honest. Unsolved. Sitting in the record the way an unfinished stone sits on that platform, not demanding an answer, just present, waiting with the kind of patience only stone really has. So this is where we'll begin and where we'll return again and again across the hours ahead. Not with certainty, with a threshold instead, a doorway standing open at 3,850 meters, connected to nothing, in air too thin to hold on to anything for very long, except the questions themselves. Let your eyes close, if they haven't already. We have a long walk ahead of us tonight, down across the Altiplano, along the shore of that impossibly high lake, into quarries and workshops and the slow accumulation of 13 centuries of weather. There is no need to follow every step. I'll be here walking it with you long after you've stopped listening for the details and started simply resting in the sound of somewhere very old, very cold, and very quietly unresolved. Somewhere out there past the edge of what we can see from here. The water is already catching the first grey light of morning, the way it has every morning for longer than this platform of stone has existed at all. It will still be doing that long after we've finished walking through everything this place has to tell us. There is something steadying in that, I think. The lake outlasting even the mystery, indifferent to whether we ever solve it. The lake is close now. Let's go there next. The lake announces itself before you see it. Even at this altitude, even in air this thin, there's a shift in the quality of the light somewhere ahead. A pale, cold brightness reflected upward, as if the sky had a second source below it as well as above. And then you crest a low rise on the Altiplano, and there it is, Titicaca, stretching so far toward the horizon that it stops reading as a lake at all and starts reading as a kind of inland sea, blue-grey and enormous, ringed by mountains that seem to float rather than stand, their lower slopes lost in a haze that never quite burns off up here. It is the highest large lake in the world, navigable by anything bigger than a raft, and it does not feel like an accident that a civilization capable of building Puma Punku grew up on its shore. There is something about scale meeting scale. A landscape this vast and this severe seems to have called for builders willing to work at a matching scale in stone. Titicaca sits at just over 3,800 meters, cradled in a basin between two ranges of the Andes, and its waters are cold enough, year-round, that a body immersed in them for more than a few minutes would begin to lose function long before drowning became the primary danger. And yet, it teems, and has always teemed, with life. Totora reeds grow thick along its shallower margins, tall golden-green stalks that the people of this region have harvested for thousands of years. For boats, for building material, for roofing, for the woven platforms of the floating islands that still exist on parts of the lake today. Communities living quite literally on top of the water, their homes built on foundations of reed that must be replenished from below, as the bottom layers slowly rot and sink. I find something quietly moving in that image, if I let myself sit with it. A house that cannot be finished, only maintained. A floor that must be renewed indefinitely, or the whole structure gradually dissolves back into the lake it was built from. It isn't so different in a way from the platform of unfinished stone we left behind at Puma Punku, another structure suspended in a state of ongoing incompleteness. Except here, the incompleteness is by design, a relationship with impermanence rather than an interruption of it. The Tiwanaku civilization of which Puma Punku formed a part grew up along this shore and eventually spread its influence across a vast stretch of the south-central Andes, modern Bolivia, southern Peru, northern Chile, and into parts of Argentina, an empire or at least a sphere of cultural and religious influence far larger than the modest footprint of its ceremonial center might suggest. At its height, roughly between the 5th and 10th centuries of the Common Era, Tiwanaku's reach extended through trade networks, colonies, and what appears to have been a deeply persuasive religious and political authority radiating outward from this lake. It is worth pausing on how strange that is, on reflection. This was not a civilization with the natural advantages historians usually point to when explaining the rise of a great culture. No easy river valley, no gentle climate, no straightforward agricultural abundance. The Altiplano is one of the harshest inhabited environments on Earth. Nighttime frosts are common even during the growing season. The air holds roughly 40% less oxygen than at sea level. Rainfall is unpredictable and often insufficient. And yet, out of this unpromising ground grew a civilization sophisticated enough to move stones weighing well over 100 tons and carve them with a precision that would trouble skilled masons more than 1,000 years later. Part of the answer lies in a piece of agricultural engineering that rarely gets the attention it deserves, next to the drama of the stonework. The raised field system, known locally as suka kolus. Farmers here built long, raised earthen platforms, separated by narrow, flooded channels, arranged across the floodplains near the lake in vast repeating grids that, from above, must have resembled something between farmland and fingerprint. The water in the channels absorbed heat during the day and released it slowly overnight, creating a buffered microclimate that protected crops from the frosts that would otherwise devastate them at this altitude. Sediment from the channels, rich with nutrients and organic matter, was periodically dredged up and spread across the raised beds, renewing the soil's fertility year after year without the need for the kind of long, fallow periods that would have limited how much of this harsh landscape could ever be farmed. Modern agronomists who have studied and experimentally reconstructed these fields have found something remarkable. Yields on properly maintained suka kolus can rival or exceed those of modern industrial agriculture in the same region, achieved without machinery, without imported fertilizer, using only the water, the earth, and the accumulated understanding of a people who had spent centuries learning exactly how this specific, unforgiving landscape could be made to feed them. Experimental plots rebuilt in the 20th century by researchers working alongside local Aymara farming communities produced potato yields several times higher than nearby conventionally farmed fields, using modern methods, in the very same growing season, under the very same frost conditions. It is a strange kind of vindication, arriving so many centuries after the system itself fell into disuse. Proof, essentially, that a technology dismissed for generations as primitive was in fact a highly refined solution to one of the most difficult agricultural environments on the planet, abandoned not because it stopped working, but because the society that maintained it, eventually, could not. I think it matters that we sit with this for a moment, because it reframes everything that follows. Puma Punku's stonework tends to dominate the conversation about this civilization, understandably because it is the part visitors can still touch, still stand in front of, still feel the cold precision of under their own hands. But the raised fields are, in their own quiet way, just as extraordinary an achievement, and arguably a more fundamental one, because without them, none of the rest would have been possible. You cannot carve andesite to a fraction of a millimeter's tolerance if your laborers are starving. Puma Punku's silence is built, in part on the success of a system of agriculture almost nobody outside specialist circles has ever heard of. The lake itself carried other kinds of significance beyond the practical. In the religious traditions of the peoples who lived around its shores, traditions that long predate written record, and that were still being told in altered form when Spanish chroniclers arrived centuries after Tiwanaku's own decline. Titicaca held a foundational place in the story of how the world itself began. Later in this story, we'll walk through those creation traditions properly, the figure of Viracocha rising from these waters to set the sun and moon into the sky for the first time, the sense in which this specific lake was understood not merely as a body of water, but as a point of origin, a place where the ordinary boundary between the world and whatever lies beneath it grew thin enough to be crossed. For now, I want you simply to hold the image of the water itself. Its color changes constantly through the day, a deep, almost impossible blue at midday when the sun sits directly overhead and the sky is clear, fading toward grey and pewter as clouds move across the Altiplano, and at dawn and dusk, a soft rose and gold that spreads across its entire visible surface. So vast that watching a sunrise from its shore feels less like observing a single event and more like witnessing the whole sky turn over at once. There is a particular stillness to early morning here, before the wind picks up, that I think the builders of Tiwanaku must have known intimately. Cold water gives off very little sound, no waves worth mentioning most mornings, no birds calling across it in any great number, none of the ordinary business of a coastline elsewhere in the world. Just the sound of your own breath, and beneath it, an enormous quiet held by an enormous body of water, sitting at the roof of a continent. The light moves slowly across it in the early hours, catching first the peaks of the distant ranges, then working its way down toward the shore in a gradient of gold and grey that takes the better part of an hour to reach the water's edge where you're standing. The lake's edges hold more life than its cold, thin-aired setting would suggest at first glance. Flocks of Andean flamingos wade through the shallower margins some mornings, impossibly pink against the grey water, alongside ibis and coot and the occasional solitary heron, standing motionless at the reed line, waiting on fish that move just beneath the surface. Titicaca holds species found nowhere else on Earth. A giant aquatic frog, almost grotesque in its baggy, oxygen-hungry skin, adapted over millennia to draw breath directly through folds of loose flesh in water too cold and too thin in dissolved oxygen for an ordinary frog to survive in. There is something almost touching in that kind of adaptation, a creature reshaping its own body over unthinkable stretches of time, simply to go on existing in a place that offers it no easy accommodation. The people who settled this shore made their own version of that adaptation over a much shorter span, but with no less ingenuity. Human bodies raised at this altitude across generations develop measurably larger lung capacity and higher concentrations of oxygen-carrying red blood cells than populations at sea level. A slow, biological answer to the same thin air that leaves visitors like us gasping on the first climb up from the valley floor. The frog adapted its skin. The people adapted their blood. Neither adaptation was quick, and neither was owed to this landscape. Both were simply what it cost to stay. I want you to hold that thought a moment because I think it says something true about everything we're walking through tonight. Nothing about this place was easy, and very little of what survives here was inevitable. Every element of it, the frog's strange skin, the settlers' altered blood, the raised fields, the stone itself, represents an enormous quantity of accumulated effort, met by a landscape that offered almost nothing freely in return. The floating islands deserve a slightly longer look too, because they capture something essential about the relationship between this culture and its water that stone alone can't communicate. The Euros people, whose presence on this lake likely predates Tiwanaku itself and certainly outlasted it, built and continue to build entire settlements from layered totora reed, cut and stacked and lashed until the mass floats. Buoyant enough to support houses, cooking fires contained carefully within stone hearths, even small gardens grown in soil-filled reed platforms. An island like this requires constant, patient renewal. New reed laid across the top as the bottom layer slowly rots and sinks into the lake beneath it. A maintenance rhythm as fundamental to daily life here as breathing. It occurs to me, walking you through this, that we've been circling the same idea from several directions without quite naming it outright. Puma Punku's unfinished stones, held permanently mid-construction. The reed islands, permanently mid-renewal. Even the raised fields dredged and rebuilt on a cycle, rather than completed once and left. This landscape does not seem to have produced a culture oriented toward finished things at all. Permanence, up here, was never a single completed act. It was a relationship you kept returning to. A house was never simply built. It was rebuilt, quietly, every season, for as long as anyone was willing to keep tending it. Boats moved across this lake for millennia, before Tiwanaku rose, and long after it fell, built from bundled totora reeds lashed together in a technique that has barely changed across that entire span of time. Reed boats are still built today in some of the same communities, using methods passed down largely unbroken from the era we're walking through tonight. There is something quietly remarkable in that continuity. A technology so well suited to its purpose, so precisely matched to the materials this landscape actually offers, that 14 centuries of change have found almost nothing worth altering about it. It's tempting when telling a story like this one to focus entirely on stone, because stone survives, and reed does not. Almost nothing organic from Tiwanaku's height has come down to us intact. No boats, no woven cloth beyond fragments, no wooden tools except where extraordinary conditions of preservation happened to protect them. What survives is what was built to outlast its builders by design: the platforms, the gateways, the andesite blocks of Puma Punku. But the boats were here too, quietly crossing this same water every single day of the civilization's existence, carrying reeds for building, fish for eating, people moving between settlements scattered along hundreds of kilometers of shoreline, an entire ordinary life, largely invisible to us now, moving constantly across the surface of the extraordinary thing we can still see. I think about that asymmetry sometimes, late at night, working on stories like this one. How much of any civilization survives by accident of material rather than importance? The stone speaks because stone can speak across 1,000 years without help. Everything softer has gone quiet, and we are left assembling a picture of an entire society almost entirely from the objects that happen to be hard enough to outlast it. A wooden bowl, a woven blanket, the shape of a boat. These things mattered just as much to the people who made and used them as any block of andesite. And yet, almost none of it comes down to us intact. So we build our understanding, inevitably, from what refused to disappear rather than from everything that actually made up a life here. Somewhere along this shore, sometime in the 6th century, work began on the platform we spent the last hour standing on. The stone for it did not simply appear on site. It came from quarries some distance away, likely both across the water and inland, extracted in blocks whose sheer size still raises the transport question we'll return to properly later in this story. But before any of that heavy labour began, before the first block was moved an inch from where it had lain in the earth, there would have been decisions made here, on this shore, about scale and orientation and purpose. Decisions about what this place would eventually become, made by people whose names did not survive, looking out at exactly this water, under exactly this sky. We know very little about how those early decisions were actually made, whether by a single ruler, a council of priests, or some negotiated consensus among the communities scattered along this shoreline. What we can say from the archaeological record of the site's growth over the centuries that followed is that Tiwanaku's expansion from a modest lakeside settlement into a ceremonial and political center, commanding influence across a huge stretch of the Andes, did not happen quickly. It unfolded gradually across many generations, each one inheriting an unfinished project and choosing, apparently without exception until whatever happened eventually happened, to keep building rather than stop. That continuity matters, I think, for understanding just how strange the interruption we began with tonight really is. This was not a society that gave up easily. Whatever caused work to falter on those unfinished stones back at Puma Punku, it broke a pattern of sustained, multi-generational commitment that had otherwise held for centuries. Something changed the calculation for the people living here badly enough that projects begun by their grandparents, continued faithfully by their parents, were simply set down and left mid-motion. The wind is beginning to pick up now, the way it always does as the morning goes on, small ripples spreading out across the lake's enormous stillness. It's a good place to pause. Let the water hold its own weight for a while, the way it has for longer than any of the questions we're asking it. We'll follow the shoreline further in a moment, toward the quarries, toward the question of how stone this heavy ever made it from there to here at all. Somewhere behind us, back across the water, the platform is catching the fuller light of mid-morning now, the unfinished stones no less unfinished for the extra hour of sun falling across them. They'll wait. They've waited this long already. A little longer while we let this lake hold our attention instead won't change anything about what's still to come. Rest a little if you need to. There's no urgency in any of this. The lake certainly isn't going anywhere. The path to the quarries takes you inland, away from the lake, across a stretch of the Altiplano that looks, at first glance, almost featureless. Pale grass, wind-scoured earth, the occasional low outcrop of stone breaking the surface like a knuckle. It is the kind of landscape that makes you understand, more than any description could, why the builders of Tiwanaku had to go looking for their stone rather than simply finding it underfoot. Two different types of rock make up the bulk of what you'll find at Puma Punku, and each came from a different direction, at a different cost. The sandstone quarry itself, when you finally reach it, doesn't look like much at first. A low scarp of exposed red rock, weathered and lichen-stained, rising out of the surrounding grassland with none of the drama you might expect from a site that supplied stone for one of the great monuments of the ancient Andes. You can still make out, if you know where to look, the ghost of old extraction scars along the rock face. Places where a block was worked free from the surrounding stone, using tools no more sophisticated than harder stone hammers and a great deal of patience. The rock coaxed apart along its natural bedding planes, rather than forced by any technology more advanced than persistence. It is a strangely modest place to have supplied something as monumental as what stands at Puma Punku, and I think that modesty is worth sitting with for a moment. Nothing about this quarry announces its own significance. It looks, if anything, like any other outcrop on this plateau, indistinguishable to an untrained eye from 100 others scattered across the same landscape. Only the absence, the negative space where blocks were once removed, the tool marks along certain faces, gives away what happened here. The red sandstone, used for many of the largest blocks on the platform, including slabs that may have weighed well over 100 tons in their finished state, was quarried from a site near the shore of the lake itself, roughly 10 kilometers from where it was ultimately placed. 10 kilometers sounds modest until you try to imagine moving a single stone that size across it, without a wheel, without a horse, without an ox, across ground that offers no consistent flatness and no forgiveness for error. The andesite is a harder problem still. This darker, denser volcanic stone used for the finer and more precisely worked elements of the site. The H-blocks, the gateways, the elements that draw the eye most immediately when you stand among the ruins, appears to have come from much further away, from the Copacabana Peninsula, across the water, a source that would have required blocks to be transported not merely across land, but across the lake itself, on rafts built, presumably, from exactly the kind of totora reed we spent the last hour walking through. I want you to sit with that image for a moment, because I think it's easy to let it pass too quickly. A raft of woven reed, buoyant enough under ordinary circumstances to carry a person, a catch of fish, a bundle of building material. Somehow adapted, reinforced, or multiplied enough to carry a single block of stone weighing multiple tons across open water at an altitude where the air itself works against every exertion. Even the paddlers themselves would have been working at a physiological disadvantage the whole way across, every stroke costing more in a body starved of the oxygen it would have at sea level, the crossing taking longer and demanding more from each person involved than the same task would anywhere lower and warmer. We don't know exactly how this was done. No raft from that era survives to tell us. What we have instead is inference. The andesite is here. Its geological signature matches quarries across the water, and there is no other plausible route by which it could have arrived except across the lake's surface, by some means that has not come down to us in any direct form. This is, I think, the point in the story where the real mystery of Puma Punku actually lives. Not in the precision of the carving, which, as I mentioned earlier, does have a real, demonstrated explanation waiting for us further along tonight, but here in the raw physical problem of moving stone this heavy, this far, at this altitude, with none of the tools that later civilizations elsewhere in the world would come to rely on for exactly this kind of task. It is, in its own way, a purer mystery than the carving ever was. Not a question of technique, which can be tested and replicated in a workshop, but a question of sheer, sustained, coordinated effort, which leaves behind no tool marks and no workshop, only the improbable fact of the stone having arrived at all. Let's be precise about what wasn't available, because I think the scale of the achievement only becomes visible once you understand the absence clearly. The wheel, as a technology for transport, was never adopted anywhere in the pre-Columbian Americas at any real scale. Not because the concept was unknown. Small wheeled toys have been found in Mesoamerican archaeological contexts, suggesting the underlying idea was at least understood, but because the Americas lacked large domesticated draft animals capable of pulling a wheeled load of any real size. No horses, no oxen, no comparable beast of burden existed anywhere on this continent until they were introduced from elsewhere, centuries after Tiwanaku had already risen and fallen. What the Andes did have was the llama and its close relative, the alpaca. Genuinely useful animals, capable of carrying modest loads across difficult terrain with remarkable sure-footedness, and central to Andean life in ways that persist to this day. Llama caravans, sometimes numbering in the hundreds of animals, moved goods across enormous distances throughout the pre-Columbian Andes, connecting coast to highland to jungle in trade networks that predate Tiwanaku and long outlasted it. They are, by any reasonable measure, one of the great practical achievements of Andean civilization. An entire logistics system built around an animal perfectly suited to mountain terrain that no horse or ox could have crossed nearly as well. But a llama can carry perhaps 40 to 50 kilograms on its back before the load becomes unsafe for the animal, and it cannot be yoked to pull a heavy sledge the way an ox can. Its anatomy simply isn't built for that kind of sustained draft labor. A single stone block from Puma Punku could weigh more than 100 tons. The mathematics simply does not work. No plausible number of llamas, harnessed in whatever configuration you can imagine, solves the problem of moving a 100-ton block of andesite across open ground, let alone across open water. So what does solve it? The honest answer is that we don't fully know, and I want to be careful here, because this is exactly the kind of gap where speculation tends to rush in to fill a silence that the evidence hasn't yet earned the right to fill. What we can say with reasonable confidence is built from comparison, from looking at other cultures in other parts of the world who faced broadly similar problems without wheels or heavy draft animals, and worked out solutions that left physical traces we can study. Sledges are one strong possibility, wooden platforms on which a stone could be lashed and then dragged rather than rolled, the friction beneath the sledge reduced by wetting the ground ahead of it, or by laying down a track of timber rollers, or simply by the raw application of enough coordinated human labor to overcome friction through sheer numbers. Experimental archaeology elsewhere in the world, most famously in reconstructions of how Egyptian and British Neolithic builders moved their own multi-ton stones, has demonstrated repeatedly that human muscle, properly organized, wetted ground, and simple wooden sledges can move loads that seem, at first glance, to require something far more sophisticated. A relatively small number of people pulling in careful coordination can move weights that would seem impossible to a single laborer working alone. It is not magic, it is organization applied patiently over however many days or weeks the task required. One frequently cited piece of evidence comes from an Egyptian tomb painting, more than 3,500 years old, depicting a colossal statue being dragged on a sledge by dozens of laborers, with a single figure standing at the statue's feet, pouring liquid onto the ground directly ahead of the sledge's path. For a long time, this was interpreted simply as a ritual or symbolic gesture. More recent physics-based analysis has suggested something more practical was happening, that wetting dry sand ahead of a sledge can dramatically reduce the friction between sledge and ground, cutting the required pulling force by as much as half in some experimental conditions. There is no equivalent painting from Tiwanaku to tell us whether the same principle was understood and applied here. But the underlying physics doesn't care which culture discovered it, and it is entirely plausible that builders working with wet, often marshy ground near the lake's edge, arrived at a similar solution independently, simply through the accumulated trial and error of generations moving stone across this same terrain. For the water crossing, the most plausible reconstruction involves multiple reed rafts, lashed together into a much larger, more stable platform than any single vessel could provide. A technique documented among lake cultures in various parts of the world, where individually modest craft are combined into something capable of bearing far greater weight than any one of them could manage alone. Modern reconstructions of Titicaca reed vessels, built using traditional methods by descendants of the same lakeside communities, have demonstrated that Totora reed, properly bundled and sealed, retains remarkable buoyancy even under substantial load. Enough that a catamaran-style arrangement of several such rafts, lashed edge to edge, could plausibly have distributed the weight of a multi-ton block across a wide enough surface area to keep the whole assembly afloat, provided the crossing itself was made carefully, likely during calmer stretches of water, and probably not attempted in a single continuous voyage, but broken instead into stages, resting at intermediate points along the way. Whether this is precisely what happened at Titicaca remains unproven. No physical evidence of the rafts themselves has survived. Reed does not last across 14 centuries the way stone does. And so once again, we find ourselves working from the andesite's presence at the site backward toward an explanation, rather than forward from direct evidence of the method. I keep returning tonight to how much of this story has to be reconstructed this way, reasoning backward from what survived toward a plausible account of a process that, itself, left almost nothing behind. It is a peculiar kind of detective work, one where the absence of evidence is often just as informative as its presence, provided you're honest about the difference between what the absence suggests and what it actually proves. What we can say with more confidence is the sheer scale of labor any of these methods would have demanded. Moving a 100-ton block by sledge, even under ideal conditions with wetted or lubricated ground, likely required hundreds of people working in careful, sustained coordination. Not for an afternoon, but potentially for weeks across the 10 kilometers separating the sandstone quarry from the platform, or across the far greater distance separating the andesite source across the lake. That is not the labor of a small community acting on impulse. That is the labor of an organized state, capable of feeding, housing, and directing a workforce large enough to be pulled away from ordinary agricultural production for extended stretches of time season after season, for as long as construction continued. Feeding a workforce of that size, even temporarily, is itself a logistical achievement easy to overlook next to the drama of the stone. Every labourer pulling a sledge or paddling a raft needed to eat, needed water, needed some form of shelter against nights that drop well below freezing even during the growing season. None of that happens by accident. It requires stores of surplus food built up in advance, transported to wherever the work was happening, distributed fairly enough that hundreds of people would keep showing up day after day for a task that offered them no personal stake in the finished monument, beyond whatever loyalty, obligation, or belief bound them to the project. We tend to picture ancient monument building as an act of stone and muscle. It is at least as much an act of administration, of granaries, of accounting, of the quiet, unglamorous machinery that keeps hundreds of people fed and willing to keep pulling a rope for another day. This is, I think, one of the quieter revelations sitting inside the story of Puma Punku's stone. We tend to imagine mystery and organization as opposites, the inexplicable on one side, the mundane bureaucratic machinery of a functioning state on the other. But the transport of these blocks required both simultaneously. It required a society sophisticated enough to plan, provision, and coordinate an enormous sustained logistical undertaking. And it required that same society to do so using nothing but human muscle, plant fiber, wood, and water. The mystery isn't that something impossible happened here. The mystery is how ordinary tools applied with extraordinary discipline over an extraordinary length of time produced results that still look, to modern eyes standing among the ruins, like they shouldn't have been achievable at all. There's a version of this story, and you may have encountered it already if you've spent any time at all reading about this site before finding your way to this video, that leans hard into the impossibility, that treats the absence of a fully documented transport method as proof that something other than ordinary human effort must have been involved. I understand the appeal of that version. Standing among these stones, in air this thin, it is genuinely difficult to hold on to the mundane explanation. The scale asks something of your imagination that the evidence, on its own, doesn't quite supply. But I think the honest version of this story is more interesting, not less. A civilization without the wheel, without draft animals capable of heavy hauling, at an altitude that punishes exertion more severely than almost anywhere else people have chosen to build. Solved this problem anyway, not through some vanished, more advanced technology, through people, through the accumulated, inherited knowledge of how to move something heavy using rope and wood and water and each other, refined across generations, applied here at a scale that still, more than 1,000 years later, leaves visitors standing in silence, doing the arithmetic in their heads and coming up short. The wind has picked up properly now, moving low across the grass between here and the lake, carrying with it that particular high-altitude cold that never quite announces itself as dangerous until you've been standing in it a while. Somewhere ahead of us, back toward the platform, the stones are waiting exactly where they were left. Some finished, flawless, precise beyond easy explanation. Others half-carved, tools set down mid-task, waiting for a return that never came. We'll walk back toward them properly soon, and this time we'll get close enough to look at exactly what was done to their surfaces, and how. But for now, let the scale of this crossing settle. 10 kilometers of open ground for the sandstone, an entire lake for the andesite. However it was done by hands very much like your own, working together, patiently, for longer than any of us tonight will likely stay awake to fully imagine. There is a kind of comfort, I think, in that thought, even though the transport itself remains an open question. Not knowing exactly how something impossible looking was achieved is different from believing it couldn't have been achieved at all. The stone is here. It moved from somewhere to somewhere else, across ground and water. This landscape does not make easy for anyone, ancient or modern. The gap in our knowledge is a gap in the record, not a gap in what was actually possible for the people who lived and worked here. I find it easier to sleep most nights, holding on to that distinction between what we don't yet know and what we're tempted to assume must therefore be impossible. Rest here a while if the walking has tired you. There's no need to carry any of this weight yourself. It's already been carried once, a very long time ago, by people who finished the job so thoroughly that the stone is still here to prove it. Most of it, anyway. Not quite all. Back at the platform now, the light has shifted again. Later morning, the sun high enough that shadows have pulled in close around the base of each block, sharp-edged in a way that makes the stonework easier to read than it was in the softer light of dawn. This is a good time to get close enough to run a hand along a surface if you were actually standing here rather than simply imagining it, and feel exactly how flat these blocks really are. Let's start with the H blocks because they are in many ways the signature of this place, the element most likely to appear in any photograph of Puma Punku you've encountered before tonight. Each one is roughly rectangular, carved from andesite, and marked across its upper surface with a series of deep, perfectly uniform channels, and raised sections that, viewed from directly above, resemble the letter the blocks are named for. There are dozens of them scattered across the site, some still lying where they fell or were left, others reassembled by archaeologists into something closer to their likely original arrangement. A slow process of trial and comparison that has occupied researchers for decades and is, by most accounts, still ongoing. What makes them remarkable isn't the shape itself, which is relatively simple as far as stonework goes. It's the consistency. Measure one H block against another, taken from opposite ends of the site, carved presumably by different hands at different points across however many years. Construction continued, and the tolerances match to within a few millimeters. The angles are the same. The depth of the channels is the same. The proportions, corner to corner, hold steady across dozens of separate pieces of stone, as though every mason working on this project across an entire generation had been handed the same precise template and told, simply, not to deviate from it. Researchers who have spent years documenting the site, among them the archaeologist Alexei Vranich, whose fieldwork at Tiwanaku and Puma Punku across several decades has done more than almost anyone else's to bring rigorous measurement to what had previously been mostly description and speculation, have pointed to this repeated modularity as one of the site's most genuinely significant features, arguably more significant from a purely archaeological standpoint than the individual precision of any single block. A single perfectly cut stone might be explained by an exceptional craftsman having a good day. Dozens of stones, cut to matching tolerances across what was likely a span of many years and many different hands, points instead toward a system, standardized measurement, transmitted knowledge, quality control exercised at a scale that implies genuine institutional weight behind the project, not the isolated brilliance of a single, gifted individual. I think this is worth pausing on because it says something specific about how this place was built, beyond simply confirming that it was built skillfully. Consistency at this scale doesn't happen by accident, and it doesn't happen through the isolated brilliance of one exceptional craftsman working alone. It requires a system, a standardized unit of measurement, shared and taught and enforced across a workforce large enough that individual variation in skill or attention should, by any ordinary expectation, have introduced far more inconsistency than what we actually find. Somebody or some institution was checking. Somebody was correcting deviations before they were allowed to stand. The precision isn't just a property of the stone. It's evidence of an entire quality control apparatus, invisible now, that once stood behind every mason who ever touched these blocks. The surfaces themselves carry their own quiet testimony. Many of the finished faces are flat enough that a straight edge laid across them shows barely a hairline of daylight underneath, an evenness that modern masons working with steel tools and centuries of accumulated technique still find genuinely difficult to achieve by hand. The edges meet at angles so consistent that some blocks appear designed to interlock with their neighbours almost seamlessly, joints so tight that in places it's difficult to slide even a thin blade between two adjoining stones. Andesite itself makes this achievement stranger still, once you understand what the material actually is. It is a volcanic rock, formed from rapidly cooled lava, and it sits on the harder end of the scale of stone, commonly worked by ancient builders anywhere in the world. Considerably tougher than the limestone of Giza, tougher than most of the sandstone used in temple construction across the ancient Near East. Cutting it, smoothing it, bringing it to a flat, mirror-consistent surface is not simply a matter of patience applied to a cooperative material. It is patience applied against real, significant material resistance, stone that fights back against every stroke of every tool brought against it, however hard or sharp that tool might be. By way of comparison, most of the truly famous stoneworking traditions elsewhere in the ancient world relied on considerably softer material. Egyptian builders worked primarily in limestone, reserving harder stones like granite for smaller, more selective elements. Sarcophagi, obelisks, the occasional statue, precisely because granite demanded so much more effort per completed piece. The builders of Puma Punku made andesite, one of the harder stones available to them in this region, their primary material for an entire monumental platform. Not a selective exception reserved for special pieces, but the baseline standard applied across dozens of blocks. Whatever the actual working method turns out to have been, it had to be one capable of sustaining that level of effort across an enormous quantity of extremely resistant stone, not merely a technique good enough for a single showpiece. I mention this now before we've reached the explanation, because I think it matters that you feel the full weight of the difficulty before it's resolved. It would be easy, structurally, to tell this story the other way around, open with the answer, and let everything else serve as illustration of a puzzle already solved. But I don't think that's honest to how understanding actually works, or how this mystery was actually approached by the researchers who eventually cracked it. They didn't start with confidence. They started, as we're starting now, standing in front of stone that seemed, on every reasonable measure, to exceed what its supposed toolkit should have allowed. It's easy to understand why this precision has, for well over a century now, drawn people toward explanations involving technology this culture supposedly shouldn't have possessed. Some vanished more advanced civilization, some external influence, some tool or technique lost entirely to history. Standing in front of these surfaces in this light, with your own hand resting on stone this exact, it is genuinely difficult to hold on to the mundane explanation. The gap between what you're looking at and what you'd expect unaided human effort to produce feels, in the moment, wide enough to need something extraordinary to bridge it. I promised earlier tonight that we'd walk through exactly how modern experimental archaeology has closed that gap, and we will, properly later, once we've spent a little more time simply looking, without rushing toward the resolution. I think there's value in letting the difficulty of this question sit unresolved a while longer, the way it genuinely sat unresolved for the better part of a century among serious researchers, before anyone had actually tested, hands-on, whether Stone Age tools could produce results like this. It is one thing to be told an explanation exists. It is another to have earned your way toward believing it, by first taking the mystery seriously enough to feel its full weight. So let's keep looking a while longer. Beyond the H-blocks, the site holds the remains of at least 5, and possibly more, monumental gateways. Single slabs of andesite, carved and then cut through to create a doorway, some estimated to have weighed in the tens of tons in their complete state. Most now lie fractured, toppled from whatever original position they once occupied, their fall likely the result of earthquakes that have periodically shaken this region across the centuries since Tiwanaku's decline. This part of the Andes sits along an active seismic zone, and even monuments built to extraordinary tolerances have proven vulnerable to ground that occasionally, violently, refuses to stay still. The largest and best preserved of these standing gateways, known today as the Gateway of the Sun and located a short distance away within the wider Tiwanaku complex, gives some sense of what the fractured examples at Puma Punku might once have looked like whole. An immense single block, carved with elaborate figures and geometric motifs across its upper lintel, still standing today largely intact, a rare survivor among so much toppled and fragmented stone. We'll spend proper time with that gateway and its carved figures a little later tonight, once we've reached the mythology that likely explains what those figures were meant to represent. Alongside the full-sized gateways are the miniature versions, smaller replica gates, some barely large enough for a person to crouch through, carved with the same careful proportion and craftsmanship as their larger counterparts, but serving, as far as anyone has been able to determine, no obvious practical function. Some sit alone, freestanding. Others appear to have been set into larger structures now collapsed, their original context lost along with whatever walls or platforms once surrounded them. A few show signs of wear along their thresholds that might suggest they were, in fact, stepped through repeatedly by someone for some purpose, ritual movement rather than purely symbolic display. Though the evidence here is thin enough that any reading of it has to be held loosely, and I want to be honest that this particular detail sits closer to informed speculation than to settled fact. Their purpose remains genuinely unresolved, one of several open questions we'll return to properly later tonight, once we've spent time with the mythology that likely shaped how the people who built this place understood the very idea of a threshold, a doorway, a point of passage between one state of being and another. There is something quietly haunting about a miniature door, I think. In a way, a miniature anything else usually isn't. A small chair or a small vessel reads simply as reduced in scale. A small door reads as an invitation extended to something smaller than us, or perhaps to nothing at all. A passage built for a presence that was never physical to begin with. A threshold meant to be crossed only in whatever sense a spirit or an idea or a memory might be said to cross anything. For now, notice simply how they're made. The same careful flatness, the same exact angles. Whatever these miniature gates were for, architectural models, ritual objects, offerings, something with no clean equivalent in how we think about religious objects today. Whoever carved them extended the site's characteristic precision even to pieces small enough to hold in 2 hands. An object that would never need to bear weight, never need to fit against a neighboring block, never need the structural precision the larger stones required. And yet, the same exacting standard was applied anyway. I find that detail more moving somehow than almost anything else at this site. Precision applied where it wasn't strictly necessary suggests something beyond engineering requirement. It suggests a standard the builders held for its own sake, a way of working that had become perhaps less a technical requirement and more something closer to a discipline or a devotion, extended even to objects that would never be tested by the practical demands the larger blocks had to meet. I think about the people who actually held the tools, whoever they were, spending the same careful hours on a piece of stone that would never bear a roof's weight, never need to withstand an earthquake, never serve any function beyond sitting quietly in its place and being exactly, precisely what it was meant to be. There's something in that which feels less like construction and more like devotion, the kind of care a person extends to something not because it's required, but because the work itself has become a way of paying attention to what matters to them. It's the kind of care, I think, that doesn't photograph well and doesn't make it into most retellings of this site's story because it isn't dramatic. It's just quiet, sustained attention, extended long after anyone would have noticed if it had lapsed. Walk a little further, and you'll find evidence of the site's original decoration, faint now but still visible in places, if the light catches it correctly. Traces suggesting that some surfaces were originally painted, colour long since weathered away by 14 centuries of exposure to sun and frost and the periodic scouring of Altiplano wind. Excavated fragments elsewhere in the wider Tiwanaku complex, protected from that exposure by burial, have preserved small patches of red and yellow pigment still bright enough to give some sense of what these grey surfaces once looked like when new, a monument that would originally have read as vivid, even loud, rather than the muted stone we're walking through tonight. It is easy to forget, standing among bare grey stone, that this place was never meant to look the way it looks now. The blocks we're examining tonight, precise and imposing as they are, represent only the skeleton of what once stood here. A structure that was, in its complete state, lightly coloured, lightly roofed in places, lightly populated with textiles and offerings, and the ordinary clutter of active ceremonial use, none of which survived the centuries the stone itself endured. We are, in a real sense, reading a ruin and calling it a monument. What remains is honest about the engineering and almost entirely silent about the experience. What it actually felt like to stand here while this place was alive, functioning, full of people moving through it for reasons that made complete sense to them and that we can now only guess at, working backward from stone that has kept its shape while everything softer disappeared around it. The sun is climbing higher now, and the shadows along the H-blocks have begun to shorten, the sharp morning contrast softening toward the flatter light of midday. It's worth noting, too, just how scattered and incomplete the physical puzzle actually is for anyone trying to reconstruct what this place originally looked like. Only a small fraction of the site has ever been formally excavated. Much of Puma Punku still lies beneath centuries of accumulated soil, unstudied, its full extent genuinely unknown, even to the archaeologists who have spent careers here. What we're walking through tonight, in other words, is not the complete monument. It's the portion that has, so far, been uncovered and documented, and there is no way of knowing with confidence what still lies beneath the surrounding earth, waiting for a future excavation to bring it properly into the light. Vranish and other researchers have described the site, at various points, as something closer to an enormous half-assembled puzzle scattered across the platform, blocks displaced from their original positions by centuries of earthquake, looting, and deliberate removal, so that even reconstructing which stone originally belonged next to which other stone has required painstaking work, matching tool marks, matching stone type, matching the subtle wear patterns left by whatever joining technique held two neighbouring blocks together in antiquity. I think that incompleteness deserves to sit alongside everything else we've looked at tonight, because it changes how we should hold every claim made about this place, including my own. We are working always from a partial picture. A fraction of the platform, a fraction of the original decoration, a fraction of whatever written or oral record once existed to explain what any of it meant to the people who built it. The honest response to a partial picture isn't confident resolution in either direction. It's the kind of patient attention we're extending tonight, looking closely at what has survived, being honest about what hasn't, and resisting the temptation to fill every gap with more certainty than the evidence actually earns. It's a good point to rest here a moment, hands still resting against the cool stone, before we go looking, properly, for the answer to how any of this was actually achieved. That answer is coming. Let it wait a little longer. There's no need to rush toward resolution when the sitting itself is worth something too. Some of the best nights I've spent putting these stories together have been the ones where I let a question sit longer than felt comfortable, rather than reaching immediately for the tidy explanation. This one has earned that patience. Let's give it a little more before we finally let it go. There's a question I've been holding off answering properly, even though I've mentioned its answer in passing more than once already tonight. When, exactly, was this place built? It seems like it should be the simplest question of the evening, the kind of thing you'd expect to be settled and uncontroversial before we ever got this far into the story. And for most of the 20th century, it wasn't settled at all. It was, if anything, one of the most contested and strangely emotional questions in all of Andean archaeology. And understanding how it eventually did get settled tells you something important about how fragile the boundary can be between careful scholarship and a story people simply want to believe. Let's start with what we actually know and how we came to know it, because I think the method matters here almost as much as the answer itself. Radiocarbon dating works by measuring the decay of a specific radioactive isotope of carbon, carbon-14, which is absorbed by all living things throughout their lives at a roughly constant rate from the atmosphere around them. The moment an organism dies, that absorption stops, and the carbon-14 already inside it begins decaying at a fixed, well-understood rate, converting slowly back into ordinary nitrogen. By measuring how much carbon-14 remains in an organic sample relative to what it would have contained at the moment of death, and comparing that against the known rate of decay, researchers can calculate, with a meaningful degree of confidence, how long ago that organism died. It is not a perfect technique, and it comes with real limitations we'll touch on shortly, but it is the single most important tool available for dating anything built within roughly the last 50,000 years. And it has transformed archaeology more thoroughly than almost any other scientific development of the last century. The technique itself has an almost poetic quality to it, if you sit with the physics for a moment. Every living thing on this planet is, in a sense, a kind of clock the moment it dies, quietly ticking down at a rate fixed by the physics of an unstable atomic nucleus, rather than by anything a person designed or calibrated by hand. A grain of charcoal from a fire lit by a Tiwanaku laborer 14 centuries ago has been counting down, silently, every second since that fire went out, whether or not anyone was ever going to come looking for it, whether or not the technique to read that count would ever be invented at all. It waited in the earth here, patient in a way only physics can be patient, until researchers with the right instruments finally arrived to ask it what it knew. There is something almost humbling in that image. An ordinary, unremarkable scrap of burnt plant matter, indifferent to its own significance for 1400 years, turning out to hold quietly one of the most important pieces of evidence anyone would ever need to finally understand this place. For Puma Punku and the wider Tiwanaku complex, the organic material available for this kind of testing has come primarily from construction contexts. Charcoal, from fires used during building activity, small fragments of plant material sealed into fill layers as platforms and walls were raised, occasional traces of textile or wood preserved in unusually favorable conditions. Each sample, carefully extracted and tested, gives researchers a data point, not a date for the stone itself, which cannot be radiocarbon dated directly since it was never alive, but a date for organic material closely associated with a specific stage of construction, from which a date for that construction can be reasonably inferred. Early radiocarbon work at Tiwanaku, beginning in the middle of the 20th century, produced a range of dates that placed the site's main period of monumental construction somewhere within the first millennium of the Common Era. Broadly consistent with what we now understand more precisely, though the earliest results carried wider margins of error than later, more refined testing would eventually achieve. Those early tests, conducted not long after radiocarbon dating itself had first been developed, represented genuinely cutting-edge science for their moment, even though the equipment and calibration methods available at the time were considerably cruder than what any laboratory would use today. A researcher working in the 1950s or 60s, sending a sample away for testing, might wait weeks for a result, carrying an uncertainty of a century or more in either direction. Useful, certainly, revolutionary even, but a long way from the tight, cross-referenced precision available to researchers working with the same underlying technique today. As the technique itself improved over subsequent decades, and as more samples were collected from more carefully controlled excavation contexts, the picture sharpened considerably. The most significant recent refinement came from a substantial reanalysis published in the early 2020s, which gathered together previously collected radiocarbon results from across the wider Tiwanaku site, more than 100 individual dates in total, and applied a statistical technique called Bayesian modeling to the entire dataset at once. Rather than treating each radiocarbon result in isolation, Bayesian modeling allows researchers to combine multiple independent dates, along with what's known about the stratigraphic relationships between the layers they came from, into a single, more precise chronological framework, essentially using the whole body of evidence to narrow down each individual date's uncertainty by cross-referencing it against everything else known about the sequence of construction. Think of it this way. A single radiocarbon date on its own might tell you a sample most likely falls somewhere within a range spanning a century or more. Useful, but imprecise enough to leave real ambiguity about exactly which decade a particular wall or platform was built in. But if you have 100 such dates drawn from carefully documented layers whose relative order is already known from the physical stratigraphy, this layer sits beneath that one, so it must be older, regardless of what either individual radiocarbon result says in isolation. You can use that ordering information to constrain and sharpen every individual date within the sequence. A result that seems on its own to suggest a layer is younger than the layer beneath it is a result asking to be revisited. And Bayesian modeling gives researchers a formal, statistically rigorous way of doing exactly that. Revisiting, weighting each date not in isolation, but as part of a coherent, internally consistent whole. Applied to the full Tiwanaku dataset, this analysis refined the site's major building phases considerably, placing the most intensive period of monumental construction, including much of what we see at Puma Punku, within a window running roughly from the 6th century through the early 8th century of the Common Era, with the site's eventual decline and abandonment following a few centuries later into the early 2nd millennium. I want to sit with that number for a moment because I think it's easy to let a date like this pass by as a piece of dry technical information rather than feeling its actual weight, the 6th to 8th centuries of the Common Era. To put that in a frame that might mean something more immediately, This is roughly contemporary with the early medieval period in Europe, the century or two following the fall of Rome in the west, a time when Constantinople still stood as the seat of a fading Byzantine empire, and the Prophet Muhammad had not yet been born when construction here likely began. It overlaps with the height of the Tang dynasty in China, with the early Islamic caliphates beginning to spread across the Middle East and North Africa, with the Maya city-states of Mesoamerica at their own classic period peak, building their own monumental stone architecture, an ocean away and a continent apart from the builders working here at Puma Punku. On the other side of the world, entirely unaware of each other's existence, separated by an ocean neither culture had any means of crossing, builders on the Bolivian Altiplano were achieving levels of stoneworking precision that would still astonish visitors 14 centuries later. I find it grounding somehow to place Puma Punku alongside these other, more familiar names rather than letting it float in the strange, uncontextualized past that vague phrases like ancient or pre-Columbian tend to create in the mind. This wasn't a civilization existing in some undifferentiated mist before history properly began. It was one thread among many, running in parallel with dynasties and empires most of us learned about in school, each thread entirely ignorant of the others, each nonetheless reaching, in its own isolated corner of the world, toward its own version of monumental permanence. This dating matters enormously for how we understand everything else about this place, and it directly closes off one of the most persistent and, I think, genuinely misleading claims that has circulated about Puma Punku for the better part of a century. Because for a long time, a very different date was in wide circulation, one that placed the site's construction not in the first millennium of the Common Era, but more than 15,000 years in the past, in the depths of the last ice age, long before agriculture, long before writing, long before almost every other marker of civilization anywhere on Earth. That claim came from a specific person, working with a specific method, and I think his story deserves to be told carefully and fairly, because I don't believe he was a fraud or a charlatan in the way some retellings of this story like to suggest. I think he was something more interesting and more human than that. A serious, dedicated researcher who fell in love with an idea and then spent the rest of his career unable to let it go, even as the evidence around him increasingly failed to support it. He conducted real fieldwork, made real observations, and reasoned his way toward his conclusions using methods that were, for their time, taken seriously by at least some corners of the scientific establishment. That his conclusion turned out to be wrong doesn't erase the seriousness with which he pursued it. And I think the more interesting question, the one worth actually sitting with, is not simply that he was mistaken, but how someone capable and diligent enough to conduct that fieldwork ended up so far from where the evidence eventually would lead everyone else. His name was Arthur Posnansky, and we'll spend proper time with him and his astonishing, doomed chronology next, because I think his story is worth hearing in full, on its own terms, before we walk through why it ultimately couldn't stand. But before we leave the radiocarbon evidence, I want to be honest with you about its limitations too, because I don't think a story like this one is well served by treating any single method as infallible. Radiocarbon dating carries a margin of error, sometimes narrow, sometimes wider depending on the quality and quantity of sample available, the specific isotope calibration curve used, and the care taken during excavation to ensure the organic material tested is genuinely, reliably associated with the construction event it's meant to date rather than contaminated by later activity or displaced from its original context. There's a particular vulnerability worth naming plainly because it will matter directly when we reach the Posnansky story shortly. A sample can be contaminated by younger carbon working its way into a layer long after the fact. a root growing down through soil deposited centuries earlier. Groundwater carrying dissolved organic material from the surface into a buried context. Even careless handling during excavation itself, introducing modern carbon into a sample that was, until that moment, perfectly preserved. Equally, a sample can appear older than the event it's meant to date if the organic material tested was itself already old at the moment it was incorporated into a construction layer. A fragment of ancient driftwood used as fuel, for instance, would yield a radiocarbon date reflecting when the tree died, not when the fire that burned it was lit. Careful archaeology accounts for these risks through multiple independent samples, cross-checked against stratigraphic context and against each other, which is exactly why the Bayesian reanalysis I described a moment ago carries so much more weight than any single early test could have on its own. The Bayesian reanalysis I mentioned a moment ago exists precisely because researchers recognized that individual dates, taken alone, carried more uncertainty than the field would like, and that combining many results using more sophisticated statistical methods could meaningfully narrow that uncertainty without requiring any new samples to be collected at all. This is, I think, one of the quieter but more important stories embedded in tonight's larger one. Not the drama of a single dramatic discovery, but the slow, patient, unglamorous work of refinement. Science rarely announces a final, settled truth in one triumphant moment. It usually arrives at something closer to the truth through repeated cycles of testing, questioning, and retesting, each pass narrowing the uncertainty a little further, without ever quite claiming the kind of absolute finality that popular retellings of scientific discovery often imply. The date I've given you tonight, 6th to 8th century construction, decline beginning some centuries later, represents our current best understanding, built on the accumulated weight of many independent tests conducted across many decades by many different researchers. It is not going to be the last word on the subject. Future excavation, future refinement of the technique itself, future statistical methods not yet developed, may well sharpen this picture further, the way each generation of researchers has sharpened it a little more than the one before. There's a particular kind of intellectual humility required to work this way, generation after generation, knowing that whatever conclusions you publish will likely be refined, qualified, or partially overturned by the researchers who come after you, and being willing to do the careful work anyway. It would be easier in some sense to simply declare a final answer and defend it against all future revision. Easier, but not honest, and not, in the end, how anything we actually know about the deep past has ever been established. Every date I've given you tonight, every claim I've made, sits somewhere on that same continuum of provisional, evidence-based confidence, held firmly enough to act on, but never so firmly that new evidence couldn't, in principle, move it. I find something genuinely comforting in that, rather than unsettling. A picture that keeps sharpening isn't a picture we should distrust. It's a picture we should trust more, precisely because it has been built by people willing to keep questioning their own previous conclusions rather than defending them out of attachment or pride. That's a rarer quality than it should be in any field, and it's worth naming as its own kind of achievement, quietly sitting alongside the stonework itself. That willingness matters especially here, because Puma Punku's dating history includes at least one very public example of the opposite instinct. A researcher who, having proposed an extraordinary date early in his career, spent the following decades defending it with increasing intensity, even as the broader discipline moved further and further away from his position. I don't say that to condemn him. I say it because I think most of us, if we're honest, can recognize something of ourselves in that pattern. It is a very human thing to fall in love with an idea before you've fully tested it, and to find yourself, years later, more invested in having been right than in actually being right. Posnansky's story, which we're about to walk through properly, is in some ways less a story about archaeology gone wrong, and more a story about what happens to any of us when an idea we've built our identity around meets evidence that no longer supports it. The sun has moved further still, and somewhere behind us the lake is catching that particular flat, bright midday light that makes its surface look almost solid, like something you could walk across rather than something that would swallow you within minutes. It's a strange trick of the light up here, one more small mystery this place seems to specialize in producing, though this one, at least, has a perfectly ordinary explanation involving the angle of the sun and the particular mineral content of the water. Let's walk a little further, toward the man who looked at these same stones, standing roughly where you're standing now, and convinced himself he was looking at something built 15,000 years before any of the rest of us arrived. I think you'll find his reasoning more sympathetic than you might expect, before we get to why it fell apart. It's easy from this distance to treat him simply as a cautionary tale. I'd rather you meet him first as he actually was, patient, observant, and convinced in a way that any of us might recognize in ourselves if we're honest, that he had found something the rest of the world hadn't yet caught up to. Arthur Posnansky arrived in Bolivia at the very end of the 19th century, a young engineer of Austrian and Ukrainian descent, drawn to South America the way a certain kind of restless, capable young man of that era often was, by opportunity, by ambition, by the simple pull of a continent still, in the European imagination of the time, considered full of unmapped and unexplained things. He was not, at first, an archaeologist by training or profession. He came to this land through commerce and engineering, working on riverboats and infrastructure projects in the Bolivian Amazon, before his attention gradually, and then completely, turned toward the ruins scattered across the Altiplano, and toward Tiwanaku and Puma Punku in particular. By the time he settled into what would become his life's work, Posnansky had already lived through the kind of varied, adventurous early career that reads, in retrospect, almost like something from a novel of the period. He had explored remote stretches of the Bolivian and Brazilian rainforest, navigated rivers that had barely been mapped by outsiders, and built a reputation as a capable, resourceful engineer willing to go where the work required, regardless of comfort or convenience. He learned local languages, formed relationships with indigenous communities whose knowledge of the region far exceeded anything available in the European sources he'd arrived with, and developed, over years of fieldwork, a genuine familiarity with the Altiplano and its people that few outside researchers of his era ever managed to acquire. That restlessness, that willingness to commit fully to difficult, unglamorous fieldwork would serve him well once his attention turned to Tiwanaku, and it's worth remembering as we walk through what came next, because the same qualities that made him a genuinely dedicated researcher are inseparable from the qualities that would eventually make him so reluctant to abandon a conclusion once he'd committed himself to it. I think it's worth sitting with that origin for a moment, because it tells you something about the kind of mind that would eventually produce his famous, mistaken chronology. He was not a dilettante. He was a trained engineer, someone accustomed to precise measurement, to calculation, to the kind of rigorous technical thinking that doesn't simply accept an impression, but insists on quantifying it. When Posnansky looked at Puma Punku, he didn't just feel that it was old, the way any visitor standing among those stones might feel something ancient pressing in around them. He wanted a number. And the method he eventually settled on to arrive at that number was genuinely clever, genuinely grounded in real astronomical principle, even though the conclusion it led him to would ultimately prove indefensible. Here is the reasoning, as best I can walk you through it. Among the structures at the wider Tiwanaku complex is a building known as the Kala Sasaya, a large rectangular platform whose walls and gateways appear to have been deliberately aligned with specific astronomical events. Most notably, sunrise and sunset at the solstices, the points in the year when the sun reaches its furthest northern or southern position along the horizon before reversing direction. This kind of solar alignment is common in ancient monumental architecture across many cultures worldwide, and there is good reason to believe the builders of Tiwanaku genuinely did incorporate this kind of astronomical awareness into their design, tracking the sun's yearly journey with real precision using fixed markers built directly into their architecture. Stand at a particular point within the Kala Sasaya on the correct morning of the year, even today, and the sun will rise directly in line with a specific stone marker positioned for exactly that purpose. A piece of functioning ancient technology, still working as designed more than 1,000 years after the people who built it last stood there to watch it happen themselves. Posnansky's insight, and it was a genuine insight grounded in real astronomical physics, was this: the exact angle at which the sun rises and sets at the solstices is not fixed forever. It changes very slowly over extremely long timescales because of a phenomenon astronomers call the obliquity of the ecliptic, the tilt of the Earth's axis relative to its orbital plane around the sun, which oscillates gradually over a cycle lasting roughly 41,000 years. Right now, that tilt sits at approximately 23.5 degrees. Several thousand years ago, it was slightly different. Several thousand years before that, different again. In principle, if you can precisely measure the solstice alignment built into an ancient structure, and you know how the Earth's obliquity has changed over time, you can calculate how long ago that alignment must have been established for it to have accurately reflected the solstice sun's position at the moment of construction. It's a beautiful piece of reasoning, honestly, when you first encounter it. It asks nothing supernatural of the past. It simply notices that the sky itself changes, slowly and predictably, and that a monument built to track the sky carries, embedded within its own geometry, a kind of fingerprint of the specific moment it was built to align with. If the technique works as cleanly as it sounds in principle, a solstice-aligned building becomes something close to a clock, frozen at the moment of its own construction, readable by anyone with the patience and the instruments to measure it precisely enough. This is a real technique. Archaeoastronomers still use versions of this reasoning today, applied carefully to genuinely useful effect at various sites around the world. Posnansky was not inventing pseudoscience out of nothing. He was applying a real, defensible astronomical principle to a real, physically measurable architectural alignment. And when he carried out his measurements at the Kala Sasaya and ran the calculation through, the number that came back was staggering. An age not of a few centuries, not even of a couple of thousand years, but somewhere in the range of 15,000 to 17,000 years before the present, placing the construction of Tiwanaku not merely before the rise of every other known civilization on Earth, but before the end of the last ice age itself, in an era when much of the northern hemisphere still lay buried beneath advancing glaciers. I want you to imagine for a moment what that number must have felt like to him, standing there with his instruments and his calculations in the years around 1910, watching a figure emerge from his own careful, technically sound methodology that upended everything the world believed about the deep human past on this continent. It is not difficult, I think, to understand the intoxication of that moment, Here was a serious, credentialed researcher using real astronomical physics, arriving at a number that suggested he had personally uncovered evidence of a lost Ice Age civilization, more ancient than Egypt, more ancient than Sumer, more ancient than anything else then known to archaeology anywhere in the world. It would have been almost inhuman not to feel the pull of that possibility, not to feel, in that moment, like the discoverer of something genuinely world-changing. Consider, too, the era he was working in. Archaeology as a formal discipline was still relatively young at the turn of the 20th century, its methods less standardized, its community of practitioners smaller and more scattered across the world, communication between researchers slower and less thorough than anything we'd recognize today. There was no immediate, rigorous peer review apparatus positioned to catch a hidden assumption in a single researcher's calculation, the way modern archaeology, with its far larger and more interconnected community of specialists, might manage today. A dramatic, carefully argued finding published by a credentialed engineer with real fieldwork behind him could circulate for years, even decades before the broader discipline had fully assembled the tools and evidence needed to test it properly. Posnansky wasn't publishing into a vacuum exactly, but he was publishing into a much quieter, slower-moving, scholarly world than the one that would eventually catch up to correct him. I think there's something worth sitting with in how genuinely convincing his presentation must have seemed to at least some of his contemporaries too. He didn't simply assert a number, he built an entire supporting apparatus around it. Detailed measurements, careful diagrams, cross-references to what little comparative archaeoastronomy existed at the time. To a reader without the specific expertise to identify where his underlying assumptions went wrong, the whole edifice would have read as rigorous, exhaustive, difficult to dismiss out of hand. That's precisely what makes a genuinely honest mistake so much more durable and so much harder to dislodge once it takes root than an obviously careless one. Posnansky published his findings, expanded them over subsequent decades into a substantial body of work, and built an entire alternative chronology of Andean prehistory around that founding calculation. A chronology in which Tiwanaku represented not merely an old civilization, but the oldest, a foundational culture from which, in his telling, much of later Andean civilization ultimately descended, its origins reaching back into a genuinely Ice Age past that conventional archaeology of his era had no framework for even considering. His major work on the subject, published across multiple volumes in the 1940s, ran to hundreds of pages of detailed argument, illustration, and cross-reference, the kind of sustained, exhaustive scholarly output that a person only produces when they have devoted the greater part of a lifetime to a single, consuming idea. He connected his findings to broader, more speculative ideas circulating in certain corners of early 20th century. Thought about lost continents and vanished advanced civilizations, ideas that would later become deeply entangled with Atlantis mythology and the broader alternative history movement that persists in various forms to this day. I think it's important tonight to hold two things true about Posnansky at once, without letting either one erase the other. The first is that his core method, using astronomical alignment shift to data structure, was not fraudulent, not invented, not a deliberate deception. It was a real technique, applied by a genuinely trained mind to a real, measurable feature of a real building. The second is that the number it produced was wrong, dramatically and consequentially wrong, and that the way Posnansky handled being wrong over the following decades of his career tells its own quieter, sadder story about what happens when a serious person builds their identity too completely around a single, extraordinary conclusion. I keep returning to this tension because I think it's the single most important thing to take away from this part of tonight's story. More important, in some ways, than the specific number itself. It would be easy to tell this as a simple story of a crank versus the establishment, a lone eccentric stubbornly clinging to a fantasy, while serious scientists rolled their eyes and moved on. But that framing flattens something genuinely worth understanding, which is that good methods, applied by capable people, can still produce wrong answers when a single hidden assumption inside them doesn't hold. And that recognizing this should make all of us a little more careful, not a little more smug, the next time we're confident we've found the answer to something difficult. It's a far more useful lesson than the simpler, more satisfying one, even if it's less fun to tell. Because the 15,000-year date did not hold up. It began to come apart almost as soon as other researchers, working with more complete information and, eventually, with tools Posnansky never had access to, started examining his reasoning more closely. And I think it matters that we understand exactly where and how it broke down. Not to mock a man who is long dead and cannot defend himself, but because the specific nature of his error tells us something valuable about how easy it is for a genuinely rigorous method to produce a genuinely wrong answer, when a single hidden assumption inside that method turns out not to hold. We'll walk through that unraveling properly next, not quickly, not dismissively, but with the same care we've extended to every other part of this story tonight. Posnansky spent the rest of his working life defending his 15,000-year chronology, publishing further volumes, responding to critics, growing by most accounts from those who knew him later in his career, increasingly entrenched in a position the broader discipline was steadily abandoning around him. He died in 1946, still convinced of what his instruments had told him decades earlier, in a moment that must have felt, at the time, like the discovery of a lifetime. There is something quietly tragic in that persistence, I think, more than there is anything to condemn. A man spent the better part of 4 decades defending a number he arrived at honestly, through methods he had every reason, at the time, to trust. The tragedy isn't that he was wrong. Plenty of serious researchers across every field have been wrong about important things, and course-corrected without much lasting damage to their reputation or their sense of self. The tragedy, if there is one here, is that he seems never to have been able to let the number go, even as the evidence supporting it thinned and the evidence against it accumulated, year after year, decade after decade, until very little of the archaeological establishment still stood beside him. By the final years of his career, accounts from colleagues and contemporaries suggest Posnansky had become something of an isolated figure within the field he had once helped bring international attention to. Respected, in a distant, almost ceremonial way for his early fieldwork and his genuine contributions to documenting the site, but no longer taken seriously on the specific chronological question that had come to define his entire body of work. That's a particular, quiet kind of loneliness, I think. To watch a discipline you helped build move steadily past the one conclusion you were never willing to release, respected for everything except the thing you cared about, proving most. It's the kind of loneliness that doesn't announce itself loudly. It simply accumulates, conversation by conversation, conference by conference, until a person finds themselves speaking about the thing that matters most to them into a room that has quietly, politely, stopped listening. I find myself thinking, telling this part of the story, about how differently this might have gone if Posnansky had simply been able to hold his conclusion a little more loosely from the start, to treat it as a genuinely exciting hypothesis worth testing further, rather than a discovery worth defending against all comers. That's a difficult thing to ask of anyone, especially someone who arrived at a number this dramatic through methods, this rigorous, in an era with far less capacity than we have now to independently verify or challenge it. But I think it's worth naming as the quieter lesson sitting inside this louder, more dramatic story. That being right about your method doesn't guarantee being right about your conclusion, and that the harder, more valuable discipline is often not the courage to propose a bold idea, but the humility to keep testing it honestly, especially once it has become the idea you're known for. It's a lesson that extends well beyond archaeology, if you let it. Most of us, at some point, arrive at a conclusion we're proud of, using reasoning we trust, and then find some part of ourselves quietly resistant to any evidence that might complicate it later. Posnansky's story is simply that instinct, played out over 4 decades in front of an entire academic discipline, with the stakes visible enough that the pattern becomes easy to name from the outside in a way it rarely is when we're the ones living through it ourselves. The light has shifted again while we've been standing here with him, in whatever sense you can stand beside a person who died decades before either of us arrived at this place. It's later now, the sun beginning its long, slow drift toward late afternoon, and there's a natural place, just ahead, where we can properly walk through exactly what later researchers found when they finally tested his reasoning against evidence he simply didn't have access to in his own lifetime. He died in 1946 in La Paz, the city that had become his adopted home across nearly 5 decades of life in Bolivia, having spent almost the entirety of his adult working life in service of a place and a question that, in the end, outlived his particular answer to it. Whatever else is true about where his chronology went wrong, that scale of devotion to a single ancient site, sustained across an entire career, deserves to be remembered honestly alongside the correction that eventually, necessarily, followed it. Let's go there next, gently, the way you'd approach correcting someone you respected rather than someone you were eager to prove wrong. The first serious challenge to Posnansky's 15,000-year chronology didn't come from someone hostile to his methods. It came from someone who used almost exactly the same method, on almost exactly the same structure, and arrived at a dramatically different answer. That's worth sitting with before we go any further, because it tells you something important about how this particular correction unfolded. Not as an outside attack on a wrong idea, but as an internal test of the idea's own logic, carried out by someone who took it seriously enough to want to see whether it would hold up under a second, equally careful pass. In the 1930s, a German astronomer named Rolf Müller, working independently and with what was, by that point, a somewhat more refined understanding of archaeoastronomical measurement, revisited the Kalasasai's solstice alignments using the same underlying principle Posnansky had relied on: the slow, predictable drift of the Earth's axial tilt over long timescales. Müller was not an archaeologist with a grudge against Posnansky, nor an outsider dismissing the technique itself. He was a specialist in exactly the kind of astronomical calculation the whole approach depended on, taking the method seriously enough to want to see whether it would replicate. Consider too the era he was working in, and the era Müller worked in a generation later, still decades before radiocarbon dating existed at all. He wasn't a general skeptic wandering into archaeology to score a point against an established figure. He came from the discipline of astronomy itself, the same discipline whose underlying physics Posnansky's entire chronology depended on, and his interest in Tiwanaku grew out of a broader scholarly fascination, common enough among astronomers of his generation, with how ancient cultures around the world had encoded astronomical knowledge into their monumental architecture. If anyone was positioned to take Posnansky's calculations seriously on its own technical terms, Rather than dismissing it out of professional territoriality, it was someone exactly like Miller. It didn't. Not cleanly, anyway. When Miller carried out his own measurements and calculations working from the same architectural alignments Posnansky had used, he arrived at a chronology many thousands of years younger than Posnansky's original figure. Still older than later radiocarbon work would eventually settle on, but nowhere near the 15,000-year mark, and dramatically more sensitive in Müller's own analysis to small uncertainties in exactly which stones were being treated as the true, original sightlines. That sensitivity turns out to be the heart of the whole problem, and I think it's worth walking through slowly, because it's the kind of technical detail that sounds dry on its surface, but actually explains something quite profound about how an honest method, applied by an honest researcher, can still produce a wildly unreliable answer without anyone involved having done anything resembling fraud or carelessness. The obliquity of the Earth's axis changes at an extremely slow rate, roughly half a degree every few thousand years. That slowness is precisely what makes the method theoretically powerful. If you can measure a solstice alignment with real precision, small differences in the angle can, in principle, correspond to meaningful differences in age. But that same slowness cuts the other way just as sharply. Because the rate of change is so gradual, a very small error in identifying the correct alignment, a matter of being off by a single degree or even a fraction of one in locating which specific stone marks the true original sightline, translates into an enormous swing in the resulting age calculation. Where a technique like radiocarbon dating tends to produce errors measured in decades or centuries, even when something goes wrong, an archaeoastronomical dating error of this kind can produce errors measured in millennia, sometimes many millennia from what looks, on paper, like an almost negligible measurement mistake. Picture it this way, if it helps. Imagine trying to tell the time from a clock with only an hour hand and no minute hand at all, no numbers, nothing but the faintest, slowest possible movement across an enormous circular face. Read that hand's position slightly wrong, by an amount so small you might not even notice you'd made an error, and your estimate of the time could be off by hours rather than minutes. That's roughly the situation Posnansky found himself in, whether he fully appreciated it at the time or not. The method wasn't imprecise because the astronomy was weak. It was imprecise because the underlying phenomenon moves so slowly that even a tiny input error gets magnified enormously by the time it works its way through to a final answer. And the specific problem at Tiwanaku, as later researchers would establish with increasing confidence, is that the stones Posnansky treated as his precise, original sightline markers were almost certainly not in that condition by the time he measured them. The Kalasasaya, like most of the wider Tiwanaku complex, had been disturbed, looted, and partially reconstructed many times over the centuries between its original construction and Posnansky's survey in the early 20th century. Some stones had been moved for building material, as we discussed earlier in this story, carried off to build colonial-era structures elsewhere in the region. Others had shifted through earthquake activity or simple centuries of gradual settling and erosion. Still others had been repositioned during earlier, cruder attempts at restoration, undertaken by people without the archaeological training or careful documentation standards that later excavation would eventually bring to the site. Some of this disturbance, in fact, happened not in some distant, uncontrolled past, but during restoration efforts undertaken in the decades immediately preceding Posnansky's own survey. Well-meaning attempts to tidy and re-erect fallen stones that inadvertently introduced new uncertainty into exactly the kind of precise positional data his method depended on absolutely. There is a particular irony in that, worth sitting with for a moment. The very impulse to preserve and present this site respectfully to visitors and researchers may have quietly undermined the one measurement that most needed the stones to remain exactly, undisturbed, where their original 6th century builders had placed them. It's the kind of irony that recurs throughout the history of archaeology more broadly, if you look for it. Good intentions applied without the benefit of later methodological standards have quietly compromised evidence at excavation sites all over the world. Early diggers eager to expose and display a monument sometimes did more inadvertent damage to the fine-grained evidence a later, more careful generation would have wanted preserved than centuries of natural weathering ever managed on their own. Posnansky himself, for all his genuine dedication to this site, was working in an era before archaeology had fully developed the careful, minimally invasive excavation standards that later researchers would come to rely on. And it's entirely possible that some of the uncertainty undermining his own measurements traces back, in part to exactly that kind of well-intentioned, but methodologically premature intervention. In other words, Posnansky was very likely measuring an alignment that no longer precisely matched the one the original 6th century builders had actually constructed. Not because his instruments were faulty, and not because his mathematics was wrong, but because the physical markers feeding into that mathematics had shifted in ways too subtle to notice by eye, but more than sufficient, given how sensitive the method is to exactly this kind of small positional error, to throw the resulting calculation off by thousands of years. A shift of a few centimeters in a stone's position, invisible to casual inspection, was enough, given the underlying physics, to move his final answer by millennia rather than mere decades. I find this explanation, once you actually sit with it, considerably more satisfying than simply saying, "He made a mistake." It shows precisely where the mistake lived, not in the astronomy, which was sound, and not in the ambition of the underlying idea, which was genuinely clever, but in an assumption about the physical integrity of his measurement points that turned out not to hold, in a site whose long, disturbed history made that assumption far riskier than Posnansky, working in the early 1900s with far less archaeological context than we have now, had any real way of fully appreciating. It's a mistake almost anyone in his position, working with the tools and knowledge available at the time, could plausibly have made. This is, I think, one of the clearest illustrations you'll find anywhere in archaeology of a principle worth carrying with you well beyond tonight's story. The reliability of any measurement is never separate from the reliability of what you're measuring. A perfectly sound piece of astrophysics applied to a slightly wrong starting point will still produce a wrong answer, and it will produce that wrong answer with exactly the same apparent rigor and precision as it would have produced a correct one. There is nothing in the elegance of a calculation that guarantees the truth of its inputs. Müller's recalculation was only the first crack in the chronology, though, and by no means the most decisive one. The more comprehensive rebuttal came later, gradually, from an entirely different direction. Not from astronomy at all, but from the accumulating weight of stratigraphic archaeology, ceramic analysis, and eventually, decisively, from radiocarbon dating itself, once that technique became available in the decades following Posnansky's own most active period of fieldwork. Ceramic seriation, the careful comparative study of how pottery styles change gradually over time within a given culture, allows archaeologists to establish relative chronologies, even without any direct dating method at all, simply by tracking how decorative motifs, vessel shapes, and manufacturing techniques evolve in a traceable sequence across excavated layers. It relies on a fairly intuitive principle. Once you sit with it, styles change gradually rather than all at once. New forms emerge alongside older ones before eventually replacing them, and a careful, well-documented dig can trace that gradual replacement layer by layer, the way a geologist reads sediment. A style found consistently in the deepest, earliest layers that gradually gives way to different forms in layers above it, tells you something reliable about relative sequence, even before any absolute date has been attached to any of it. Applied to Tiwanaku, this kind of analysis consistently placed the site's major occupation and construction phases within a time frame far more recent than Posnansky's astronomical figure suggested. A conclusion that held up independently, using evidence that had nothing to do with astronomy, nothing to do with solstice alignments, nothing to do with any of the specific measurements Posnansky's chronology depended on. And then, as we walked through in some detail earlier tonight, radiocarbon dating arrived, and it converged decade after decade, sample after sample, on essentially the same window that the ceramic evidence had already pointed toward. Construction concentrated in the first millennium of the Common Era, refined most recently to that 6th through 8th century range established by the comprehensive Bayesian reanalysis. 3 entirely independent lines of evidence, developed using entirely different techniques, arrived at essentially the same conclusion, a conclusion that sat nowhere near Posnansky's original figure. None of the 3 needed the others to be correct. Each could, in principle, have pointed in a different direction, and the fact that none of them did is itself a kind of evidence, quieter than any single dramatic measurement, but ultimately far more persuasive. This is what a genuinely well-supported chronology looks like, and I think it's worth naming plainly, because it stands in useful contrast to the single, elegant, but ultimately unreliable calculation that started this whole story. It isn't one clever measurement. It's several independent methods developed by different specialists working with different kinds of evidence at different points across an entire century of research, all converging without coordination on the same window of time. That convergence is what real confidence in an archaeological date actually looks like. Not the certainty of a single brilliant insight, but the accumulated weight of multiple independent lines of evidence, quietly agreeing with each other, none of them needing the others to be true, all of them nonetheless pointing in the same direction. I want to be honest too about what this whole episode does and doesn't tell us. It doesn't mean archaeoastronomy itself is an unreliable field, or that solstice alignments in ancient architecture are meaningless coincidences unworthy of study. The Kalasasayas builders very likely did incorporate genuine astronomical awareness into their design, and researchers today continue to study that alignment, using far more careful methods for establishing which stones represent original construction versus later disturbance, methods Posnansky simply didn't have access to in his own working lifetime. Modern archaeoastronomy, applied carefully and combined with rigorous excavation to establish which stones genuinely sit in their original positions, remains a legitimate and valuable tool at sites around the world, from Stonehenge to the temples of ancient Egypt to countless other structures whose builders clearly tracked the sky with real precision. What collapsed wasn't the field. What collapsed was one specific application of it, built on measurement points that turned out to be less reliable than the man measuring them had any reasonable way of knowing at the time. I think this distinction matters more than it might first appear, especially for anyone drawn to this kind of story, precisely because it involves ancient mysteries and the possibility of overturned conventional wisdom. It would be easy and in some ways more dramatically satisfying to conclude from Posnansky's story that mainstream chronology is fundamentally unreliable, or that any attempt to date ancient monuments through indirect methods is inherently suspect. That conclusion doesn't actually follow from anything we've walked through tonight. What follows instead is something more precise and more useful. That any single method, however elegant, deserves to be checked against independent lines of evidence before its conclusions are trusted completely, and that the presence of multiple independent methods converging on the same answer is exactly the kind of confirmation that turns an interesting hypothesis into a genuinely reliable finding. It's worth sitting too with how long this correction actually took to fully settle. Müller's recalculation came in the 1930s, decades before Posnansky's death, and yet Posnansky continued defending his original figure for the rest of his life, regardless. The ceramic evidence accumulated across the middle decades of the 20th century, largely after Posnansky had already published the bulk of his major work and, by most accounts, become considerably less receptive to revising it. And the radiocarbon evidence that would eventually settle the question definitively didn't reach its most refined, statistically confident form until the Bayesian reanalysis of the 2020s, nearly 80 years after Posnansky's death, and well over a century after he first stood at the Kalasasaya with his instruments, certain he had found something extraordinary. That's a slow correction by any measure, and I think there's something worth learning from the shape of it, not just the conclusion it eventually reached. Corrections in archaeology rarely arrive as a single decisive event, a moment where one paper definitively overturns another, and the matter is closed. They accumulate instead unevenly across decades through the patient contributions of researchers working in entirely different subfields, none of whom necessarily set out to correct Posnansky specifically, all of whom were simply doing careful, honest work in their own corner of the discipline that happened collectively to converge on an answer very different from his. That's a slower, messier, less satisfying story than a single dramatic rebuttal would be. It also happens to be true, which I think matters more. It's worth remembering the next time any of us encounters a single confident claim about the deep past, however rigorously it's presented, however credentialed the person presenting it, that real scientific confidence rarely arrives quickly, and that the absence of an immediate, decisive rebuttal doesn't mean a claim has been vindicated. Sometimes it simply means the slower, more patient work of independent verification hasn't caught up yet. The afternoon light is beginning to lengthen now, stretching the shadows of the standing stones out across the platform in long, thin lines that weren't there when we first arrived this morning. It feels like a fitting moment to leave Posnansky's chronology where it belongs, not erased, not mocked, but quietly, patiently corrected, the way most honest mistakes eventually are, given enough independent eyes and enough time. His name still belongs in any honest telling of this site's story, not as a warning, but as a reminder of how much genuine curiosity it took to ask the question in the first place, even if the specific answer he arrived at couldn't ultimately stand. There's still a real mystery waiting for us, just ahead, one that hasn't been corrected away because it was never built on a shaky foundation to begin with: the precision of the stone itself. How it was actually done, using the tools this culture genuinely had access to, in the century it actually lived in. Let's go and finally meet the answer to that one properly. Let's go back to the stone itself now, properly, the way we promised earlier tonight. We've spent time with the quarries, with the impossible weight of transport, with a chronology that collapsed under careful scrutiny and a truer one that took its place. But we still haven't answered the question that first drew most people to this site, the one that draws people here still, more than any other single feature of Puma Punku. How were these surfaces actually made this precise? I want to approach this carefully, laying out the full scale of the puzzle honestly before I offer you anything resembling a resolution, because I think the resolution only means something if you've genuinely felt the weight of the question first. So let's stay with the difficulty a while longer, and let it be genuinely difficult before we let it go. It helps, I think, to remember exactly where we are as we do this. 3,850 meters above sea level, air this thin, cold enough even now, in the afternoon, that your breath still shows faintly when you exhale. Whatever answer we arrive at tonight has to account not just for the technique itself, but for the fact that every hour of labor spent achieving it was performed by bodies working at a serious physiological disadvantage in conditions that punish sustained exertion far more severely than almost anywhere else people have chosen to build something permanent. A stonemason working at sea level and a stonemason working here are not, in any meaningful physical sense, doing the same task under the same conditions, even if their tools and technique are identical. That difference matters, and it's worth holding on to as part of the puzzle, not a side note to set aside once the main technique is explained. The andesite blocks at Puma Punku display a level of surface flatness and angular consistency that, measured against almost any other ancient stonework tradition anywhere in the world, stands out as genuinely exceptional. We touched on some of this a few hours ago, but it's worth returning to with fresh attention now that we understand the timeline properly. Now that the mystery has a specific century and a specific culture attached to it, rather than floating free in some vague, undated past. These aren't merely well-made blocks. In places, the tolerances approach what modern engineers would describe as precision machining. Flat surfaces accurate to within a few millimeters across spans of more than a meter. Right angles that hold their exactness corner to corner, repeated modular shapes like the H blocks that match each other closely enough to have plausibly been produced using some kind of shared physical template or mold, applied consistently across what was very likely a span of many years and many different individual craftsmen. The material itself, as I mentioned earlier, makes this more remarkable rather than less. Andesite is a hard, resistant volcanic stone, considerably tougher to work than the limestone of Egypt or the sandstone common across much of the ancient Near East. Achieving flatness and precision in a forgiving material is impressive. Achieving it in andesite, using tools available to a culture without iron, without steel, without any metal harder than the copper, bronze, and occasionally arsenical bronze alloys available to Andean metalworkers of this period, is a different order of challenge entirely, one that deserves to be taken fully seriously rather than waved past on the way to a resolution. This is where the temptation toward extraordinary explanation becomes almost impossible to resist if you're standing here without the benefit of what we're about to walk through together. The gap between what unaided human effort seems capable of producing and what actually stands in front of you at this specific site feels, and I want to be honest that it genuinely feels this way even to people who know better, too wide to bridge with anything as mundane as patience and stone tools. It's the kind of gap that has, for the better part of a century, drawn people toward explanations involving vanished advanced technology, extraterrestrial assistance, or some lost, more capable civilization whose knowledge this one supposedly inherited or was gifted. These explanations tend to share a particular shape once you notice it across enough different versions of the story. They locate the source of the precision somewhere outside the culture that's physically sitting in front of you, somewhere earlier, somewhere elsewhere, somewhere more advanced, as though the achievement itself is too large to belong entirely to the people whose stone it actually is. I think there's something worth naming in that pattern, gently, because I don't think it's usually born of malice. It's more often born of a kind of unconscious assumption about which cultures are allowed to be credited with extraordinary capability, an assumption that has, historically, been applied unevenly across different parts of the world in ways that deserve honest scrutiny in their own right. Puma Punku isn't unique in attracting this kind of externalizing explanation. Similar stories cluster, disproportionately, around monumental achievements built by non-European cultures throughout history, in a pattern that says at least as much about the assumptions of the people telling the story as it does about the evidence itself. The pyramids of Egypt, the Nazca Lines, the Moai of Easter Island, the stepped platforms of Southeast Asia, all have, at various points, attracted the same reflexive suspicion that their builders couldn't quite have managed the achievement unassisted, a suspicion rarely extended with the same intensity to comparably impressive medieval European cathedrals or Roman engineering. Naming that pattern honestly doesn't resolve tonight's specific question on its own, but I think it's worth having in view as we move toward an answer, because it helps explain why the ordinary human explanation sometimes has to work harder to be believed than the extraordinary one does. I understand the pull of those explanations genuinely. I don't think reaching for them makes anyone foolish or careless. It's a natural response to a real, felt gap between expectation and evidence. The same kind of response that, in Posnansky's case, a little earlier tonight, led a serious trained researcher toward a chronology that ultimately couldn't hold. The impulse to explain a genuine mystery with something extraordinary isn't a character flaw. It's simply what a curious mind does when the ordinary explanation hasn't yet been demonstrated clearly enough to feel satisfying. But I think it's worth pausing, before we go further, to notice something about how that kind of extraordinary explanation actually functions, psychologically, once it takes hold. It tends to work by pointing at the gap and stopping there. This seems impossible, therefore something impossible must have happened, rather than by actually testing whether the gap is real. And there is a way to test it, not through speculation, not through comparison to other ancient sites around the world that share a superficial resemblance, but through direct, hands-on experimentation. Taking the specific tools this specific culture is known to have possessed, and simply trying, physically, patiently, to reproduce the results. This is precisely what a small number of dedicated researchers eventually did, and their work represents, I think, one of the genuinely great success stories of experimental archaeology anywhere in the world, not because it produced a dramatic, headline-grabbing discovery, but because it did something much harder and much more valuable. It tested a widely held assumption directly, through labor rather than argument, and it found that the assumption didn't hold up. There's something I find quietly admirable about that kind of research, distinct from almost any other form scholarship can take. Most archaeological argument happens through interpretation, comparing artifacts, weighing probabilities, building a case from indirect evidence. Experimental archaeology asks something more physically demanding of the researcher. Pick up the tool and do the work yourself for as many hours as it actually takes, and report honestly on what happens. There's no room to argue your way past a result that doesn't match your hypothesis. The stone either yields to the technique or it doesn't, and your own aching hands become part of the data. It is, in a sense, the most honest kind of archaeology there is, because the evidence it produces is inseparable from the researcher's own physical experience of doing the work, rather than a conclusion argued into existence from a comfortable distance. Before we get to their findings, though, I want to spend a little more time with the specific features of the stonework that make this question feel so urgent, because I think the resolution lands with more weight once you've really sat with the details, rather than the general impression. Look closely at the H blocks again, the ones we examined earlier this morning. The channels cut into their surfaces aren't simple grooves. They have consistent depth, consistent width, and crucially, consistent internal angles. The walls of each channel meeting the base at the same precise angle across dozens of separate blocks, an angle that would be difficult to hold consistent even with a modern hand tool. let alone something shaped from stone or worked bronze. Some of the internal corners are sharp enough and clean enough that they resemble something cut by a rotating blade, rather than laboriously ground away by repeated abrasive strokes. It's this last detail, more than any other single feature, that has probably done more than anything else to fuel speculation about lost technology. And I want to be honest that I understand exactly why. A groove with a rounded, uneven base looks like something worn away gradually. A groove with a crisp, consistent internal angle looks, to an eye trained on modern manufacturing, like something cut in a single controlled pass rather than built up slowly through repeated abrasion. The visual impression is genuinely misleading, in a way that's worth naming honestly rather than dismissing. It isn't an unreasonable thing to notice, even if the conclusion many people draw from it turns out not to hold once you actually test the underlying assumption about what abrasive techniques are capable of producing over enough time. And then there's the fit between adjoining blocks, the way certain stones appear designed to interlock with their neighbors through matching recesses and projections, a technique that required each half of the joint to be measured and shaped against the other with genuine precision, since any mismatch would leave a visible, structurally weaker gap. Some archaeologists have suggested these interlocking joints may also have incorporated metal cramps, small clamps set into channels carved specifically to hold two blocks together, evidence for which survives in the form of distinctive eye-shaped or dovetail-shaped cavities found at several joint locations across the site. A detail that tells us something valuable in itself, since it shows the builders combining stone shaping technique with metalworking technique in the same structural solution, two different specialized crafts brought together to solve a single engineering problem. This kind of composite building technique, stone shaped precisely enough to nearly fit on its own, then reinforced further with a cast metal element poured or fitted directly into a purpose-carved slot, appears at other sites across the ancient Andes as well, not as a Tiwanaku peculiarity, but as part of a broader regional engineering tradition. Similar cramp techniques have been documented at Inca sites built many centuries later, suggesting this wasn't a one-off solution invented and then lost, but a genuine engineering principle, refined and passed down, understood well enough across generations of Andean builders that later cultures continued relying on it long after Tiwanaku itself had fallen. That continuity across centuries and across different Andean cultures is itself a kind of evidence, quietly undermining any story that requires this specific technique to have arrived from somewhere outside the region entirely. I mention the metal cramps specifically because I think they complicate the impossible technology narrative in an interesting way, if you sit with the implication. If this culture had access to some vanished, more advanced cutting technology, why would they also need small cast metal clamps to reinforce the joints between blocks? Advanced laser or plasma cutting, the kind of technology sometimes proposed in more speculative retellings of this story, would presumably produce joints precise enough not to need mechanical reinforcement at all. The presence of the cramps suggests something more mundane and, I think, ultimately more impressive. A building technique assembled from multiple real, demonstrable Andean technologies working together. Careful stone shaping, sophisticated metalworking, structural engineering, rather than a single miraculous shortcut that would have made several of those supporting technologies unnecessary. It's a small detail, easy to walk past, but it quietly does more work against the extraordinary explanation than almost any argument could. There's a similar logic, I think, in the presence of unfinished stones scattered across the site, the ones we spent time with right at the very beginning of tonight's story. If some lost, effortless cutting technology had been available to these builders, it's difficult to imagine why so many blocks would have been left half-carved, tools apparently set down mid-task. Difficulty leaves unfinished work behind. Effortlessness generally doesn't. The incompleteness that first drew us into this story isn't just a mystery about interrupted construction. It's also, quietly, evidence about the nature of the labor itself. Hard enough, slow enough, effortful enough that an interruption could leave a stone visibly, permanently incomplete. Exactly the kind of evidence you'd expect from a difficult, time-consuming, entirely human process, rather than an effortless one. I think this is worth holding on to as we move toward the resolution, because it changes what kind of answer we should actually expect to find satisfying. If the precision at Puma Punku had been produced effortlessly by some technology that made stone shaping trivial, the unfinished blocks would be a genuine anomaly, hard to square with everything else we've established. But if the precision was produced through difficult, skilled, time-consuming labor, the unfinished blocks stop being a contradiction and become instead exactly what you'd expect to find at any large, ambitious construction project interrupted partway through. Evidence entirely consistent with the ordinary, human explanation we're about to walk through, rather than evidence that undermines it. Keep that thought close as we go, because it's about to be confirmed directly by people who tested it with their own two hands. I find these small structural details more persuasive than any argument I could make directly, because they don't require you to trust my conclusion. They simply ask you to look closely at what's actually there and notice what it implies on its own terms. A joint reinforced with a metal cramp is a joint that needed reinforcing. A stone left half-finished is a stone that was hard enough to abandon rather than casually complete. Neither detail proves on its own exactly how the precision was achieved, but both quietly narrow the range of plausible explanations, ruling out effortless or instantaneous methods in favor of something that required real, sustained, difficult human labor, applied over real time by real hands that sometimes grew tired or were reassigned, or simply ran out of season before the work was done. The light is beginning its long, slow decline toward evening now, the kind of late afternoon gold that makes even ordinary grass look faintly luminous, catching the edges of the stones around us in a warmth that wasn't there in this morning's colder light. It feels like the right moment to finally walk through what happened when researchers actually put these tools in their own hands, out here in weather not so different from this, and tried, patiently, to do what the builders of Puma Punku once did. I think you'll find their results more satisfying than any speculation could have been. Not because they resolve every last question this site holds, they don't, and we still have real, unresolved mysteries waiting for us tonight. The transport question chief among them, which no experiment has ever fully closed. But because they answer, directly and convincingly, the one question that has haunted this place longer than almost any other. There's a particular kind of relief, I think, in finally reaching an answer you can trust, after sitting with a mystery honestly for as long as we have tonight. Not the relief of having the puzzle solved for you by someone else's assertion, but the relief of having watched the puzzle actually get tested, piece by piece, against real evidence, until only one explanation remained standing. That's the kind of answer worth reaching, even if it takes longer to arrive at than the simpler, more dramatic alternative would have. And even if it asks more patience of you than a quicker, less honest version of this story might have. Let's go and meet that answer now, properly, the way it deserves. The answer, when it finally came, arrived not from a laboratory or a lecture hall, but from a quarry. The same kind of quarry we walked through together earlier tonight. Stone dust settling on skin, hands wrapped around tools shaped from other stone, hour after hour for years, across more than one research career. It is, in its own way, a fitting place for this particular mystery to have finally been resolved. The two researchers whose work has done more than anyone else's to resolve this question are Jean-Pierre Protzen, an architect and professor whose career focused extensively on the technical and structural analysis of Inca and pre-Inca stonework, and Stella Nair, an art historian and architectural specialist whose scholarship has centered on Andean architecture and the cultural meaning embedded within it. Working both together and, at various points, separately, across research spanning multiple decades, they approached the mystery of Andean precision stonework the way I described a little earlier tonight, not through speculation about what might have been possible, but through direct, physical, repeated experimentation with the specific tools this culture is known, through the archaeological record, to have actually possessed. Protzen's path toward this specific question is worth understanding a little because it shapes how seriously his eventual findings deserve to be taken. He came to Andean stonework not primarily as an archaeologist by original training, but as an architect, someone whose professional instincts were oriented toward understanding structure, technique, and material behavior from the inside, the way a builder thinks rather than the way a historian typically does. That background meant he approached the question of Inca and pre-Inca masonry with a practitioner's curiosity rather than a purely academic one. Less interested, at least initially, in what the stonework might symbolically represent, and considerably more interested in the very practical question of how, mechanically, physically, it had actually been produced. Nair's complementary expertise in the cultural and architectural context of Andean building traditions rounded out the research in a way that neither specialism alone could have managed, combining rigorous hands-on testing with a genuinely informed understanding of how this specific culture organized labor, understood craft, and structured the social world around monumental construction. Let's start with what those tools actually were, because the answer turns out to be almost disarmingly simple. The primary cutting and shaping tool available to Andean stoneworkers of this period was the hammerstone. Not a sophisticated instrument in any conventional sense, but a carefully selected, hand-held stone, usually itself harder than the material being worked, used to strike and gradually pulverize the surface of the target block through repeated, controlled percussion. For andesite, harder hammerstones made of materials like quartzite or other especially dense, tough stone were selected specifically for the job, chosen through what was very likely generations of accumulated practical knowledge about which materials could reliably wear down, which other materials. Knowledge passed down through direct apprenticeship rather than written instruction. Craftsman to craftsman, across however many generations this tradition had already been refined before the builders of Puma Punku ever picked up a hammerstone themselves. There's something worth noting about the hammerstones themselves specifically too, beyond simply their hardness. Experimental work and analysis of hammerstones recovered from Andean quarry sites suggest that different sizes and shapes were likely selected for different stages of the work. Larger, heavier stones for the initial rough shaping of a freshly quarried block, where speed and raw material removal mattered more than fine control, and progressively smaller, more precisely handled stones as the work approached its final finished surface, where control and consistency mattered far more than sheer force. This isn't a single tool applied uniformly throughout the process. It's a graduated toolkit matched to the changing demands of the work, as a rough block gradually became a finished, precise one, requiring the mason to switch tools and adjust technique at each stage, much the way a sculptor today might move from a heavy, roughing chisel toward increasingly fine finishing implements as a piece nears completion. The technique itself, as Protzen and Nair's experimental work eventually demonstrated in detail, involves patiently pounding away at the stone's surface in a controlled, repetitive motion, gradually reducing a rough quarried block toward a flatter, more precise final shape through the slow accumulation of thousands upon thousands of individual impacts. It is not a fast process by any measure. It is not on its own a dramatic or visually impressive one to watch, especially compared against the drama of imagined laser cutting or advanced machining that speculative retellings of this story sometimes propose instead. It is simply patient, repetitive, physically demanding labor applied consistently over an extended period of time by someone who has developed real skill at judging exactly how hard and where to strike. And when Protzen actually tried it himself, not once, not as a brief demonstration, but across sustained, carefully documented sessions of real experimental work, the results were striking in a very different way than laser cutting would have been. Using nothing but hammerstones of the appropriate hardness, applied with patience and practiced control, he was able to achieve surfaces flat enough and edges precise enough to closely approximate the finished quality visible at sites like Puma Punku and other comparable Andean stonework. The seemingly impossible precision turned out, under direct testing, to be entirely achievable using exactly the tools this culture actually had, provided you were willing to grant the labor the time it genuinely required. His experimental work, conducted primarily at Inca quarry sites elsewhere in the Andes where comparable stoneworking techniques were used on similarly resistant stone, involved documenting not just whether the technique worked, but precisely how much time and effort it demanded. Measuring the rate at which stone could actually be removed and shaped through sustained hammerstone percussion, tracking how his own skill and efficiency improved with practice the way any craft does, and comparing his findings against the marks and traces left on genuine, ancient quarried stone recovered from documented archaeological contexts. The match between his experimentally produced surfaces and the surfaces preserved on genuine ancient material was, by his own account and by the account of subsequent researchers who reviewed the work, close enough to leave very little room for doubt about the fundamental technique involved. The tool marks matched. The characteristic surface texture matched. Even the subtle patterns of wear on the hammerstones themselves, comparing his own experimentally used tools against ancient hammerstones recovered from quarry contexts, showed comparable signs of use. I want to sit with that finding for a moment, because I think its significance is easy to undersell if you rush past it. This wasn't a theoretical argument about what stone tools might, in principle, be capable of. It was demonstrated physically by researchers willing to put in the actual hours of repetitive labor required to test the claim honestly, rather than simply asserting an opinion about ancient capability from a comfortable academic distance. The gap between "this seems impossible" and "this is difficult but achievable" turned out to be exactly as wide as the gap between speculation and experiment, which is to say, it was never really a gap in what the ancient builders could do. It was a gap in what modern observers standing in front of the finished result, without having tried the process themselves, assumed must have been required to produce it. There's a particular irony worth pausing on here too. The perception of impossibility comes almost entirely from looking at the finished product and trying to imagine the process backward, intuitively, without actually testing any part of that imagined process against reality. Our intuitions about what patient, skilled, repetitive human labor can achieve over extended time turn out to be surprisingly unreliable, consistently underestimating what disciplined practice, sustained across enough hours, can actually produce. We are, in a sense, bad judges of accumulated effort because so little of modern life asks any of us to spend years mastering a single, repetitive physical skill, the way past cultures, across many parts of the world, routinely did. The consistency across multiple blocks, the detail we spent real time with a little earlier tonight, the modular precision of the H blocks matching each other to within a few millimeters, despite presumably being carved by different individual hands, also finds a much more mundane explanation once you understand the technique properly. If Andean stonemasons worked from shared physical templates, likely made from wood or a more easily worked stone, pressed or traced against a block in progress to check its dimensions against a fixed standard as the hammerstone work proceeded, that would explain the consistency far more plausibly than either individual genius or lost technology. A template doesn't need to be technologically sophisticated to enforce precision. It simply needs to exist and to be checked against, repeatedly, by whoever is doing the actual carving, exactly the kind of quality control apparatus we discussed earlier tonight, as being implied by the site's overall consistency. This template-based approach also helps explain something else worth noting: the way certain proportions and measurements at Puma Punku appear to relate to each other in consistent ratios, suggesting the builders were working from a standardized system of measurement, rather than simply eyeballing each block independently. Researchers studying Andean architecture more broadly have proposed that a consistent unit of measure, likely based on some standardized body measurement common across the culture, may have underpinned much of the design across this and comparable sites, the same way ancient Egyptian builders worked from the cubit, or medieval European builders from their own regionally standardized units of length. A shared measurement system combined with physical templates checked repeatedly during construction gives you precisely the kind of cross-block consistency Puma Punku displays, without requiring anything beyond careful, disciplined craft organization and generations of accumulated practical knowledge. As for those crisp internal angles in the H-block channels, the ones that look, to an untrained eye, more like something machine-cut than hand-worked, Protzen's experimental work demonstrated that hammerstone technique, applied with sufficient skill and patience, and finished with a secondary, finer abrasive process using sand and water as a polishing medium, can produce edges and internal corners considerably crisper than intuition would predict. The final polishing stage matters enormously here, and it's worth understanding on its own terms. After the bulk shaping was completed through percussion, finer finishing work likely involved abrasive grinding. Sand, water, and a harder abrasive stone worked patiently back and forth across the surface, gradually smoothing away the small irregularities left by the hammerstone stage and sharpening the definition of every edge and corner. This two-stage process, rough shaping followed by fine abrasive finishing, is common across ancient stoneworking traditions worldwide, and it explains, more convincingly than any single dramatic technique could, how a culture without metal tools harder than bronze managed to produce results that still, more than 1,000 years later, read as almost impossibly refined. Think about what abrasive polishing actually does, mechanically, and the crispness stops feeling quite so mysterious. Loose sand, worked with water across a stone surface under sustained pressure, acts as a kind of slow, patient cutting medium in its own right. Countless tiny individual grains, each one harder than the andesite being worked, gradually wearing away microscopic amounts of material with every pass. Given enough passes, enough hours, enough patient repetition, that slow, abrasive action can produce edges considerably sharper and surfaces considerably flatter than the comparatively crude hammerstone percussion that came before it, closing the gap between roughly shaped and precisely finished through sheer accumulated, unglamorous effort rather than through any single sophisticated tool or technique. I think it's worth being honest too about what this experimental work does and doesn't fully resolve. Protzen and Nair's research demonstrates convincingly that the precision at Puma Punku was achievable using known Andean technology, applied with sufficient skill and time. It doesn't tell us with total certainty exactly how many workers were involved at any given moment, exactly how labour was organised and specialised across a project of this scale, or exactly how long any single block actually took from raw quarried stone to finished, polished surface. Those remain genuinely open questions worth further research, worth the kind of patient future excavation and experimentation that continues at sites like this one, even now. There's also the question of skill specialization, which the experimental work suggests, without fully settling. Given how consistent the finished blocks are across the site, it seems likely that only a relatively small number of highly skilled masons were responsible for the finest, most precise finishing work, while a much larger workforce handled the rougher initial shaping and the enormous labour of quarrying and transport we discussed earlier tonight. That kind of specialisation, common to skilled craft traditions throughout history, would help explain how a project of this scale maintained its remarkable consistency despite requiring, almost certainly, hundreds of individual hands across its full duration. But the archaeological record doesn't yet let us say with confidence exactly how that division of labour was organised, or how such specialised knowledge was taught and preserved across a construction project likely spanning multiple generations. But the core question: was this precision humanly achievable, using the tools this culture is known to have possessed, without requiring anything beyond ordinary human skill and effort? That question has a real, demonstrated, experimentally verified answer, and the answer is yes. I find something quietly moving in that conclusion, more moving, honestly, than I think the extraordinary explanation would have been if it had turned out to be true, because the extraordinary explanation in the end would have taken something away from the actual builders of this place, would have quietly implied that the accomplishment standing in front of us couldn't really belong to them, that some other, more advanced hand must have been involved somewhere behind the scenes. The demonstrated explanation gives it back to them entirely. Every flat surface, every crisp channel, every interlocking joint at Puma Punku belongs, as far as the evidence can tell us, to real people. Andean stonemasons working at extraordinary altitude, in extraordinary cold, using hammerstones and patience, and generations of accumulated craft knowledge, achieving something that still, 14 centuries later, makes visitors stop and stare in genuine disbelief. That belonging matters. It's the difference between admiring a monument and admiring the people who actually built it with their own two hands. That disbelief, it turns out, was never actually pointed at the wrong target. It's simply been misdirected for the better part of a century toward the wrong kind of explanation for it. The disbelief belongs here. It belongs to the sheer, sustained, unglamorous discipline of hundreds of individual craftsmen, each one striking the same stone thousands upon thousands of times. Day after day, across years of labour, we'll never be able to fully reconstruct in detail, in service of a project most of them likely never lived to see completed in its entirety. That's not a smaller story than the one involving lost technology or outside intervention. I think, once you sit with it properly, it's a considerably larger one. I think about that unfinished stone we stood beside at the very start of tonight's story, the one with its channel cut only halfway through, tools apparently set down mid-task. I understand it differently now than I did this morning. It isn't evidence of some interrupted, mysterious, perhaps supernatural event. It's evidence of exactly how hard this work actually was. Hard enough that a single interruption, whatever caused it, could leave months or years of accumulated effort visibly, permanently incomplete. the unfinished stone isn't a contradiction of what we've just learned. It's confirmation of it, sitting quietly on the platform this entire time, waiting for us to understand what we were actually looking at. Every strike of every hammerstone that never landed on that particular block is, in its own way, still legible in the stone. A labor interrupted rather than a mystery unsolved. The sun has dropped low enough now that the light across the platform has turned properly golden, the kind of color that makes even the plainest andesite surface look faintly warm, faintly alive for these last hour or two before evening properly sets in. It feels like the right moment to leave the technical question behind entirely, at least for a while, and turn towards something softer. The meaning this place held for the people who built it, rather than simply the mechanics of how they built it. There's a gateway not far from here, still standing, still largely intact, carved with figures that have their own story to tell. Let's go and meet it properly now, in this last good light of the afternoon, before the sky begins its own long, slow turn toward evening. The Gateway of the Sun stands a short walk from Puma Punku, within the wider Tiwanaku complex, and it is by any measure the single most intact, monumental structure to survive from this civilization's height. A single slab of andesite, carved and cut through to form a doorway, its lintel covered across its entire width with a dense, intricate frieze of carved figures that has drawn scholars and visitors alike for well over a century. Unlike so much of what we've walked through tonight, this gateway has never fallen. It stands today largely as it was found, weathered but whole, a rare survivor among so much toppled and fractured stone. Standing beneath it now in this late golden light, you can appreciate something the photographs never quite capture: the sheer physical presence of the thing. It is not enormous by the standards of the largest ancient monuments elsewhere in the world, but it doesn't need to be. Its power comes from precision and density rather than scale. Every inch of the lintel surface given over to carved detail, nothing left plain, nothing left to rest the eye. Early European visitors to this site, encountering it for the first time in the 19th century, frequently described a kind of visual overwhelm on first approach. Too much to take in a single glance. The frieze rewarding exactly the kind of slow, patient attention we've been extending to everything else at this site tonight, and punishing anyone who tries to rush past it towards some quicker, simpler impression. At the center of the frieze, dominating the composition, stands a single figure, frontal, rigid, holding what appear to be two staffs, one in each hand, its head surrounded by a radiating halo of rays that has led most researchers, from the earliest serious study of the site onward, to identify it as a solar deity of some kind, a figure of central, commanding importance within whatever belief system produced this carving. The figure's face is broad and stylized, tears or radiating lines falling from its eyes in a pattern that appears consistently across depictions of this same figure found elsewhere in the wider Tiwanaku artistic tradition, on painted ceramics and woven textiles as well as carved stone, suggesting this wasn't a one-off image unique to this single gateway, but a recognized, standardized representation of a specific, important deity, understood and reproduced consistently by artists working across different media and, quite possibly, across different generations. Flanking this central figure, arranged in orderly rows across the remainder of the lintel, are dozens of smaller winged figures, each one carrying a staff of their own, each one facing inward toward the central deity in a formation that reads, even to a modern eye without any specialist training, as unmistakably processional. A retinue, an honor guard, attendants gathered in devotion around something vastly more significant than themselves. I find something quietly moving in standing before this carving, even now, even having walked through so much of the harder, more technical parts of this story already tonight. Because whatever else Puma Punku and the wider Tiwanaku complex represent, a triumph of engineering, a genuine mystery about transport and labour, a corrected chronology, a resolved question of technique, this gateway is a reminder that none of it was built simply to be impressive. It was built to mean something, to hold and express a belief system, a cosmology, a set of ideas about the world and what stood behind it. Ideas that mattered enough to the people who carved this stone that they gave over years of their lives, working at extraordinary altitude and extraordinary cold, to render them permanently in andesite, so that something of what they believed might outlast them. Scholars generally connect the central figure on this gateway to a deity known across various Andean traditions, in various forms and under various names, as Viracocha, a creator god, understood in different tellings as the maker of the sun, the moon, the stars, and of humanity itself, a figure whose story was still being told in altered and evolving form by Andean peoples centuries after Tiwanaku itself had fallen, right up until the Spanish arrived and began recording, however imperfectly and through their own cultural lens, what they were told by the communities they encountered along their journey through the highlands. The Viracocha traditions recorded by Spanish chroniclers in the 16th century, drawing on oral accounts from Inca and other Andean informants, describe a figure who emerged from the waters of Lake Titicaca itself, the same lake we walked beside earlier tonight, its enormous cold stillness holding, in this telling, nothing less than the origin point of the world. In the version most commonly recorded, the earth existed first in darkness, formless and unlit, until Viracocha rose from the lake and set the sun, moon, and stars into motion across the sky for the first time, establishing day and night, establishing the basic order the world would run by from that point forward. Some versions of the tradition describe an earlier, failed attempt at creation preceding this one, a first generation of beings, sometimes described as giants, made by Viracocha and found wanting in some way, destroyed in a great flood, or transformed into stone before the world we know was properly established. It's a detail worth noting for how it resonates, in its broad shape, with flood traditions found across an enormous range of unrelated cultures worldwide, from Mesopotamian to biblical to Andean, each independently developed, each nonetheless returning to a similar narrative structure. A flawed first world, a cleansing catastrophe, and a fresh start. I want to be careful not to overstate what that resonance means. It doesn't require any historical connection between these traditions, and it would be a mistake to read too much into surface similarity across cultures separated by oceans and millennia. But it's a pattern worth simply noticing, the way a shared human tendency to imagine the world's beginning through the lens of failure and renewal keeps surfacing independently in unrelated corners of the world, as though something about that narrative shape answers a question most cultures eventually find themselves asking. Having set the sky in motion, Viracocha is said to have created the first humans from stone, breathing life into figures shaped from the same andesite this entire complex is built from, sending them out across the earth to populate it before continuing on his own journey, walking north and eventually, in most versions of the story, disappearing into or across the ocean, promising in some tellings to return one day. Some accounts add further texture to this journey, describing Viracocha traveling in the guise of a poor, unrecognized traveler, testing the hospitality and character of the people he encountered along the way, rewarding kindness and punishing cruelty as he passed. A divine wanderer whose true identity remained hidden from most of those he met, revealed only in occasional glimpses to those perceptive or fortunate enough to recognize him. That detail, the humble disguise concealing a creator's true nature, appears in various forms across many world mythologies, and it's easy to see why it holds such durable appeal. The idea that ordinary kindness to a stranger might, unknowingly, be an act of profound significance carries an emotional weight that has clearly resonated across an enormous range of unrelated cultures and eras. It's worth pausing on that detail specifically, the stone origin of humanity in this tradition, because it creates a resonance with the physical stonework surrounding us that feels almost too neat to be coincidental, and yet appears, as far as the evidence allows us to say, to be exactly what it looks like. A genuine, deep connection between this culture's origin mythology and the material its most sacred structures were built from. If your creator god first shaped humanity out of stone, building your temples and gateways from that same material takes on a different weight entirely. It isn't simply construction, it's a continuation, in some sense, of the same creative act the mythology describes at the very beginning of the world. I want to be careful here about a few things, because this is exactly the kind of territory where enthusiasm can outrun evidence if I'm not disciplined about it. First, the Viracocha traditions we have access to today were recorded centuries after Tiwanaku's own construction, filtered through Inca retellings that had already absorbed and adapted the story across many generations, and further, filtered through Spanish chroniclers who brought their own assumptions, translation choices, and theological frameworks to what they were recording. Several of the friars and colonial administrators who documented these traditions were, understandably for their era, actively looking for parallels to Christian narratives they already knew well. A single creator god, a flood, a promised return. And it's entirely possible that some of what survives in the written record has been subtly shaped, whether deliberately or not, by that interpretive lens, emphasizing the parallels a Christian audience would find familiar, and perhaps flattening distinctions that mattered more to the original tradition than they do to us, reading it second-hand centuries later, through a colonial intermediary's own cultural assumptions. We cannot say with certainty that the Viracocha worshipped by the Inca in the 15th and 16th centuries was understood in precisely the same way, under precisely the same name, by the people who actually built Tiwanaku and Puma Punku 8 or 9 centuries earlier. Religious traditions evolve, sometimes substantially, across that kind of time span, the way any living belief system does as it passes from one generation, one culture, one political context to the next. The Inca themselves, when they eventually rose to power centuries after Tiwanaku's own decline, actively incorporated Tiwanaku's ruins and reputation into their own imperial mythology, treating this site as a place of profound ancestral significance, even though their own direct connection to its original builders remains itself a matter of ongoing archaeological discussion rather than settled fact. What we can say with reasonable confidence is that the broader mythological framework, a creator deity associated with Lake Titicaca, connected to the origin of the sun and of humanity itself, likely represented in some form by the solar figure carved into this gateway, represents a genuinely deep, long-lived thread in Andean religious tradition, one that very plausibly traces its roots back to Tiwanaku's own period of influence, even if the specific details we have access to today come from later retellings rather than direct contemporary Tiwanaku sources. The gateway itself and its carved solar figure predates the written Viracocha accounts by many centuries, standing here silently through all the intervening generations before anyone thought to write any of it down. What survived in Spanish chronicles is best understood not as a perfect transcript of Tiwanaku belief, but as the latest visible layer of a tradition that had already been reshaped and retold many times before anyone thought to write it down. I think there's something worth sitting with in that uncertainty itself, rather than rushing past it toward a cleaner, more confident story than the evidence actually supports. We are looking at a carved figure whose original name, whose full original significance, whose exact place within a belief system now lost to direct record, we can only partially reconstruct, using later traditions as an imperfect guide back towards something that existed centuries before those traditions were ever written down. That's genuinely humbling if you let it be. This gateway has been standing here, holding its meaning for roughly 14 centuries, and for most of that span, the people walking past it would have known exactly what it meant, exactly which figure it depicted, exactly which stories it was meant to evoke. We are the ones who arrived late to the conversation, piecing together fragments of an understanding that was, for the vast majority of this gateway's existence, simply common, shared knowledge among everyone who lived within sight of it. I find myself thinking, standing here, about how strange it must be for a piece of shared cultural knowledge to eventually become a mystery at all. Nobody who carved this lintel imagined a day when the meaning of their own central deity would need to be painstakingly reconstructed by outsiders working from fragments and later retellings, separated from the original context by an ocean, by centuries, by an entirely different language and worldview. For them, this was simply what everyone knew, as unremarkable and universally understood as the layout of their own household, or the names of their own family members. Mystery, in that sense, isn't really a property of the stone itself. It's a property of distance, cultural, temporal, linguistic, accumulating quietly across 14 centuries until something once obvious becomes something we now have to work carefully to even partially recover. The smaller winged figures processing toward the central deity carry their own layer of mystery worth naming honestly. Their staffs, their wings, their orderly formation all suggest some kind of attendant or messenger status, subordinate to the central solar figure but clearly significant in their own right, carved with the same careful attention as everything else on this monument. Some researchers have connected them to Condor imagery, drawing on the condor's prominent place across Andean cosmology, more broadly as a creature associated with the upper world, with the sky, with communication between the human realm and whatever lies beyond it. Condors soar at altitudes few other birds can reach, riding thermals above these same mountains we've been walking through all day and night. And it isn't difficult to understand why a culture living permanently at the edge of what a human body can comfortably endure might look to a creature capable of rising even higher, into air even thinner, as something worth incorporating into their understanding of the sacred. The condor's association with the upper world sits alongside two other creatures commonly identified across Andean cosmology more broadly, forming what researchers sometimes describe as a three-tiered cosmological structure. The condor representing the sky and upper realm, the puma representing the earthly, present world of ordinary human experience, and the serpent representing the underworld and whatever lies beneath the visible earth, a structure that recurs in various local forms across a remarkably wide span of Andean cultures and centuries. Puma Punku's own name, worth noting here, translates roughly as Door of the Puma, a detail suggesting this specific site's connection to that same threefold cosmological framework may run deeper than the gateway carving alone reveals, threaded through even the place's name, carried by generations of speakers long after the original builder's own language for the site had shifted or been replaced. Others have proposed the figures represent a calendar of some kind, their number and arrangement potentially encoding information about months or lunar cycles or some other structured accounting of time, meaningful to Tiwanaku's astronomical and agricultural concerns. Concerns we've already seen expressed elsewhere at the site, in the deliberate solstice alignments of the Kalasasaya, in the sophisticated patient labor of the raised field agriculture that fed this entire civilization. I want to be honest that this remains genuinely contested among specialists, one reading among several plausible ones, rather than a settled conclusion. Different scholars working from the same carved surface have arrived at meaningfully different interpretations of what those repeated figures were actually meant to count or track, and no single reading has decisively won out over the others. The gateway keeps some of its meaning to itself, and I think that's worth respecting rather than resolving artificially, the way an artificially tidy answer to Posnansky's Chronology would have been worth resisting earlier tonight. The light has nearly reached its last good hour now, that particular deep gold that settles over the Altiplano just before evening properly begins, catching the carved lintel above us in a warmth that makes the weathered stone figures seem, for these few minutes, almost to move. A trick of shifting shadow across worn relief. Nothing more, and yet difficult. Standing here, not to feel it as something closer to presence. It's the kind of light that seems designed for exactly this kind of standing and looking, unhurried, with nowhere else that needs to be reached before dark. There's more of this mythology worth walking through properly, the fuller shape of the Viracocha tradition, and what it might have meant to the people who lived and worked within sight of this exact gateway, day after day for centuries. The wider cosmology, the Puma and the Serpent alongside the Condor, the way this entire belief system organized not just the sky, but the whole visible and invisible structure of the world these builders inhabited. Let's stay here a little longer before we move on, and let the story breathe the way it deserves. Let's stay with that threefold structure a while longer, because I think it offers something the Viracocha story alone doesn't quite capture. Not simply a single creator and a single origin moment, but an entire ordered way of understanding how the world itself is put together, layer upon layer, each layer inhabited by its own kind of being, each connected to the others through specific points of passage that this culture spent extraordinary effort building directly into their architecture, this very platform among them. The Condor, the Puma and the Serpent, sky, earth and underworld, appear together across an enormous range of Andean art, textile, ceramic and architectural traditions, spanning many centuries and many distinct cultures that followed one another across this same general region. It's worth being honest that we can't say with certainty this exact three-tiered framework, in precisely this form, was understood identically by the builders of Tiwanaku, as it was by the Inca who came many centuries later. The same caution that applied to our discussion of Viracocha a little earlier tonight applies here too. But the recurrence of these same three creatures, in broadly consistent symbolic roles across such a wide span of Andean cultures, makes it very likely that some version of this layered cosmology, however it may have varied in its details from period to period, represents a genuinely old and durable way of understanding the world across this entire region, one that very plausibly extends back to Tiwanaku's own time or before. Archaeologists studying Tiwanaku iconography specifically have identified Condor, Puma and Serpent motifs recurring across the site's ceramics, textiles and carved stonework in patterns that suggest this cosmological structure, or something closely related to it, was already well established by the time Puma Punku's major construction phases were underway. Carved and painted representations of these three creatures appear not as isolated decorative flourishes, but woven consistently through the material culture of daily and ceremonial life alike, suggesting a cosmology that wasn't confined to formal religious ritual, but that quietly structured how this entire culture understood the ordinary, everyday texture of their world. The animals they lived alongside doing double duty as living embodiments of the cosmic layers those animals were understood to represent, present in kitchen pottery and formal temple carving alike, blurring any sharp line between the sacred and the merely domestic that a modern visitor might otherwise assume was there. Picture the structure the way it's generally reconstructed. Above the world of ordinary human experience sits the realm of the Condor, the sky, the celestial, the domain of the sun and moon and stars, the place Viracocha rose into after setting those same celestial bodies into their courses. This is the realm most directly associated with the major deities, the place ceremony and ritual most often reach toward, quite literally, in the architecture we've walked through tonight. Every solstice alignment, every gateway oriented to catch a particular sunrise, every carved solar figure looking outward from stone, an attempt to build a physical connection between the earthly platform beneath your feet and the celestial realm above it. There's something worth noticing in how directly this culture's engineering choices seem to have served this cosmological structure, rather than sitting alongside it as a separate, purely practical concern. The Kalasasaya's solstice alignments aren't simply clever astronomical observation for its own sake, the way a modern observatory might track the sky out of pure scientific curiosity. They read in this framework as a form of active communication or connection. Building with the celestial realm itself, a physical structure engineered specifically to hold and mark the exact moments when the sun's relationship to the earth reached its most extreme, most significant points across the year. Astronomy and religion, in other words, likely weren't experienced as separate domains of knowledge here, the way they might feel separate to a modern visitor. They were, very plausibly, a single unified way of understanding and maintaining the proper relationship between the human world and the layers of reality above and below it. Below the ordinary world sits the realm of the Serpent. The underworld, though, I want to be careful with that word, because it carries connotations from other traditions, particularly certain strands of Christian thought that don't map cleanly onto how many Andean traditions actually understood this lower realm. Rather than a place of punishment or moral judgment, the underworld in Andean cosmology is more often understood as a source, the realm of ancestors, of seeds not yet sprouted, of water moving invisibly beneath the Earth's surface before it emerges as a spring or a river. It's a realm connected to fertility and renewal, as much as to death, the two concepts held together in a way that can feel unfamiliar if you're used to traditions that draw a sharper line between the two. I think this distinction matters enough to sit with a little longer, because it shapes how we should understand almost everything else we've walked through tonight, from the gateway carving to the platform beneath our feet. In many traditions familiar to a modern Western audience, up and down carry a fairly clear moral weight. The sky associated with the sacred and the good, the depths associated with danger, punishment, or moral corruption, a near universal assumption that turns out not to be universal at all once you look carefully outside that familiar frame. Andean cosmology, as best we can reconstruct it, doesn't appear to have organized its vertical structure around that same moral axis at all. The underworld here isn't a place you're punished for wrongdoing. It's simply the layer from which growth and renewal originate, the place seeds wait before they emerge as crops, the place the dead return to before, in some tellings, contributing their own quiet influence to the continuing fertility of the land the living depend on. Death and agricultural renewal in this framework aren't separate concerns handled by separate parts of the belief system. They're deeply, structurally intertwined, the same underworld responsible for both. This connects, I think, in a way worth naming directly, to the raised field agriculture we spent time with earlier tonight, back at the shore of Lake Titicaca. A farming system that's dependent on managing water, flooding channels, dredging nutrient-rich sediment, timing planting and harvest around a fragile, frost-vulnerable growing season at extraordinary altitude. Would have made the connection between underground water, buried seed, and eventual harvest a matter of direct, daily, practical observation, not merely abstract theology. The underworld's fertility made visible every single growing season, rather than remaining a distant theological abstraction. The cosmology and the agriculture, in other words, likely reinforced each other constantly, each making the other feel more true, more obviously correct, through the simple repeated experience of watching a planted seed disappear into dark earth and eventually return, transformed, as food. And between these two realms, inhabiting the middle layer, sits the puma. Earthly, powerful, immediate, the animal whose name this very site carries in its own. Punku, in the Aymara language still spoken across this region today, means door or gateway. Puma Punku then translates roughly as door of the puma or gateway of the puma. A name that, once you understand the wider cosmological framework, starts to read less like a simple descriptive label and more like a direct statement of the site's cosmic function. This wasn't simply a monumental platform, it was, in the understanding of the people who built and used it, a threshold, a physical point where the middle world of ordinary human experience could be approached, entered, and perhaps crossed, guarded by or associated with the animal that represented that middle realm most directly. I find this framing genuinely moving once you let it settle. Every gateway we've walked through tonight, every doorway carved from stone, every miniature replica gate whose purpose remained frustratingly unresolved when we examined them earlier. All of it makes considerably more sense once you understand that doors, for this culture, were never simply architectural necessities. They were cosmological technology. A physical door lets a person pass from one room to another. A door built with this kind of cosmological weight behind it was understood, very plausibly, to do something considerably larger, to open a passage between layers of reality that were, for most of ordinary daily life, kept carefully separate, held apart by the same discipline and order that governed everything else about how this culture understood its world. This reframes the miniature gates we examined earlier tonight in a way I think is worth returning to directly. If a full-sized gateway represented, symbolically or ritually, a threshold between the human world and something beyond it, a miniature gate, too small for an ordinary person to walk through in any practical sense, takes on a different kind of function entirely. Perhaps it represented a threshold sized for something other than an ordinary human visitor. An offering passed through rather than a person, a spirit, an ancestor, some other kind of presence for whom human-scaled proportions simply weren't the relevant measure. I want to be honest that this remains interpretation rather than settled fact, the kind of reading that feels resonant and plausible without being something the physical evidence can fully confirm on its own. But it's a reading that at least makes the miniature gates make sense within a coherent symbolic system, rather than leaving them as simply inexplicably small. I think there's a version of this same logic that extends to the H-blocks as well, though I want to flag clearly that this connection is more speculative still, resting on pattern and resonance rather than direct evidence. If doorways and thresholds carried this kind of cosmological weight throughout the site, it's at least worth wondering whether the precise, repeated, almost ritualistic consistency of the H-blocks, objects that, as we discussed earlier tonight, were carved to exacting standards even where no structural necessity demanded it, reflects something of that same threshold logic, a kind of care extended not because the object needed to function as a passage in any literal sense, but because everything touching the sacred geometry of this place was expected to meet the same exacting standard, function following meaning rather than the other way around, precision itself becoming a form of devotion rather than merely a technical requirement. I offer that connection tentatively, as a possibility worth sitting with rather than a conclusion worth asserting. The puma itself deserves a little more attention here, given how directly this site is named for it. Pumas were, and in some places still are, genuinely present across the Andes, apex predators whose power and danger would have been immediately, viscerally understood by anyone living within their range. Not an abstract symbolic choice, but a creature whose strength and capability were witnessed directly in the ordinary business of protecting livestock and moving safely through the landscape. Choosing this specific animal to represent the middle world, the world of present, embodied human experience, says something about how this culture understood their own realm. Not as a passive, safe middle ground between more dramatic celestial and subterranean forces, but as its own domain of real power, real danger, real presence, deserving of an apex predator's symbolic weight, rather than something gentler or more domesticated. There's a particular resonance, too, in a culture choosing the puma specifically to represent their own realm, rather than choosing themselves as simply the default center of the cosmological structure. The middle world isn't simply the human world in this framework. It's understood through the lens of the region's most formidable living predator, a reminder built directly into the culture's understanding of its own cosmic position, that the human realm was never experienced as automatically safe or dominant. It shared its layer of reality with something genuinely dangerous, genuinely capable, deserving of the same respect any apex predator commands from anyone who actually shares a landscape with one. I think about the laborers who once worked this platform, striking hammerstones against andesite hour after hour, day after day, and wonder what this cosmology might have meant to them personally, beyond its official ceremonial function. Did a stonemason, shaping a block destined for a doorway understood as a threshold between worlds, feel that weight in the work itself? Did the labor carry a different texture, a different meaning, because of what the finished stone was ultimately meant to do? I don't think we can answer that question with any real confidence. The archaeological record tells us a great deal about structure, technique, and broad belief, but almost nothing about the individual interior experience of the specific people who actually did the work, hour by hour, across however many years this project ultimately required. That silence is its own kind of loss, quieter than the more dramatic mysteries we've walked through tonight, but real nonetheless. We know what this place likely meant in its broad cosmological outline. We will never know exactly what it felt like from the inside to any single person who helped build it. I find myself returning to that gap again and again tonight, in different forms. We know the century. We know the technique. We know, in broad outline, the belief system this place was likely built to serve. And yet, the actual, felt experience of any single individual who lived through this, the particular texture of a specific morning's labor, the specific words exchanged between two masons working side by side on the same block, the specific private thoughts of someone standing at this threshold for the first time as a child, being told for the first time what it meant, what they were meant to feel standing here. All of that is simply gone, absorbed back into the same silence that swallows almost everything about almost everyone who has ever lived, regardless of what they built or believed. There's a particular kind of humility worth sitting with here, I think. the same humility that has run underneath most of what we've discussed tonight. We can reconstruct chronology through radiocarbon dating. We can reconstruct technique through experimental archaeology, hammerstone against andesite, patiently tested by researchers willing to put in the hours themselves. We can reconstruct, with reasonable confidence, the broad shape of a cosmological system through comparative study of later Andean traditions, carried forward and gradually transformed across many centuries. But the interior, subjective experience of belief, what it actually felt like to stand at this threshold, believing genuinely that you stood at a genuine passage between worlds. That dimension resists reconstruction almost entirely. It belonged completely and only to the people who actually lived inside that belief. And it left this platform along with them, centuries ago, when whatever finally interrupted this place's construction and eventual habitation ran its course. No radiocarbon sample, no experimental replication, no comparative mythology can fully recover that particular private texture of belief. And I think it's honest to name that limit clearly rather than letting the confidence of everything else we've established tonight quietly paper over it. The light has nearly gone now, the deep gold of late afternoon finally surrendering to the softer blues and violets that settle over the Altiplano in the last hour before proper evening arrives. It's a good time to widen our view a little, away from cosmology and back toward the more grounded historical question of what Tiwanaku actually was, at the height of its influence. Not simply a ceremonial center holding these beliefs, but a genuine political and economic power, reaching far beyond the shores of this one lake, into territories and communities who never saw Puma Punku with their own eyes, but who nonetheless lived, in some meaningful sense, within its reach. It's worth carrying this cosmology with us as we make that turn, rather than leaving it behind entirely as we shift from myth back toward the more grounded history of the empire itself. A civilization capable of building an empire, of organizing trade and colonies across hundreds of kilometers of difficult Andean terrain, doesn't do that work separately from its beliefs. The two are woven together, the practical and the sacred reinforcing each other the whole way through. The same layered understanding of sky, earth, and underworld that shaped a single doorway, also shaping very plausibly how this culture understood its own place and purpose in the wider world it was actively working to expand into, stone by stone, treaty by treaty, harvest by harvest. Let's walk there next before the light goes entirely, and see how far this belief in thresholds and connection actually carried a civilization built on a lakeshore at the roof of a continent, far from the sea, far from any of the great river valleys history usually credits with producing an empire. By the time Puma Punku's platform reached anything close to its finished form, sometime around the 7th or 8th century, the culture that built it had grown into something considerably larger than a single ceremonial center beside a cold highland lake. Tiwanaku, at its height, exercised influence across a vast stretch of the south-central Andes, reaching into what is now southern Peru, northern Chile, northwestern Argentina, and across the greater part of the Bolivian highlands, a sphere of political, economic, and religious authority that archaeologists estimate may have touched several 100,000 people at its broadest extent, spread across some of the most challenging terrain any ancient civilization anywhere in the world ever attempted to govern. To put that reach in a frame that might feel more immediate, the distance between Tiwanaku's ceremonial core and its farthest documented outposts and trading partners covers ground comparable to the distance across several modern European countries laid end to end, except crossed not by gentle rolling terrain, but by some of the most dramatic elevation changes anywhere on the planet. Descending from this thin, cold air, at nearly 4,000 meters down through temperate valleys, and in some directions all the way to the arid coastal desert, within relatively short horizontal distances that mask an almost unimaginable vertical journey. A message, a trade good, or a traveling pilgrim moving between the far edges of Tiwanaku's sphere of influence and this ceremonial center would have crossed more distinct ecological zones in a single journey than most ancient trade routes elsewhere in the world crossed across their entire length. I think it's worth pausing on the sheer geographic range of that influence before we go any further, because it's easy, standing at the ceremonial heart of a civilization, to lose sight of how far its reach actually extended beyond the stones directly in front of you, beyond even the wider Tiwanaku complex itself. We're not simply talking about a large city with some surrounding farmland. We're talking about a network of connection and authority stretching across multiple modern national borders through some of the most physically demanding landscape on the planet. Not just the high, cold Altiplano we've spent the night walking through, but down through dramatic changes in elevation toward warmer valleys, toward the edges of the Atacama Desert, toward ecological zones so different from this lakeshore that the people living in them would have grown entirely different crops, worn entirely different clothing, faced entirely different daily challenges than anyone living within sight of Puma Punku itself. How did a civilization centered at nearly 4,000 meters above sea level maintain meaningful connection and authority across that kind of ecological and geographic diversity? Part of the answer lies in a distinctive Andean economic strategy that researchers often call vertical archipelago exchange, a system in which a single community or polity maintained direct access to multiple different ecological zones at different altitudes rather than relying primarily on trade with neighboring but ecologically distinct communities. Rather than a highland community trading surplus potatoes for coastal fish, through a series of intermediary transactions, the same political entity might maintain actual colonies or outposts at several different elevations simultaneously. Highland herding communities, mid-altitude farming settlements, and lower-altitude outposts positioned to access entirely different crops, resources, or trade goods, all bound together under a single overarching political and kinship structure rather than connected purely through market exchange between separate, independent groups. The term itself, vertical archipelago, captures something worth sitting with for a moment. An archipelago in the ordinary sense is a scattered group of islands separated by open water, each one distinct, each one reachable only by crossing the sea between them. The Andean version replaces water with altitude. Instead of islands scattered across an ocean, imagine outposts scattered across a vertical stretch of mountainside, each one a distinct ecological island, separated from the others not by distance in the horizontal sense, but by dramatic differences in elevation, temperature, and what could actually be grown or raised there. A single extended kinship group or polity might hold, simultaneously, a llama herding outpost at extreme altitude, a potato and quinoa farming settlement at a somewhat lower elevation, and perhaps a small colony positioned lower still to access maize, coca, or other crops that simply couldn't survive the cold and thin air back at the political center. Each outpost remained connected to the others, not through trade between strangers, but through direct kinship and political obligation, goods moving between them as part of a single extended household's resource strategy, rather than as commercial exchange between separate economic actors. This strategy, documented most thoroughly among the later Inca, but very plausibly practiced in some form by Tiwanaku centuries earlier, represents a genuinely elegant solution to a problem the Andes poses more severely than almost anywhere else on Earth. How do you build a stable, resilient economy in a landscape where altitude changes drastically over short horizontal distances, and where a crop failure at any single elevation could otherwise mean catastrophic undiversified famine for a community entirely dependent on that one ecological zone. By maintaining direct access to multiple zones simultaneously, a Tiwanaku-affiliated community could draw on herding at extreme altitude, grain and tuber farming at somewhat lower elevations, and perhaps coca cultivation or other lower altitude specialty crops, all flowing back towards centers like Tiwanaku itself, creating a kind of built-in resilience against the localized disasters that would otherwise threaten any single elevation economy in this unforgiving terrain. Archaeological evidence for this kind of distant, altitude-spanning connection comes from several directions at once, each independently reinforcing the others. Ceramics bearing distinctively Tiwanaku decorative styles and manufacturing techniques have been recovered at sites hundreds of kilometers from the lake, in regions with their own separate local traditions, suggesting either direct Tiwanaku presence in these distant locations or, at minimum, extensive trade and cultural exchange extending the civilization's stylistic and religious influence far beyond its immediate political core. These recovered ceramics aren't simply generic pottery that happens to resemble Tiwanaku work in passing. Researchers can often identify not just the style, but the specific clay source and firing technique, tracing individual vessels back to particular workshops near the Altiplano itself, meaning these weren't locally made imitations produced by admiring but separate cultures. They were objects that had genuinely traveled, carried across hundreds of kilometers of difficult terrain, from workshop to distant grave. Textiles, too, carry this same signature, distinctive iconography, including versions of the same Condor, Puma, and Serpent imagery. We discussed a little earlier tonight appearing on woven materials recovered from burial sites far removed from the Altiplano itself, evidence of shared belief and shared aesthetic sensibility, traveling along the same routes that carried more purely economic goods. Textile preservation in this part of the world benefits enormously from the extreme dryness of certain burial contexts, particularly in the coastal desert regions Tiwanaku's influence extended toward, where organic material that would rot away within decades almost anywhere else on Earth can survive intact for well over 1,000 years, preserved by conditions so arid that the ordinary processes of decay simply never get the moisture they need to properly begin. That accident of preservation has given researchers an unusually rich, detailed picture of Tiwanaku-influenced textile production and iconography, considerably more complete than what survives from many other ancient cultures, whose woven materials simply didn't have the good fortune to end up buried somewhere dry enough to last. Perhaps the most direct evidence, though, comes from something considerably more intimate than pottery or textile style. Isotopic analysis of human remains recovered from sites across this wider region. The specific chemical signature left in human bone and tooth enamel by the food and water a person consumed during childhood can, with careful analysis, reveal something about where that person actually grew up, since local water sources and soil composition leave distinctive traces that persist in the skeleton for the remainder of that person's life. Tooth enamel forms during childhood and, crucially, doesn't remodel or change once it's set, unlike bone tissue which continues slowly renewing itself throughout a person's life. That means a person's teeth carry a kind of permanent chemical signature of exactly where they spent their earliest years, locked in place and legible to researchers even after everything else about that individual life has otherwise been lost to time, worn away by weather, looting, or simple centuries of quiet neglect. Studies applying this technique to burials found at some distant Tiwanaku-affiliated sites have identified individuals whose childhood isotopic signature matches the Altiplano around Lake Titicaca specifically, despite being buried hundreds of kilometers away, in a different ecological zone entirely. In other words, we have direct physical evidence written into the bones themselves of actual people who were born and raised in the highlands near Tiwanaku, and who later lived, and eventually died, in distant colonies the civilization maintained. Not simply trade goods traveling along established routes, but real individual human lives, physically relocating across enormous distances and dramatic elevation changes in service of this same vertical, multi-zone economic strategy. I find something quietly remarkable in that kind of evidence, more grounding somehow than almost anything else we've discussed tonight. It's one thing to infer economic and political reach from the movement of pottery styles or decorative motifs. It's another thing entirely to know, with real confidence, that a specific human skeleton recovered from a specific burial hundreds of kilometers from this lake belonged to someone who spent their childhood drinking water from streams that likely fed, eventually, into the very lake we walked beside earlier tonight. That's not abstraction. That's a life, a real journey undertaken by a real person, made legible to us across 14 centuries through nothing more than the patient chemistry locked into their own teeth, a signature they never knew they were carrying, left behind entirely without intention, and yet more reliably informative than almost any deliberate record they could have left us instead. The mechanisms holding this sprawling network together almost certainly extended beyond simple economic self-interest too. Religious pilgrimage very likely played a significant role, drawing visitors and eventual settlers toward Tiwanaku's ceremonial center from considerable distances, motivated by the same cosmological framework we spent so much time with a little earlier tonight. The pull of a place understood to hold genuine thresholds between worlds, a place where the layered structure of Condor, Puma, and Serpent found its most concentrated, most carefully built expression anywhere in the Andes. A pilgrim traveling from a distant colony toward this platform wasn't simply making an economic or political visit. They were very plausibly making a journey toward the closest thing their world offered to the literal center of the cosmos, as they understood it, the place where sky and earth and underworld met most directly, most deliberately, in stone specifically shaped to hold that meeting. Consider what such a journey would have actually demanded of a pilgrim, setting out from one of Tiwanaku's more distant colonies, perhaps from a settlement positioned at a considerably lower, warmer elevation toward the fringes of the civilization's reach. Weeks of walking, almost certainly, across terrain that shifted dramatically in climate and altitude along the way, the traveler's own body gradually adjusting, or struggling to adjust, to progressively thinner air as they climbed back toward the Altiplano and, eventually, toward this exact platform, the same air that still leaves visitors like us gasping on the first climb up from lower ground. That kind of journey is not undertaken lightly, and the fact that people evidently did undertake it, repeatedly across generations, tells us something about how genuinely central this place was to the wider religious imagination of everyone who fell within Tiwanaku's reach, regardless of how far from the lake itself they happened to actually live. Political authority, too, almost certainly played its part, though the exact nature of Tiwanaku's governance remains one of the genuinely open questions in the archaeological literature, less settled than the chronology or the stoneworking technique we resolved earlier tonight. Unlike the later Inca Empire, which left behind detailed administrative records eventually captured and described by Spanish chroniclers, Tiwanaku left no comparable written account of its own political structure, no king lists, no clear record of how authority actually flowed from this ceremonial center outward to its distant colonies and trading partners. We can infer from the scale and coordination clearly required to build a monument like Puma Punku, quarry stone across the distances we discussed earlier tonight, and maintain colonies across hundreds of kilometers of difficult terrain, that some genuinely sophisticated form of centralized or at least coordinated authority must have existed. But the precise shape of that authority, whether it operated through a single ruling dynasty, a council of religious leaders, some combination of hereditary and religious power, or some structure that doesn't map cleanly onto any of our existing categories for ancient governance, remains genuinely uncertain, a real gap in our understanding rather than a settled conclusion I can offer you with confidence. Some researchers have proposed that Tiwanaku's political structure may have relied more heavily on religious and ceremonial authority than on the kind of centralized military coercion that characterized later Andean empires, pointing to the relative scarcity of clearly defensive architecture at the site compared to what's found at some other ancient power centers elsewhere in the world, where walls and fortifications dominate the landscape in a way they simply don't here. If that reading holds, it would suggest a civilization that maintained its sprawling network of colonies and trading partners primarily through shared belief, kinship obligation, and the pull of pilgrimage we discussed a moment ago, rather than through the more familiar mechanisms of conquest and garrison that dominate so much of ancient imperial history elsewhere. It's a genuinely intriguing possibility, and one that fits comfortably alongside everything else we've discussed tonight about how deeply cosmology and practical life were woven together here, Threshold and Empire built from the same underlying worldview. But I want to be honest that it remains a proposal rather than a settled finding, one reading among several that different specialists continue to debate as new evidence slowly accumulates. I want to sit with that uncertainty honestly, rather than filling it with more confident speculation than the evidence actually supports. It would be easy, at this point in the story, to simply assert a tidy political structure for Tiwanaku, the way older, more speculative accounts of this civilization sometimes have. Kings, priest-kings, god-emperors, whatever framework feels most narratively satisfying and easiest to summarize in a single sentence. But the honest state of the evidence is that we simply don't know, with real confidence, exactly how power was organized and exercised across this civilization's considerable reach. What we know is the reach itself, mapped through pottery, through textile, through the chemistry of bone. The specific human hands that actually held and exercised authority across that reach remain for the most part as anonymous to us as the individual masons who once struck hammerstones against the andesite blocks scattered across the platform behind us. The stars are beginning to show now, faint and scattered at first, the way they always do in the last true light of evening, before the deeper dark that will eventually bring out the full, overwhelming density of sky this altitude is famous for. It's a fitting moment to turn from the scale of empire back towards something smaller and closer. The actual daily texture of life for the people who lived within Tiwanaku's reach, not simply its rulers and its distant colonists, but the ordinary households, the ordinary meals, the ordinary rhythms of a society whose monuments have understandably dominated our attention tonight, but whose everyday life deserves its own patient consideration too. We've spent hours now with the grand scale of this civilization, its stone, its chronology, its cosmology, its reach across hundreds of kilometers of some of the most demanding terrain anywhere on Earth. All of that matters, and I don't think any of it was wasted time. Not the technical detail, nor the mythology, nor the sheer scale of what this culture managed to organize and sustain across generations. But empires in the end are made of ordinary days, lived by ordinary people, most of whom never stood at the ceremonial center we've spent so long examining tonight. Never saw the gateway of the sun with their own eyes, never touched the H-blocks whose precision so captured our attention earlier. Their lives too deserve a place in this story, even where the evidence for them is thinner, quieter, and harder to reconstruct than the monumental stone that has understandably drawn so much more scholarly and popular attention across the centuries since this place was first rediscovered. Let's turn there next, while the light holds just long enough to make the walk. Away from the ceremonial platforms, beyond the carved gateways and precisely fitted andesite, the ordinary settlement of Tiwanaku, spread out across the surrounding land in forms considerably humbler than anything we've examined tonight, and considerably harder, as a result, for archaeology to fully recover. Most people who lived within this civilization's reach never worked andesite, never carved a solar deity into stone, never stood as a formal participant in whatever ceremonies took place at Puma Punku's platform. They lived instead in modest adobe and fieldstone houses, farmed the raised fields we discussed early tonight, herded llamas and alpacas across the surrounding grassland, and organized their lives around a rhythm of agricultural seasons, household obligation, and local community structure that has left far fainter traces in the archaeological record than the monumental stone that has dominated our attention for most of tonight. It's worth pausing, before we go any further, on the sheer scale of that population imbalance. However many hundreds or thousands of skilled masons, quarry workers, and specialist labourers we've imagined tonight, striking hammerstones against andesite across however many years construction required, they represented only a small fraction of the total population living within Tiwanaku's orbit. Most residents of this civilization, at any given moment across its several centuries of existence, were farmers and herders whose relationship to Puma Punku's monumental stonework was likely closer to occasional witness than direct participant. Visitors during major ceremonial gatherings, perhaps, or contributors of agricultural surplus that helped feed the specialist workforce, but not themselves the hands actually shaping the stone we've spent so much of tonight examining. I think it's worth spending real time with that ordinary life before we move any further, because I don't want tonight's story to leave you with the impression that Tiwanaku was simply its monuments, populated by an undifferentiated mass of anonymous labor, existing only to serve the platform's construction, a common trap in how popular retellings of ancient civilizations tend to flatten everyone but the builders and the rulers into background scenery. Most people living within this civilization's reach experience Tiwanaku primarily as a farming and herding society, their days structured around planting and harvest, around the needs of their animals, around the ordinary demands of feeding a household at extraordinary altitude in a climate that offered little room for error or waste. Excavations of residential areas surrounding the main ceremonial core have revealed something of what these ordinary households actually looked like. Modest, rectangular structures, typically built from adobe brick or a combination of adobe and fieldstone, clustered together into small residential compounds that likely housed extended family groups rather than single, isolated households. Cooking took place largely outdoors or in small hearths set within these compounds, evidenced by the ash deposits and fire-cracked stone archaeologists regularly recover from these residential contexts, alongside the broken remains of everyday cooking and storage vessels. Considerably plainer than the fine ceremonial ceramics we discussed a little earlier tonight, functional pottery meant for daily use rather than display or ritual significance. These residential excavations tell a quieter, considerably less dramatic story than the monumental platforms, but I think it's worth appreciating what they do reveal on their own terms, patiently, without the drama that has understandably carried most of tonight's story so far. Layers of accumulated household refuse, patiently sifted and catalogued by archaeologists working with the same painstaking care applied to the grander ceremonial contexts, show patterns of daily consumption, seasonal variation in diet, and the ordinary rhythm of domestic life across generations of continuous habitation. A broken cooking pot, discarded and buried beneath a rebuilt floor, tells its own small story. A household that lived here long enough to wear out its everyday tools and replace them, generation folding into generation on the same small patch of ground. Largely undocumented, but not, for that reason, unimportant. The diet sustaining this population drew heavily on the raised field agriculture we spent real time with back at the lakeshore. Potatoes in a remarkable diversity of varieties, many of them freeze-dried using a traditional Andean preservation technique called chuño that allowed tubers to be stored for years rather than months. An extraordinary practical innovation perfectly suited to a climate where a single growing season's harvest needed to reliably carry a household through however many lean months might follow. The chuño process itself deserves a moment's real attention because it represents exactly the kind of ingenious low-technology solution to a genuinely difficult environmental problem that has run as a quiet thread through so much of tonight's story. Potatoes were spread out overnight at high altitude, where temperatures regularly drop well below freezing, then trodden underfoot the following day to squeeze out the moisture the freezing process had already begun to separate from the plant's cellular structure. Repeated across several days and nights, alternating hard, freezing with daytime pressing and further drying, this process transformed a highly perishable tuber into something closer to a durable, lightweight, easily stored staple that could last for years without significant spoilage. A remarkable piece of practical food science, developed and refined by people who had no formal understanding of the underlying chemistry, only generations of careful, attentive observation about what actually worked. Quinoa, another staple crop uniquely well suited to high-altitude cultivation, provided a further essential source of nutrition, its remarkable nutritional density making it particularly valuable in an environment where every calorie required real, hard-won agricultural effort to produce. Quinoa's resilience to frost, drought, and poor soil, combined with its unusually complete amino acid profile compared to most other staple grains, made it an almost perfectly suited crop for exactly the harsh, unpredictable growing conditions this culture had to contend with year after year. A plant that seems, in retrospect, almost purpose-built for the specific challenges of Andean highland agriculture, though of course its suitability was discovered rather than designed, through the same patient, accumulated trial and observation that produced every other agricultural innovation we've discussed tonight. Llamas and alpacas provided far more than simple transport and wool, though both of those functions mattered enormously to daily and economic life across this entire region, and across the many centuries this culture and its successors relied on them. Meat from these animals, particularly llama, supplemented the largely plant-based diet raised field agriculture provided, while their dung served as valuable fertilizer, completing something close to a closed nutrient cycle between herding and farming that would have felt to anyone living within it less like two separate economic activities and more like a single, integrated system of managing this challenging landscape's limited resources as efficiently as possible. I find something worth pausing on in just how carefully integrated this whole system had to be, given the unforgiving nature of the environment sustaining it. There was very little margin for waste or inefficiency at this altitude, in this climate. Every technique we've discussed tonight, the raised fields buffering against frost, the chuño preservation extending a single harvest's usefulness across years rather than months, the careful cycling of animal fertilizer back into agricultural soil, represents a solution arrived at through what was almost certainly centuries of accumulated trial, observation, and refinement, passed down through countless generations of ordinary households whose names and individual contributions have left no trace in the record at all, only the accumulated wisdom of the systems they built and maintained, refined quietly and anonymously across a span of time longer than most written histories anywhere in the world managed to cover in full. Social organization within this ordinary population almost certainly involved some degree of specialization and hierarchy, though reconstructing its precise shape remains considerably more difficult than establishing chronology or stoneworking technique. Some households, based on differences in the quality and quantity of goods recovered from their residential contexts, appear to have held somewhat greater wealth or status than others, hinting at the kind of social stratification common to most societies capable of organizing large-scale, monumental construction. Specialist craftspeople, potters, weavers, and very likely the stonemasons whose work we've spent so much of tonight examining, probably occupied a distinct social position, their skilled labor valued and organized differently than the more broadly distributed agricultural and herding work that sustained the wider population. Whether that specialist status translated into meaningfully greater material comfort, or whether it functioned more as a distinct social role without necessarily conferring greater wealth, remains difficult to determine with confidence from the archaeological evidence currently available. One more small gap among the many we've acknowledged honestly throughout tonight's story, and likely to remain so for some time yet. The priesthood or religious specialists who oversaw the ceremonial life we discussed earlier tonight. The rituals connected to Viracocha, to the threshold cosmology of Condor, Puma, and Serpent, to the solstice observances built directly into structures like the Kalasasaya, very likely occupied a position of particular importance and authority within this social structure, though again the precise mechanics of how religious authority translated into broader social and political power remain genuinely uncertain. Part of the same open question about Tiwanaku's governance we sat with, honestly, a little earlier tonight. What we can say with more confidence is that religious ceremony almost certainly wasn't confined to the elite alone. Large open plazas within the wider Tiwanaku complex, structures separate from the more restricted, precisely built platforms like Puma Punku, suggest spaces designed to accommodate substantial public gatherings. Evidence that at least some ceremonial life was intended to be witnessed, participated in, and shared by a broader population, rather than confined entirely to a narrow religious or political elite operating behind closed access. The distinction between these more open, publicly accessible plazas and the tightly controlled precision of Puma Punku itself is worth sitting with for a moment, because it suggests a layered, deliberately structured relationship between different kinds of sacred space within the wider complex, one that echoes rather than contradicts everything we've walked through tonight. Not every threshold, it seems, was meant for every visitor. The most precisely worked stone, the most carefully controlled architectural space, may have been reserved for a smaller number of specialists or particularly significant ceremonial moments, while broader, more publicly inclusive gatherings took place in the more open plazas nearby, a graduated system of access that mirrors, in its own way, the layered cosmology of sky, earth, and underworld. We spent so much time with a little earlier tonight. Not every person granted equal access to every layer of meaning this place held, but everyone, in some form, granted a place within the wider structure, nonetheless. I think about what those gatherings might have felt like, standing in one of those open plazas among hundreds or perhaps thousands of other people, all gathered to witness whatever ceremony marked a particular solstice, a particular harvest, a particular moment in the ritual calendar this society organized its year around. The same solstice alignments we examined so carefully back at the Kalasasaya. The scale of shared experience implied by spaces built to hold crowds, that size is worth sitting with. This wasn't simply a private religious practice conducted by a small priestly caste on behalf of an uninvolved population. It was, very plausibly, something closer to genuinely collective experience. thousands of people drawn from across the surrounding countryside and perhaps from considerably further afield, gathering together at specific, predictable moments to participate in something that reinforced their shared identity, their shared belief, their shared place within this particular understanding of how the cosmos was structured and how their own community fit within it. Textile production deserves particular attention here too, because it represented far more than simple, practical clothing manufacture across Andean cultures generally, Tiwanaku very much included. Weaving was, by most accounts, an enormously time-intensive, highly skilled craft, and the finest textiles recovered from Tiwanaku-affiliated burial contexts display a level of technical sophistication. Intricate patterning, careful color work achieved through natural dyes, fine thread counts requiring exceptional skill and patience to produce. That suggests specialist weavers, likely predominantly women based on comparative evidence from other Andean textile traditions, held genuinely significant social and economic value within this society. Fine textiles very likely functioned as a form of wealth and status display in their own right, alongside their practical function, worn by elites and offered as valuable gifts or tribute in ways that paralleled how precious metals or fine ceramics functioned in other ancient economies elsewhere in the world. The sheer labor investment involved deserves genuine appreciation on its own terms, distinct from, but every bit as remarkable as the stonework we've spent so much of tonight examining. A single fine textile of the quality recovered from the most elaborate Tiwanaku-affiliated burials could easily represent hundreds or even thousands of hours of skilled labor, spinning fiber into thread, preparing natural dyes from plants and minerals, and then the actual weaving itself, often on backstrap looms requiring the weaver's entire body to maintain the correct tension throughout the process. That kind of sustained, skilled labor, passed down through direct apprenticeship from one generation of weavers to the next, represents its own quiet parallel to the stoneworking tradition we spent so much of tonight examining. A craft requiring patience, accumulated skill, and generational transmission of knowledge, producing results that, in their own material, achieved a level of refinement not so different from what hammerstone and abrasive achieved in andesite. I want to hold on to something here before we move any further into tonight's story. Everything we've discussed for the last hour or so, the households, the crops, the herding, the weaving, the collective ceremony, represents the actual, lived texture of the vast majority of human experience within Tiwanaku's reach, considerably more representative of ordinary daily life than the extraordinary, monumental stonework that has understandably captured most of our attention tonight. And yet, it's precisely this ordinary layer of experience that the archaeological record preserves least completely, least dramatically, least visibly. Adobe houses collapse and dissolve back into the earth far more readily than andesite platforms. Everyday cooking pottery breaks and scatters far more completely than carefully carved ceremonial stone. The names, the individual personalities, the daily conversations and small private moments of an entire farming and herding population have simply not survived in any form we can directly recover, leaving us instead to reconstruct their existence through the comparatively faint traces of broken pottery, collapsed house foundations, and the chemical signatures locked into their own bones. That asymmetry feels worth naming honestly, one more time before we move on. The story tonight has necessarily focused on what survives clearly enough to be told with real confidence: the stone, the chronology, the cosmology carved into gateways built to outlast their builders by design. But somewhere beneath all of that, in the quieter, less monumental spaces, this evidence doesn't reach nearly as well. An entire ordinary civilization lived out its actual daily existence, generation after generation, largely invisible to us now except in the barest outline. I think it's worth holding both of those truths at once as we move toward the final chapters of tonight's story. Genuine appreciation for what the monumental evidence does let us reconstruct with real confidence, alongside honest humility about how much of this civilization's actual lived experience remains, and will very likely always remain, beyond our reach entirely. I keep returning to this same tension throughout tonight's story, in one form or another, the gap between what stone preserves and what it necessarily leaves out, between the monument and the ordinary human life that surrounded and sustained it, generation after generation, unnoticed and unrecorded. It feels like an appropriate note to carry with us into the final part of tonight's journey, back toward the unfinished stones we began with, because that opening mystery, too, sits precisely at this same intersection between the monumental and the human. An interrupted construction project isn't only a puzzle about engineering or chronology, it's also quietly a story about ordinary people. The specific households whose labor stopped, the specific lives that were disrupted by whatever brought this remarkable, carefully integrated civilization toward its eventual end. The dark has properly settled now, the stars emerging in genuine density overhead. The particular deep, undiluted darkness this altitude and this remoteness from any significant modern light pollution still allows, even now. All these centuries after the people we've spent tonight with lived beneath this exact same sky. It's a fitting moment to return, one final time, to the mystery that opened tonight's story. The unfinished stones, the interrupted construction, the question of what actually brought this remarkable, carefully integrated civilization to its eventual end. Let's walk back there now, in this deepening dark, and finally give that opening question the full attention it deserves, carrying with us everything we've learned tonight about the ordinary lives, and not only the extraordinary stone that this ending ultimately touched. We're back where we started, though it likely doesn't look quite the same to you now as it did at the very beginning of tonight's journey. The same platform, the same scattered stones, some flawless, some abandoned mid-carving. But we understand this place considerably differently now than we did standing here in this morning's cold, thin light, before we knew the century, before we knew the technique, before we understood the cosmology this precision was built to serve. It's a strange thing, coming back to a starting point after a night's worth of walking, and I don't think that strangeness fades even after you've named it once. The stone hasn't changed at all in the hours since we first stood here. It's exactly the same rock, in exactly the same position, weathering at exactly the same imperceptible rate it always has. What's changed is entirely on our side of the encounter. We arrived here this morning with a question and very little context to answer it with. We return now carrying an entire civilization's worth of accumulated understanding, and I think that changes what this same unfinished stone is actually capable of telling us, even though the stone itself has done nothing but sit here, patiently, the whole time. Let's look at the unfinished stones properly now, with everything we've learned tonight actually informing what we see, rather than simply noting their existence the way we did at the very start of this long walk, before we had any of the context now, sitting quietly behind every word of what follows. The pattern of incompleteness across Puma Punku, once you catalogue it carefully rather than simply noticing it in passing, turns out to be more varied and more informative than a single, uniform story of interruption would suggest. Some blocks show channels cut only partway through, the hammerstone work clearly abandoned mid-process, the transition from finished to unfinished surface visible as a distinct line where the labour simply stopped. Others show evidence of the rougher, earlier stages of shaping, the bulk percussion work that would, in a completed block, have eventually given way to the finer abrasive polishing we discussed a little earlier tonight, never reaching that final stage at all, left in a state closer to raw material than finished architecture. Still others appear essentially complete in their carving, but never installed in their evident intended position, lying instead where they were apparently set down, waiting for a placement that never came. Even the tools themselves add a further layer to this picture. Hammerstones, the same simple, patient instruments whose experimental use we discussed earlier tonight, have occasionally been recovered from excavation contexts at this and comparable Andean sites in positions that suggest they were simply left where the last worker to use them set them down, rather than deliberately collected, cleaned, and stored the way a tool being retired from active use typically would be. A stored tool tells you work concluded in an orderly fashion. An abandoned one, left exactly where the hand that held it last released it, tells a different, quieter story. Work that stopped not by plan but by circumstance, the kind of stopping that doesn't leave time or reason for tidying up afterward, only the tool itself left behind. This variation matters, I think, because a single uniform stopping point, every stone interrupted at precisely the same stage of the same process, on the same afternoon, by the same event, would suggest something closer to an instantaneous event, a single moment when work across the entire site simply ceased all at once. What we actually find is closer to staggered, uneven incompleteness, different stones interrupted at different stages, suggesting instead a process that slowed and became increasingly patchy over some span of time, rather than stopping in a single dramatic instant. Some areas of the platform may have continued receiving attention and labour even as other areas were already being abandoned, construction contracting unevenly rather than switching off all at once like a single extinguished light. I think this detail deserves real weight because it quietly argues against some of the more dramatic explanations that speculative retellings of this site's story have sometimes proposed. A sudden catastrophe, an instantaneous abandonment, an entire workforce vanishing overnight without explanation or trace. The staggered nature of the incompleteness instead suggests something more gradual, more organizationally complex. A construction project whose available labor, resources, or organizational capacity was contracting over some meaningful period of time. Different sections of an ambitious, multi-part project losing their workforce at different points as that contraction unfolded, rather than a single, catastrophic event bringing everything to a simultaneous halt. What could produce that kind of gradual, uneven contraction in a project this ambitious, this clearly well organized in its earlier phases? We touched on one strong candidate a little earlier tonight, back when we first discussed Tiwanaku's eventual decline, and I want to return to it now with the full context we've built across the rest of this story. A sustained, severe drought affecting the Altiplano, evidenced in independent climate records recovered from ice cores and lake sediment, that appears to have significantly worsened sometime in the centuries following Puma Punku's most intensive construction phases. Let's understand what kind of evidence actually supports this drought, because I think it's worth being precise about the difference between this claim and some of the more speculative ones we've carefully avoided asserting as fact tonight. Ice cores extracted from high-altitude Andean glaciers preserve, in their accumulated annual layers, a detailed record of precipitation and temperature stretching back many thousands of years, the same kind of layered, datable record that radiocarbon dating draws on in a different form. Each year's snowfall compresses into a distinct band within the glacier, its chemical composition subtly recording that particular year's temperature and precipitation, so that a researcher extracting a long ice core can, in effect, read backward through centuries of climate history. One thin annual layer at a time, the way you might read the growth rings of an extraordinarily old, extraordinarily patient tree. Sediment cores pulled from the bed of Lake Titicaca itself provide a complementary, independently gathered record, since lake level and sediment composition shift in response to the same regional climate patterns the ice cores capture from a different angle. During drier periods, lake levels drop and the sediment settling to the bottom shifts in composition, carrying a different chemical and mineral signature than what accumulates during wetter years. A second, entirely separate physical archive, recording essentially the same regional climate story through the completely different mechanism of what happens to be settling to the bottom of a lake, rather than what happens to be accumulating on a distant glacier. Both lines of evidence, developed independently by different research teams using entirely different methods, converge on the same broad conclusion. This region experienced a significant, sustained period of reduced precipitation, a genuine multi-decade or even multi-century drought, occurring in roughly the same window when Tiwanaku's monumental construction appears to have slowed and eventually ceased. I want to sit with what that convergence actually means, the way we sat with the convergence of radiocarbon and ceramic evidence when we corrected Posnansky's Chronology earlier tonight, back near the very start of this long walk. This isn't a single research team's speculative reconstruction. It's multiple independent physical archives, ice, sediment, each recording climate through an entirely separate physical mechanism, telling a consistent story about worsening conditions on the Altiplano, arriving at a similar time frame through methods that have no reason to agree with each other unless the underlying climate event they're both recording actually happened. Now consider what a sustained drought would have meant for everything we've discussed tonight about how this civilization actually sustained itself. The raised field agriculture we spent real time with back at the lakeshore. That entire system depended on reliable access to water, both for the flooded channels that buffered against frost and for the periodic dredging that renewed the field's fertility. A prolonged reduction in precipitation would have struck directly at the foundation of this civilization's food supply, the same remarkably sophisticated system that had, for centuries, allowed a population to thrive in conditions that would defeat almost any less carefully engineered form of agriculture. There's a particular cruelty worth naming in how precisely a drought would have undermined exactly the system this culture had built to guard against ordinary agricultural risk. The raised field's genius lay in using water itself as a buffer against frost and a source of renewing fertility. Brilliant engineering for a landscape where water was reliably, if not abundantly, available. But that same engineering offered little protection against water simply becoming scarce across an extended period, the one risk the system wasn't primarily designed to absorb. A sophisticated solution to one kind of environmental threat can leave a civilization more exposed, not less, to a different kind of threat it never anticipated needing to guard against, and it's difficult not to feel the weight of that irony, standing here after everything we've learned tonight about how carefully this system had otherwise been designed. And a civilization whose food supply is under sustained strain doesn't easily continue directing large numbers of skilled laborers toward monumental stone construction. Every mason pulled away from farming to work hammerstone against andesite is a mason not producing food, a calculation that a stable agricultural surplus can absorb comfortably, but that a shrinking surplus, under mounting drought pressure, cannot sustain indefinitely. This gives us, I think, a genuinely satisfying explanation for the staggered, uneven pattern of incompleteness we catalogued a moment ago. Not a single catastrophic event, but a slow tightening of available resources and labor, forcing difficult choices about where limited remaining effort could still be directed. Different sections of an ambitious project losing their workforce at different points as that tightening continued, year after year, drought year following drought year, until the accumulated strain finally became more than the system, however sophisticated, could continue absorbing. I want to be honest, though, about the limits of what this drought evidence actually establishes, because I don't want to trade one overconfident narrative for another simply because this one happens to be better supported by the physical record than the alternatives we've already walked through and set aside tonight. The ice core and sediment evidence tells us, with real confidence, that a significant drought occurred in roughly the right time frame. It doesn't tell us with the same confidence the precise mechanism by which that drought translated into Puma Punku's specific, staggered pattern of abandoned construction. It doesn't tell us whether the drought alone was sufficient to bring construction to its eventual halt, or whether it combined with other pressures, political instability, perhaps, or conflict, or some combination of factors that left less clear physical evidence than a climate record preserved in ice and lake sediment. Archaeologists studying Tiwanaku's decline generally treat the drought as the single most well-supported contributing factor, but not necessarily the sole and complete explanation for everything that happened here in the centuries following Puma Punku's most active construction period, a nuance worth holding on to rather than flattening away. There's also a genuine question, still actively debated among specialists, about the precise sequence of cause and effect. Did the drought directly and primarily cause construction to slow in a fairly straightforward chain of environmental pressure leading to reduced labor availability? Or did the drought instead trigger a more complex cascade, perhaps weakening the political and religious authority that had organized and sustained large-scale construction in the first place, with that weakened authority then contributing to construction's decline through a more indirect, socially mediated pathway rather than simple resource scarcity alone? Think about what each of these readings would actually imply for how we understand this civilization's final chapter. The simpler, more direct reading treats decline as primarily an environmental story. A resilient, sophisticated society meeting a climate challenge severe enough to overwhelm even its considerable adaptive capacity. The more complex, socially mediated reading treats decline as partly environmental and partly political, the drought functioning less as a direct cause and more as a trigger that exposed or accelerated pre-existing tensions within the social and political structure holding this sprawling civilization together. The kind of tensions that might have remained manageable indefinitely under stable conditions, but that a sustained environmental shock pushed past whatever threshold had previously kept them contained. I genuinely don't know which of these readings is closer to correct, and I don't think the current state of the evidence allows anyone to say with full confidence. Both remain live possibilities in the scholarly literature, and I think the honest thing to do, standing here with you at the end of a long night's walk through this place, is simply to name that uncertainty rather than resolve it more cleanly than the evidence actually permits, tonight or ever. What I find myself drawn to, standing here in the deep, star-filled dark this altitude offers so generously, isn't really the specific mechanism of decline at all. It's something quieter, something we've circled several times across tonight's story without quite landing on directly until this exact moment. This unfinished stone beneath your hand, wherever exactly you're imagining yourself standing right now, isn't evidence of catastrophe. It isn't evidence of some dramatic, sudden abandonment that swept an entire civilization away overnight. It's evidence of something considerably more human, and I think considerably more moving, once you sit with it properly. A difficult, gradual, genuinely painful set of choices, made by real people, about where their increasingly scarce time and labor could still be meaningfully spent, as conditions around them grew steadily, patiently, unrelentingly harder. I think about the specific mason who might have been working this specific stone on whatever specific afternoon construction here finally, quietly stopped for good. I don't think they knew, necessarily, that this particular channel would remain forever half-cut. I don't think there was any single dramatic announcement, any final ceremony marking an ending. More likely, I suspect, there was simply a slow accumulation of days when there was less food to spare for labourers not directly producing it, fewer hands available because more of them were needed elsewhere, in the fields, tending the increasingly fragile margin between a harvest and a shortfall. Perhaps this particular mason was reassigned to farming work themselves, their hammerstones set aside for what they assumed, reasonably enough, would only be a temporary interruption, a season or two away from the platform before returning to finish what they'd started. A plan that, as far as this specific stone can tell us, simply never came to pass. And at some point, on some ordinary afternoon that nobody present had any way of recognizing as historically significant, this particular stone was the one that simply didn't get finished. Not because anyone decided it wouldn't be, but because the slow tightening of everything holding this project together had, by then, quietly made that outcome inevitable. That's not the story a more dramatic retelling of this site would choose to tell. It doesn't have the clean, satisfying shape of catastrophe or conspiracy or vanished technology or any of the other explanations that have circulated around this place for the better part of a century. It has, instead, the shape of something considerably more familiar, if you let yourself sit with it honestly. An ordinary, gradual hardship, absorbed patiently for as long as it could be absorbed, until it finally, quietly, could not be absorbed any longer. The same kind of slow, unglamorous strain that has quietly reshaped the ending of countless human projects across history, most of them never carved into stone at all, and so never remembered by anyone beyond the people who lived through them. The stars overhead are as dense now as they will get tonight, the particular deep, undiluted black, between them holding more visible points of light than most modern eyes ever encounter anywhere else. It feels like the right sky under which to finish this part of the story before we turn, in the final stretch of tonight's journey, toward what actually happened to Tiwanaku in the centuries that followed. The slow unraveling of the wider civilization this platform once anchored, and what became of the people who, generation after generation, had called this remarkable, cold, impossibly beautiful place their home. We're close now to the end of this long walk together, and I want to carry the same honesty into these final parts that we've tried to hold on to throughout tonight. No tidy catastrophe, no dramatic final chapter that resolves everything neatly, only the same patient attention to what the evidence actually allows us to say, and what it honestly, plainly, does not. Let's walk there next, gently, the way this whole story has tried to walk through everything else across tonight. What we've discussed so far tonight about Puma Punku's interrupted construction was only ever one thread within a much larger unraveling, the platform's staggered incompleteness, reflecting a strain that, in the centuries following, spread outward to touch the entire civilization this place once anchored. Let's follow that wider story now, gently, the way we've tried to walk through everything else tonight, toward what eventually became of Tiwanaku as a whole. Not simply this single ceremonial center, but the sprawling network of colonies, farms and communities we spent real time with earlier, stretching across hundreds of kilometers of some of the most demanding terrain on the planet, all of it ultimately touched by the same slow strain we watched play out here on this one platform. The archaeological evidence for Tiwanaku's broader decline, gathered from settlement patterns across the wider Altiplano and beyond, points toward a population that didn't simply vanish overnight, but that gradually, unevenly dispersed across roughly the 9th through 11th centuries of the Common Era. Families and communities relocating away from the increasingly strained core towards smaller, more scattered settlements, better suited to a climate that had grown considerably less forgiving than the one their grandparents and great-grandparents had built this remarkable civilization within. This wasn't abandonment in the dramatic, cinematic sense a more sensational retelling might reach for. No single exodus, no final closing of the gates. It was closer to a slow draining away, household by household, generation by generation, as the calculus of staying near Tiwanaku's ceremonial core versus striking out towards smaller, more sustainable settlements gradually tilted for more and more families toward leaving. Settlement pattern surveys across the wider region, the painstaking archaeological work of mapping where people actually lived, generation by generation across a landscape rather than focusing solely on any single site, show this dispersal quite clearly once you know to look for it. Smaller settlements, positioned closer to reliable water sources or at elevations slightly better buffered against the worsening drought, begin appearing with greater frequency in the archaeological record across this same window, even as the population density immediately surrounding Tiwanaku's ceremonial core appears to thin. It's the kind of evidence that requires patient, wide-ranging survey work rather than the more dramatic excavation of a single monumental site. And it has, understandably, received far less popular attention than Puma Punku's stonework, even though it tells an equally important part of this civilization's story. I think it's worth sitting with what that gradual dispersal would have actually felt like from the inside for the people living through it, because I don't think we've fully done that yet tonight, even after everything we've discussed about ordinary daily life within this civilization, its households, its herds, its patient generational rhythms. Decline of this kind rarely announces itself clearly to the people experiencing it. There's no moment where a community collectively recognizes this is the beginning of the end. There's simply a run of harder years, followed by a difficult decision about whether to hold on for one more difficult season or move toward better prospects elsewhere, repeated across countless individual households, each one making its own version of that same hard calculation, without necessarily knowing how many of their neighbors were quietly reaching the same conclusion. Some households almost certainly held on considerably longer than others, whether from attachment to this specific, deeply meaningful place, from simple inertia, or from genuinely better circumstances that allowed them to weather the tightening conditions more comfortably than their neighbors, families whose particular position or fortune bought them another decade or another generation before the same slow pressures finally caught up with them too. Archaeological evidence from the core ceremonial area suggests some continued activity and even limited construction persisting well after the most intensive building phases had ended, a slow tapering rather than a clean stop, consistent with the staggered pattern of incompleteness we examined so closely a little earlier tonight, back at the platform itself. What happened to the people who left, scattering outward from this core across the following decades and centuries? The evidence here becomes considerably harder to trace with precision, though what we do have suggests continuity rather than catastrophe. Aymara-speaking communities whose language is still spoken across large parts of this region today very plausibly descend at least in part from populations connected to Tiwanaku's broader cultural sphere, carrying forward fragments of agricultural technique, craft tradition, and quite possibly the cosmological framework we spent so much of tonight examining. even as the specific political and religious structure centered on this ceremonial platform gradually lost its organizing power. I find it worth pausing on the fact that Aymara is still spoken today by several million people across this same broad region, a genuinely living language rather than a historical curiosity, confined to inscriptions or scholarly reconstruction. Words like punku, the same word carried in this site's own name, remain in ordinary daily use, spoken by people going about entirely unremarkable modern lives, largely unaware most of the time that the specific word on their own lips carries a thread connecting them back toward whatever language or ancestor of that language the builders of this platform themselves once spoke. That continuity feels worth sitting with directly because it complicates any tidy sense of this civilization as simply vanished or lost. Its stone monuments fell silent and its centralized political power dissolved. But something considerably more durable, language, agricultural knowledge, cultural memory, persisted through and beyond that political ending, carried forward not in monuments, but in the ordinary, continuous transmission of a living culture from one generation to the next. Culture, in other words, doesn't simply disappear when a civilization's monumental center falls quiet. It disperses, adapts and continues, carried forward by the ordinary households whose daily lives we spent real time with a little earlier tonight, largely invisible to the archaeological record, but not, for that reason, actually gone. I find this continuity genuinely important to hold on to because I think it changes the emotional shape of tonight's ending considerably, away from tragedy and towards something closer to transformation. Tiwanaku, as a centralized political and religious power organized around this specific ceremonial complex, did decline and eventually cease to function as it once had. But the people, the language, the agricultural techniques, quite possibly elements of the cosmology itself, persisted well beyond that political ending, woven into the fabric of Andean culture that would, centuries later, feed into and shape the rise of the Inca Empire that eventually came to dominate this same region. I want to be careful about the word transformation, though, because I don't want it to smooth over the genuine hardship this civilization's decline almost certainly involved for the actual people living through it. A gradual dispersal driven by worsening drought and shrinking agricultural surplus was not, for the households experiencing it, a gentle or comfortable process. Real hunger, real difficult choices, real grief at leaving behind places and structures and ways of life that had sustained many generations before them. All of that very plausibly accompanied the slow unraveling we've been discussing, even as the culture itself ultimately continued and adapted rather than vanishing entirely. Both things can be true simultaneously. Genuine felt hardship for the specific people living through this transition, and genuine, meaningful cultural continuity for the broader tradition they belonged to and helped carry forward. The Inca themselves, as we touched on earlier tonight, held Tiwanaku's ruins in genuine reverence, incorporating this place's memory and reputation into their own imperial mythology, treating it as a place of profound ancestral significance, even though their own direct genealogical connection to Tiwanaku's original builders remains itself a matter of ongoing archaeological discussion rather than settled fact. That reverence is worth sitting with for a moment because it tells us something about how quickly a place can shift from lived reality to distant, half-remembered origin point, even within the same broad cultural tradition that once knew it intimately. By the time Inca power rose to prominence, centuries after Tiwanaku's own decline, Puma Punku and the wider complex had already become something closer to legend for the people living around it. Ruins whose builders were, by then, spoken of in the same register as the giants and gods populating the Viracocha traditions we discussed earlier tonight. The specific memory of ordinary 6th century masons striking hammerstones against andesite, already fading into a grander, more mythologized account of a distant, almost superhuman past. I think there's something worth naming honestly in that shift, because it mirrors, in miniature, the exact process we've spent tonight trying to work carefully against. Even the Inca, living considerably closer in time to Tiwanaku's actual builders than we do today, had already begun mythologizing this place beyond what the historical record could actually support. Giants, gods, a past too grand and too distant to be understood as simply the work of ordinary, skilled human hands. The impulse toward extraordinary explanation for extraordinary achievement isn't a modern phenomenon or a uniquely Western one, or a product of pseudo-archaeological documentaries and speculative internet forums. It's a very old, very human pattern, visible even within the same broad cultural tradition that actually built this place, appearing again and again whenever the specific, ordinary, human story behind an achievement fades enough to leave room for something more mythic to grow in its place. I think this is one of the more genuinely humbling things I've come to understand across the course of tonight's story. We've spent hours carefully working against the impulse toward extraordinary explanation, grounding every claim in evidence, resisting speculation wherever the record couldn't fully support it. And yet, the same impulse we've been resisting all night was already alive and well within the Inca's own retelling of this place, only a handful of centuries after Tiwanaku's actual decline, among people who lived, by any measure, far closer to the original truth than any of us do now. If a culture separated from Tiwanaku's builders by mere centuries, sharing broad linguistic and cultural continuity with them, could already lose the thread of ordinary human explanation in favor of giants and gods, it says something sobering about how quickly and how easily that same drift happens to any historical memory, however careful its transmission, given enough time and enough retelling. I want to hold that pattern gently rather than critically, because I don't think it reflects any particular failure of memory or imagination on the part of the Inca or anyone else who has ever told this place's story across the centuries since. It reflects instead something close to an inevitable feature of how human memory and storytelling actually work across enough generations. The specific, textured, ordinary details. Which mason worked which stone, what a particular afternoon's labour actually felt like, the precise mechanics of hammerstone against andesite, are exactly the details most vulnerable to being smoothed away by time, replaced by broader, more emotionally resonant narrative shapes that a story can carry forward more easily across centuries than a technical description of quarrying and abrasive polishing ever could. Tonight's entire journey, in a sense, has been an attempt to work back against that natural smoothing, to recover, as much as the evidence allows, the specific, ordinary, human texture beneath the grander, mythologized version of this place that has circulated for so much longer than the accurate one. The Spanish arrival in the 16th century and the chronicles it eventually produced, Cieza de Leon's astonished descriptions, the Viracocha traditions recorded from Inca informants, represent, in a sense, one further layer added onto an already centuries-old process of memory, transforming gradually into myth. By the time European observers first encountered this place and began asking questions about who built it, they were asking those questions of people who were themselves already several centuries removed from any direct, lived memory of Tiwanaku's actual construction, working instead from their own inherited, already partially mythologized understanding, filtered further still through the considerable distortions of cross-cultural translation and the colonial power dynamics shaping every single one of those encounters. I think it's worth pausing on how many layers of transmission actually separate us, standing here tonight, from the actual 6th century mason, whose hammerstone we've spent so much of tonight trying to understand. Their own lived experience filtered through however many generations of oral tradition before the Inca rose to power. Filtered again through Inca reverence and mythologizing of a place already ancient and half legendary by their own time. Filtered again through Spanish chroniclers recording what they were told through their own theological and cultural assumptions in a language and conceptual framework the original tradition never anticipated needing to translate into, and filtered finally through more than 4 centuries of subsequent archaeological investigation, correction, speculation, and eventually the patient, evidence-based reconstruction we've tried to build together across tonight's story, piece by careful piece, using tools and techniques, radiocarbon dating, experimental archaeology, isotopic analysis, that would have been entirely unimaginable to anyone standing on this platform at any point across the 14 centuries between its construction and this exact moment. Each one of those layers, I think, deserves to be named rather than glossed over, because each one represents a genuine point where distortion, simplification, or outright error could have crept in, and likely did, to varying degrees at every single stage. Oral tradition compresses and reshapes across generations, even under the best of circumstances. Religious reverence tends to inflate and mythologize whatever it venerates, almost by definition. Cross-cultural translation, particularly under the profoundly unequal power dynamics of colonial contact, distorts meaning in ways that are often invisible to everyone involved in the exchange, including the person doing the translating. And even our own modern archaeological reconstruction, careful and evidence-based as we've tried to keep it across tonight's story, remains an interpretation built from fragments, not a direct transcript of what actually happened here. Every single layer between that original mason and this exact moment has had the opportunity to introduce its own quiet distortion, and the honest response to that reality isn't despair, but the same patient, humble carefulness we've tried to practice throughout tonight, checking each claim against the strongest available evidence and being honest about where that evidence runs out. That's an enormous distance to have crossed together tonight, and I think it's worth naming honestly, one final time, how much of what we've reconstructed remains provisional, held with appropriate humility rather than false certainty, even after everything the evidence has allowed us to establish with real confidence across the hours we've spent here, walking this platform together in the dark and the cold and the long, slow, unfolding light of an entire day. We know the century, we know the technique, we have a genuinely well-supported account of why construction faltered and why the wider civilization eventually receded. But the specific, felt, lived texture of any single life lived within this remarkable, cold, extraordinary place remains, as it has throughout tonight's entire story, largely beyond what any amount of careful archaeological work can ultimately recover. The night has settled fully now, the stars overhead arranged in their full, dense clarity. The same patient configuration this sky has held across every one of the 14 centuries, separating us from the people who once stood exactly here, doing exactly this, looking up, in whatever quiet moment the labor of their days allowed them, at a sky that has genuinely not changed in any way that would matter to an ordinary human eye, connecting us to them more directly, in this one specific sense, than almost anything else we've discussed tonight. I find something worth resting in that particular continuity. So much of what we've walked through tonight has been about distance, the distance between certainty and speculation, between what survives and what's lost, between the 6th century and this one, between the mason's hand and our own understanding of what that hand once did. But the sky above this platform hasn't moved, hasn't changed, hasn't required any correction or careful reconstruction at all. It's the one thing tonight that needs no archaeology to access, no radiocarbon dating, no experimental replication. You simply look up, the same way they did, and the gap of 14 centuries closes, at least for as long as you keep looking. There's a little more of this story left before we let it rest completely. The strange, difficult history of what happened to this place in the centuries after its builders departed, the stones themselves carried off piece by piece to build entirely different structures, and the slow, patient work of rediscovery that eventually, centuries later, brought us to everything we've walked through together tonight, standing exactly here in this exact dark, under this exact unchanged sky. Let's finish that part of the story gently before we finally let this long night close. Centuries passed here in relative quiet after the last of Tiwanaku's population finally dispersed. The platform and its surrounding complex left to the slow, patient work of weather and time, visited occasionally by travellers and pilgrims who still remembered, in whatever fragmentary form the intervening centuries had left them, something of what this place had once meant. And then, in the 16th century, an entirely different kind of disruption arrived. One that would reshape this site's physical fabric in ways considerably more destructive than centuries of ordinary weathering ever managed on their own. Those quiet, intervening centuries worth pausing on for a moment before we move to what followed likely weren't entirely empty of human activity or human meaning. Andean peoples living in the region continued visiting these ruins across the period between Tiwanaku's decline and the Inca's later rise to prominence, even as the site's original meaning grew increasingly distant and layered with successive generations of retelling. Smaller-scale ritual activity, offerings, and continued reverence very plausibly persisted here in forms the archaeological record captures only faintly. A continuous thread of engagement with this place that never fully broke, even as the specific, detailed knowledge of its original construction and purpose gradually faded into the mythologized account we discussed a little earlier tonight. Spanish colonization brought with it not simply new political control over this region, but an entirely new relationship to the ancient stone scattered across it. Where earlier generations, Inca included, had approached Tiwanaku's ruins with genuine reverence, treating this place as sacred ancestral ground, even as its original meaning grew increasingly distant and mythologized. Spanish colonial authorities and settlers approached the same stone considerably more practically, as a convenient, pre-cut source of high-quality building material, ready to hand, requiring none of the quarrying and transport labor we spent so much time discussing earlier tonight, back when we first walked the 10 kilometers between quarry and platform ourselves. The nearby town of Tiwanaku and other settlements across the region grew substantially during the colonial period using stone taken directly from the ancient complex. Churches, in particular, drew heavily on this material, a detail worth sitting with for a moment, given everything we've discussed tonight about this platform's own sacred, cosmological significance to the people who built it. Blocks originally shaped and positioned with extraordinary care to serve one religious tradition's understanding of thresholds and cosmic order were, centuries later, pulled apart, recut where necessary, and reassembled to serve an entirely different religious tradition's architecture. The same physical stone carrying two completely separate systems of sacred meaning across its long existence. The first, largely erased by the imposition of the second. The colonial church at Tiwanaku itself, standing not far from the ancient complex, is frequently cited as a particularly direct example of this practice, its walls reportedly incorporating stone recognizably drawn from the ancient site, sitting today within easy sight of the ruins it was partly built from, close enough that a single visit can take in both at once. There's something worth sitting with in the specific geography of that arrangement. The church and the ruin close enough together that a single glance can take in both, the newer structure built quite literally from the substance of the older one, a physical proximity that makes the transfer of material impossible to overlook or soften into abstraction. This isn't a story about stone taken far away to some distant, disconnected use. It's a story about stone moved a short distance, repurposed within sight of its original home, the old sacred threshold quite literally dismantled to help construct the new one standing nearby. I find myself genuinely unsettled, sitting with that history honestly, in a way I haven't quite been by anything else we've discussed tonight. It's one thing to lose a sight to the slow, impersonal indifference of weather and time. It's another thing entirely to watch it dismantled deliberately, piece by piece, by people who understood, at least in general terms, that they were taking apart something ancient and significant, and proceeded anyway because the practical value of pre-cut stone outweighed whatever consideration might otherwise have been given to preservation. This wasn't simple ignorance erasing what it didn't understand. Colonial administrators and clergy were often well aware that these were ruins of considerable antiquity and significance to the local population. The removal happened regardless, a choice rather than an accident, embedded within the much larger, considerably more violent pattern of colonial disruption to indigenous Andean life and culture that this specific act of stone removal was only ever one small, physical instance of. I want to be careful here about scope and proportion, because I don't want this part of tonight's story to collapse into something it isn't. The removal of stone from Puma Punku and the wider Tiwanaku complex was a real, documented harm to an irreplaceable archaeological and cultural site, but it occurred within and was considerably smaller in scale than the broader devastation colonization brought to indigenous Andean populations across this same period. Disease, forced labor, the deliberate suppression of religious and cultural practice, and outright violence that reshaped the demographic and social landscape of this entire region far more profoundly than any single act of stone removal ever could. The stones themselves stand as one small, physically visible marker of a much larger, much more consequential history, worth naming honestly rather than treating as some isolated act of vandalism disconnected from everything else happening across this same period. I think it's important to hold that proportion carefully, because focusing exclusively on the stone risks accidentally minimizing the far greater human cost colonization exacted across this same period and this same region. The demographic collapse from introduced disease alone, dwarfing by any measure the loss of any single archaeological site, however significant, however carefully we've come to understand and appreciate it across the course of tonight's long walk together. The people who once lived within Tiwanaku's cultural sphere, whose distant descendants were themselves living through Spanish colonization by the 16th century, experienced a scale of disruption to their communities, their labor, their religious practice, and their very survival that makes the removal of stone from an already ancient ruin feel, by comparison, like one small thread within an immensely larger tapestry of loss. I mention this not to diminish the genuine harm done to this specific site, but because I think an honest telling of this story owes that larger context its proper weight, rather than allowing a fascination with ancient stonework to accidentally crowd out the more immediate, more consequential human history unfolding around it during exactly this same period. Cieza de Leon's astonished 16th century description, which we discussed briefly at the very start of tonight's journey, captures this site at what was very likely close to its most intact post-abandonment state, before the most intensive period of colonial-era stone removal had fully taken its toll. Reading his account now against everything we know about what happened to this place in the centuries following his visit carries a particular kind of weight. A snapshot of a moment just before a further wave of loss began, recorded by someone who had no way of knowing what would happen to the ruins he was describing in such evident astonishment. There's something almost unbearably poignant, once you sit with it properly, in the fact that Cieza de Leon's own wonder at this site's stonework, the very astonishment that first drew serious European attention toward Puma Punku at all, arrived at almost exactly the moment when that same stonework was about to enter its most destructive chapter since the original interruption of its construction we spent so long examining earlier tonight. His account preserves, in a sense, one of the last clear-eyed European descriptions of the site, before colonial extraction began removing pieces of the very thing he'd found so remarkable. An unintended elegy written by someone who believed, as far as we can tell, that he was simply recording a marvel rather than documenting something already standing on the edge of further, more deliberate loss. By the time serious archaeological attention finally turned toward Puma Punku, beginning in earnest in the 19th century and accelerating through the 20th, the site had already lost a genuinely significant portion of its original material to this long history of removal, damage from earthquakes we discussed earlier tonight, and simple centuries of exposure to the particular harshness of Altiplano weather. Archaeologists arriving to formally study this place weren't encountering it in anything close to its original state. They were encountering a site already substantially reduced, its stones scattered and displaced far beyond whatever disruption the original interruption of construction itself had caused, requiring the kind of painstaking, puzzle-like reconstruction work we touched on briefly earlier tonight, matching tool marks and stone type across a landscape of deliberately and accidentally displaced material. I think this context matters enormously for understanding some of the confusion and uncertainty that has surrounded this site across more than a century of study, including some of the specific difficulties we discussed earlier tonight. The challenge Posnansky faced in identifying reliable, undisturbed astronomical sightlines, for instance, made considerably harder by exactly this kind of centuries-long disturbance to the site's original stone positions. It's worth returning to that connection directly now that we understand the fuller history behind it. Posnansky wasn't simply working with an ordinary, undisturbed archaeological site when he made his measurements. He was working with a site that had already passed through centuries of stone removal, earthquake damage, and earlier, less careful attempts at restoration, each one quietly compromising the very positional precision his method depended on absolutely. The mystery of Puma Punku, in other words, isn't simply a mystery about ancient technique and ancient chronology. It's also, quietly, a mystery shaped by several intervening centuries of human interference, each layer of disturbance making the underlying original evidence just a little harder to read clearly, a little more dependent on careful, patient reconstruction rather than straightforward observation. The process of formal archaeological rediscovery and study that eventually followed represents its own long, gradual story, considerably less dramatic than a single moment of triumphant unearthing might suggest. Early explorers and antiquarians working across the 18th and 19th centuries produced increasingly detailed descriptions and illustrations of the site, even as active stone removal for local construction continued alongside their documentation efforts. A strange, uncomfortable overlap between preservation-minded study and ongoing practical destruction that persisted, for longer than it's comfortable to sit with. Two entirely different relationships to the same stone unfolding side by side, sometimes within the very same decade. These early illustrated accounts, produced by travelers and antiquarians equipped with little more than sketchbooks, measuring tools, and considerable personal curiosity, represent an important, if imperfect, record in their own right. Many of the specific stones and arrangements they carefully drew and described no longer exist in the same form today, either removed entirely for building material or further displaced by subsequent decades of activity at the site. In an odd, unintended way, these early antiquarian sketches sometimes preserve information about the site's condition that has since been lost from the physical stone itself. A reminder that documentation, however imperfect by later scientific standards, can outlast the very thing it was documenting. Formal excavation, applying the kind of careful, systematic methodology modern archaeology now takes for granted, developed only gradually across the 20th century, alongside the broader development of archaeology as a rigorous scientific discipline rather than simply antiquarian curiosity. Each successive generation of researchers arrived with better tools, more rigorous standards, and a more complete accumulated understanding than the generation before. The same pattern of gradual, self-correcting refinement we saw so clearly in the story of Puma Punku's dating, applied here to the broader project of understanding and documenting the site as a physical whole. Bolivian archaeologists and institutions have played, and continue to play, a central role in this ongoing work, alongside international researchers and collaborations, a point worth naming clearly, because it would be easy, telling a story like this one primarily through the lens of figures like Posnansky or Protzen, to leave the impression that this site study has been driven primarily by outside interest looking in, rather than by the sustained, ongoing commitment of Bolivian scholars and institutions to understanding and protecting a site of profound significance to their own national and cultural heritage. This matters, I think, for the same reason it mattered when we discussed the Aymara continuity woven through this region's language and agricultural knowledge a little earlier tonight. Puma Punku isn't simply an object of outside archaeological curiosity, studied and interpreted from a comfortable external distance. It sits within a living national and cultural context, its ongoing excavation, preservation, and interpretation shaped substantially by Bolivian researchers, institutions, and communities, whose relationship to this place runs considerably deeper than any single visiting specialist's temporary period of fieldwork ever could. The site's designation as a UNESCO World Heritage Location in the year 2000 marked a further, more recent chapter in this long story of study and protection, formal international recognition arriving many centuries after the informal, deeply felt reverence the Inca themselves had already extended toward these same ruins, and considerably later still than the sustained, patient attention Bolivian scholars had already been giving this site for generations before that recognition finally arrived. I think about the strange, layered irony sitting inside that timeline one more time before we let this part of the story rest. A place built with extraordinary care across the 6th through 8th centuries, abandoned gradually across the 9th through 11th, the way we discussed at length a little earlier tonight. Mythologized by the Inca within a few centuries of its own decline, partially dismantled by Spanish colonial authorities across the 16th through 18th centuries, its stone repurposed for an entirely different religious architecture. Studied with increasing rigor across the 19th and 20th centuries, its chronology first badly mismeasured and then patiently, carefully corrected, and finally recognized formally by an international body in the year 2000 as a site worth protecting and understanding on its own terms, 14 centuries after the first hammerstone struck the first block of andesite that would eventually become part of this platform. That's an extraordinary span of transformation for a single place to undergo, and I don't think any single word, rise, fall, loss, rediscovery, adequately captures the whole of it, or does justice to everyone who has, across 14 centuries, stood somewhere on or near this platform and felt something meaningful in its presence. It's been, across 14 centuries, a sacred threshold, a source of building material, a mythological touchstone, an archaeological puzzle, and, now, a protected heritage site drawing visitors and researchers from across the world, each stage layered on top of the ones before it, rather than simply replacing them, the physical stone itself carrying all of these different identities simultaneously, whether or not any single visitor standing here tonight, or on any other night, fully appreciates the entire weight of what they're actually looking at. The stars have shifted further across the sky since we began tonight's long walk together, the particular configuration overhead now considerably different from the one that greeted us this morning, back before we knew any of what we know now. It feels like an appropriate marker of how far we've actually travelled together across these hours, not simply across the physical space of this platform, but across 14 centuries of a single, remarkable place's entire existence, from construction, through interruption, through decline, through loss, through patient, ongoing rediscovery. I think about everything we've covered since that first cold morning hour, standing beside a half-carved stone with no context at all for what we were actually looking at. The quarries, the impossible weight of transport. A chronology built, dismantled, and rebuilt more carefully. The precision finally, honestly explained. A gateway and the god it very likely depicted. A cosmology of sky, earth, and threshold. An empire whose reach stretched further than its stone ever suggested at first glance. Ordinary households whose lives outnumbered, by a vast margin, the specialists whose work has dominated tonight's attention. A drought, patiently documented in ice and sediment, quietly explaining an ending that never needed embellishment to feel significant. And now, finally, the long, complicated afterlife of a place that has meant something different to nearly every generation that has encountered it since its builders first set down their tools. There's one more part of this story left, a quieter one, before we let tonight finally close. Let's walk there together now, gently, toward whatever this long night's journey has left us with. Once all the technical questions have been answered and all the corrections have been made, and there's nothing left to do but simply sit with what remains. There's a version of tonight's story that could have ended several hours ago, once the technical questions were settled. Once we understood when this place was built, how its stone was actually shaped, what happened to slow and eventually stop its construction. I could have stopped there and the story would have been complete in the narrowest sense. But I don't think it would have been complete in the sense that actually matters. And I want to spend these last few minutes with you, sitting in the parts of this place that resist that kind of tidy completion entirely. I think, if I'm honest, that most of the stories worth telling resist tidy completion in exactly this way, refusing, right up to their final minutes, to hand you something smaller and simpler than the truth actually is. A story that resolves everything, that closes every thread, that leaves nothing standing open at the end, is usually a story that has quietly smoothed over something true in order to achieve that neatness. Tonight, I've tried very hard not to do that, even where it would have been easier, even where a cleaner ending might have made for a more satisfying final few minutes. I think you deserve the honest version instead, messy edges and all, the same way this place itself has never fully resolved into anything simpler than what it actually is. because for everything we've resolved tonight, and we've resolved a genuine amount, more than I think either of us expected when we first stood beside that unfinished stone this morning, there remains a real, honest core of not knowing sitting at the center of this place. And I don't want to pretend in these final minutes that our long walk together has closed every gap it opened. I think it would be easy, this deep into a long night, to let the accumulated weight of everything we've resolved create a false sense that nothing remains unresolved at all. I want to resist that impulse deliberately, one final time before we let this story close. We still don't know with any real confidence exactly how Tiwanaku's political authority was organized, who held it, how it was inherited or contested or maintained across generations of a civilization sophisticated enough to coordinate construction on the scale we've spent tonight examining. We still don't know precisely how many workers moved each individual quarried block across the distances we discussed, or how long any single stage of that labor actually took, or what specific words passed between the people doing it. We still don't know the exact original name this place carried among the 6th century community who first began raising it from the earth, since Puma Punku itself is a name that reaches us only through later Aymara tradition, not through any direct record left by the platform's original builders. We still don't know with full certainty exactly what the miniature gates were for, or precisely how the H-block's repeated, careful form functioned within whatever ceremony this place once held. We still don't know whether the drought alone brought construction to its end, or whether it worked alongside other pressures history simply didn't preserve clearly enough for us to trace. We don't know the name of a single mason who worked this platform. Not one. Across every hour we've spent tonight discussing hammerstones and andesite, patience and precision, not a single individual identity survives anywhere in the record. No signature, no personal mark, no way of distinguishing one specific person's labor from another's across the entire visible surface of this site, no matter how carefully any future researcher might eventually search for one. That absence feels worth sitting with directly, one final time, because it's perhaps the largest, most consequential gap in everything we've covered. We know the century, we know the technique, we know, in broad outline, the belief system and the political reach and the eventual decline. But every single individual person who actually did this work has slipped entirely out of the record, leaving behind only the collective, anonymous evidence of their labor, never their names, never their specific faces, never the particular sound of their voices calling to each other across this platform on some ordinary working morning 14 centuries ago. I want to sit with that list for a moment rather than rushing past it, because I think there's a particular kind of honesty in ending a story like this one by naming, clearly, everything it still can't tell you, rather than letting the genuine, hard-won answers we did reach create an impression of completeness the evidence doesn't actually support. A good story, I think, earns its ending by being honest about its own limits, not by pretending those limits don't exist. And yet, I don't think any of that unresolved uncertainty makes tonight's walk feel unfinished, not in the way it might have if we'd simply given up partway through, unwilling to do the patient work of chasing down what actually could be known. There's a real difference between a mystery left unexamined and a mystery examined as thoroughly as the evidence allows, and then, honestly, left standing where the evidence runs out. We've done the second kind tonight, I think, as carefully as I know how to do it, and I find that considerably more satisfying than either false certainty or simple, unexamined wonder would have been. I keep returning across these final minutes to the unfinished stone that opened tonight's entire story. The one we stood beside in this morning's cold light, its channel cut only halfway through. tools apparently set down mid-task, exactly where they were left. I understand it so much more fully now than I did then, and yet, in an important sense, it remains exactly as unfinished as it was when we first found it. Nothing about our understanding has completed that stone. The channel is still half cut. The labour that would have finished it never resumed. What's changed isn't the stone itself, but the quality of attention we're able to bring to it. Informed now rather than simply curious, carrying context rather than approaching it cold. I think that's true of understanding in general, if I'm honest, and maybe worth naming as one of the quieter lessons sitting inside tonight's much longer, much more technical story. Understanding something doesn't usually mean resolving it entirely, closing every question, arriving at a final, unchangeable answer. More often, understanding means becoming capable of holding a thing's genuine complexity more fully and more comfortably than you could before, able to hold both what's known and what remains unknown together, without needing to collapse that tension into false simplicity in either direction. This feels worth naming plainly, because I think it runs against a fairly common assumption about what learning something is actually supposed to accomplish. We tend to imagine understanding as a kind of arrival. You didn't know, and now you do. The uncertainty replaced cleanly by certainty. The question mark replaced by a period. The whole matter settled and filed away for good. But almost nothing worth understanding actually works that way. Once you look closely at it, honestly. Real understanding, the kind we've tried to build together across tonight's entire story, usually looks less like arrival and more like a widening. The space you're able to hold gets larger, more textured, more capable of containing genuine complexity, rather than simply swapping one small certainty for another smaller one. You didn't know anything about Puma Punku this morning. You don't now possess some final, complete account of it either. What you have, instead, is a considerably larger, more textured space for holding everything this place actually is. Known and unknown, resolved and unresolved, sitting together honestly rather than forced into an artificial completeness the evidence never supported in the first place. This unfinished stone will likely remain unfinished forever now, its particular channel permanently, physically incomplete, regardless of how thoroughly future archaeology eventually explains everything surrounding it. And I think there's something worth genuinely appreciating in that permanence, rather than only mourning it. This stone has held its incompleteness with a kind of patience that outlasts every explanation offered for it, every theory proposed and later corrected, every visitor who has stood here across the centuries trying to understand what happened. It doesn't need our understanding to continue existing exactly as it is. It simply sits here, half-finished, indifferent in its own quiet, physical way to whether anyone standing nearby has finally worked out why. I find that indifference oddly comforting at the end of a night this long and this detailed. We've worked hard tonight to understand this place as carefully and honestly as the evidence allows. And I hope that work has meant something to you, the way it's genuinely meant something to me putting it together. But the stone itself doesn't need our understanding to be what it is. It was already before we arrived, and it will remain long after we've gone, exactly as unfinished and exactly as real, regardless of whether anyone is here at all, awake or asleep, to think about it. There's a kind of freedom in that, if you let yourself feel it. So much of what makes uncertainty uncomfortable is the sense that it's somehow our responsibility to resolve it, that an unanswered question is a task still owed, a debt still outstanding. This stone suggests something gentler. Some things simply are what they are, complete in their own incompleteness. asking nothing further of anyone who happens to pass by and wonder about them. The stone was never waiting for us to arrive and finally explain it. It was simply here the whole time, being exactly itself. There's something in that thought I want to leave you with, gently, as we move toward the very end of tonight's journey. So much of what troubles us in the quiet hours when sleep doesn't come easily involves things we feel we haven't finished, haven't resolved, haven't fully understood about our own lives. Conversations left unsaid, decisions still hanging, versions of ourselves still half-carved, waiting for a labor that circumstance interrupted before it could be completed. I don't think this stone offers a solution to any of that, exactly. But I think it offers something adjacent to a solution, which might be enough for tonight. It offers evidence that incompleteness isn't the same as failure, that a thing interrupted mid-labor can still hold its own kind of integrity, its own kind of quiet dignity, simply by continuing to exist honestly as exactly what it is, rather than pretending toward a completion it never reached. If you're lying somewhere right now, turning over your own particular version of an unfinished channel, your own half-cut stone, I want you to hear this clearly, gently, one last time. It doesn't disqualify you from rest. It doesn't need to be resolved before you're allowed to close your eyes. The masons who worked this platform didn't lie awake across the intervening 14 centuries, worrying about the specific stone they left behind. They simply lived the way you're allowed to simply live, carrying what's unfinished lightly, rather than as a debt that must be settled before anything else in life can happen. The masons who once worked this stone, whoever they were, whatever their names, however their own particular lives eventually unfolded after the drought, or whatever combination of pressures finally pulled them away from this specific labor, I don't think they experienced their unfinished work as a monument to failure. I think, more likely, if I let myself imagine it gently, they experienced it the way most of us experience most interrupted things, as simply what happened next, an ordinary redirection of attention toward whatever the moment actually required, without the dramatic weight a modern retelling might be tempted to assign it in hindsight. The stone remembers the interruption. The person who caused it, in whatever quiet, ordinary way, likely didn't carry that same weight forward at all. They had a harvest to tend, or a family to feed, or simply another day to get through, the same way any of us do, regardless of what particular project happened to be left unfinished behind us. I like to imagine, though I want to be honest that this is imagination rather than evidence, that whoever last set down their hammerstone beside this particular channel went on to live a full, ordinary life afterward, tending their share of the raised fields we walked through earlier tonight, raising children who never knew this specific platform the way their parent once had, growing old somewhere on this same cold, extraordinary Altiplano, under this same unchanged sky, watching the same stars complete the same slow arc across the same enormous dark, night after night, for however many years were left to them. Their unfinished stone wasn't the last thing they ever touched, or the defining tragedy of their existence. It was simply one project among however many others filled the remainder of their days, remembered by nobody in particular, including, quite possibly, themselves. I think there's real peace available in that reframing if you let it settle. Whatever in your own life currently sits half-finished, and something almost certainly does, because that's simply the condition of being alive, always somewhere in the middle of something rather than at a clean beginning or a clean end. It doesn't require your constant attention or anxiety to remain, quietly, exactly what it is. It can simply wait, the way this stone has waited for however long waiting turns out to be necessary, without that waiting constituting some kind of ongoing failure on your part. Some things get finished, some things don't. Both outcomes are simply part of what it means to build anything at all, whether it's a monumental stone platform at extraordinary altitude or an ordinary human life, lived one interrupted, unfinished day at a time. I don't say any of this to suggest that unfinished things never deserve to be returned to, revisited, eventually completed if circumstances allow it. Plenty of what sits unfinished in a life is worth finishing, and I don't want tonight's story to become an argument against effort or follow-through, against the very real value of seeing something through to its end when that's actually possible. But I think there's a real difference between the unfinished things we're actively, deliberately choosing to leave behind for good reason, and the unfinished things we simply carry as a low, constant hum of guilt or anxiety, as though every incomplete project represents some ongoing personal failing that demands resolution before we're allowed to rest easy. This stone, I think, argues gently against that second kind of carrying. Not every unfinished thing needs to be finished for you to be at peace with having started it. The stars overhead have completed most of their visible arc across tonight's sky now. The particular deep, undiluted darkness of this altitude beginning, almost imperceptibly, to hint at whatever hour eventually brings the first pale suggestion of dawn. We've walked a very long way together tonight, across 14 centuries, across an empire's reach, across a chronology corrected and a technique explained, and a decline gently, honestly examined without ever collapsing into easy tragedy or easy dismissal. I don't think there's anything more to add now except simply this. Thank you for walking all of it with me, this far, this late, this patiently. Whatever brought you here tonight, whatever you're carrying, whatever remains unfinished in your own life, the way this stone remains unfinished in its own, I hope something about tonight's long, quiet walk has left you a little more able to rest inside that incompleteness, rather than fighting against it. I think about all the places we stood together tonight, one more time before I let this rest. The platform in the cold first light, the lake catching the earliest gold of morning, the quarry, and the impossible question of how stone that heavy ever moved across such difficult ground. The gateway holding a god whose name we can only partly recover. The stars arriving one by one as the day gave way to this long, patient dark. Every one of those places is still here, still exactly itself, whether or not either of us is standing in it right now, whether or not anyone at all happens to be looking. That permanence, more than any single fact we've covered, feels like the right thing to carry with you as tonight finally closes. Let's finish here together now, gently, the way this entire night has tried to move. Patiently, honestly, unwilling to rush toward a resolution the evidence never actually offered, and content, at the very end, simply to have walked the whole distance together, carefully, side by side. Let the platform go quiet now, finally, completely. Let the stones settle back into darkness, the way it has settled every night for 14 centuries, indifferent and patient and entirely unbothered by whether anyone is standing here to notice. There is nothing left to figure out tonight, nothing left to measure or date or carefully test against the evidence. The night has done what it came to do, and now it can simply be dark, the way dark is allowed to simply be dark, without needing to explain itself to anyone. No chronology waiting to be corrected, no technique waiting to be resolved, just this, whatever this is. A platform, a lake, a sky, and whatever quiet part of you is still listening. The lake is still out there, somewhere past the edge of what we can see from here. Still and cold and enormous, holding the last faint trace of starlight on its surface, the way it has held every kind of light that has ever touched it. Dawn, midday, the long gold of afternoon, And now, finally, this deep, unhurried dark. You don't need to picture it clearly. Just let it sit somewhere at the edge of your mind, vast and quiet, the way it has always been. The reeds along its shore are folded down for the night, the way they fold down every night, the totora stalks resting the way everything here eventually rests. No boats moving across the water now, no one paddling toward the far shore, no cargo of stone or fish or woven cloth in transit. Just water, holding itself still, the way it has held itself still for longer than any single human life could measure. Older than the platform, older than the quarry, older even than the first person who ever stood beside it and wondered what it might mean. Somewhere behind us, the quarry rests too, the stone that never left it, still waiting in the earth, in no particular hurry to be anything other than what it already is. 10 kilometers of ground between there and here, walked once, patiently, by people whose names we will never know, using nothing but rope and wood and water and each other. You don't need to hold the distance in your mind anymore, just let it be there, somewhere behind you, already crossed, already done. The rafts that once carried andesite across the lake are long gone now too, dissolved back into the water the same way reed always eventually returns to water, leaving no trace behind except the fact of the stone itself, sitting here on this platform, having somehow, patiently, arrived. You don't need to solve that crossing again tonight. It's already been solved once, a very long time ago, by hands considerably more tired than yours are right now, and the solving doesn't need to be repeated, only remembered, gently, and then set down. The gateway stands where it has always stood, its carved figures softened now by darkness rather than sharpened by daylight. The solar deity at its center no longer visible, but no less present for that. The smaller figures around it, whatever they were, Condor's calendar, retinue, still uncertain, still gently unresolved, keep their same patient formation facing inward, the way they have faced inward for longer than any single visitor's lifetime could ever measure. No pilgrim walking toward it tonight, no procession, no ceremony, no gathered crowd in the open plaza nearby. Just the gateway, standing exactly as it has stood, whether anyone is here to walk beneath it or not, its threshold open onto whatever it was always meant to open onto. Patient in the dark, the way it has been patient across 14 centuries of darks exactly like this one, waiting for nothing in particular, needing no visitor at all to continue simply being what it is. The H-blocks are still scattered where they've always been scattered, some flawless, some never finished, all of them equally at rest now in this dark. You don't need to remember which was which. You don't need to hold on to the difference between the precise ones and the interrupted ones. Let them blur together here at the end into simply stone. Old, patient, cared for once by hands that are long gone now, resting exactly where those hands left it. Somewhere among them, the miniature gates sit too small for any ordinary visitor to pass through, still holding whatever quiet purpose they were built for, still not needing us to have worked out exactly what that purpose was. Let them keep their secret a little longer. There's no urgency in it. There never was, and there won't be tomorrow either, or the night after that, or any of the countless nights this platform will still be standing here long after tonight, has become simply another memory folded into everything else. Somewhere above all of it, the Condor's realm holds its last few stars before the sky begins, eventually, to lighten. Somewhere below, in whatever quiet way the Serpent's realm holds anything at all, water moves through channels it has moved through for longer than memory. And here, in the middle, where you are, where the Puma's realm has always sat, quiet now, unthreatening, simply present, the way a place feels present in the deepest part of the night, when nothing is asking anything of you at all. Sleep well.